time is now.
NUFC Talk Drive Time
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Welcome everyone to NUFC Talk Match Day Build-Up Live with Tim and Peter. How you doing, Peter?
You're right. Aye, doing good. Welcome everyone in the chat. Hope you're all well. Yeah, how are you doing? You going to the match today, aren't you, Timmy?
I am indeed, so we have got another guest coming on, hopefully, soon enough. But yeah, I'll be leaving at about 1:15 because I'm lucky enough to have got a ticket for this one, thanks to Win. So yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, I'll be leaving early and enjoying the match later on. So looking forward to it because it's been a few years since I've stepped inside the ground so. Yeah, it's going to be good. Fingers crossed it wins as well. So before we get into the game itself, we'll do the housework. So let's have a look. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel, okay, and smash the like button. It really does help to support the stream. Get involved in the live chats. We want to hear your thoughts. Give a super chat as well. If you can do that, we'll definitely read it out to guarantee it. Don't forget to become a member by joining NT TV Plus for $4.99. Some members were refunded due to some recent price changes. So if that applies to you, please consider rejoining. NT TV Plus now includes all member perks and exclusive content in one place. So supporting the channel helps us continue to deliver daily Newcastle United content. Okay. So yeah, great to have you all on board, lads and lasses, and let's crack on with the show itself. And there you go. So, how you, Phil? You right, mate? All good. Yeah, really good to have you on board, mate. I appreciate you coming on.
I don't think he's on. Yeah, Phil. I don't think he's on screen to me.
There you go. You
Brilliant.
are now.
You're all right. Good to see you, mate.
Absolute pleasure. Absolute privilege.
Nice
thank you to you, gentlemen, and big up to the panel. Looking forward to tonight's FA Cup clash.
Nice one. And Phil's channel it's Toon Tactics TV, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so check it out, everyone. It's really good. Really good insights. So yeah, Bournemouth today, FA Cup, St James's Park. How are you feeling for this one, Phil?
Nervous, excited. It's like you're obviously looking at the game itself. Is kind of like I'm anticipating that we're going to have a lot of changes in Bournemouth as well. So I want to see how that goes. I really want us to get through to the next round. And then the bigger picture for it, what that could mean in terms of like overall kind of what we're doing in the season, progressing in domestic cups. Isn't it nice to progress in domestic cups, guys? Like, isn't it amazing? Like, not to.
I know. Like you think back, it wasn't long ago we were literally throwing these games, weren't we?
We knew League Two, Championship. It didn't matter. We could get sunk today.
Exactly.
Full team, second team. So honestly, it's just a blessing to be going into games thinking we could do something here. Going into cup competitions and think, yeah, we could be doing something here. So nervous, but for all the right reasons, nervous. Obviously, we're going to probably talk about the centre back situation and everything else. Had Shaw's injury not happened, I would have been a little bit more confident about it. But it's Bournemouth too have got a lot of injuries as well. So nervous, but I'm excited nervous, to be honest.
Nice one. What about you, Peter?
Yeah, I think it's a funny one because obviously we're in the semi-final of the I was going to say Carabao Cup. So I guess Eddie has got a job on his hands to try and think about how does he juggle all these competitions, because obviously Premier League as well. We're in top 6 now. So yeah, the next match after Bournemouth is the City game, semi-final. But like you say, Phil, FA Cup, we want to progress, and we're not that kind of club now where, like the Ashley days, where we would just have no kind of hopes at all for any cup competition. And the FA Cup, for me, it was special. Growing up, I was used to seeing us being at Wembley
Yeah.
I know we didn't get over the line, but all those finals, the semi-final.
Yeah.
So yeah, FA Cup. It would be brilliant if we could go that next step and win the FA Cup this time. Because
Yeah.
obviously the Carabao Cup was special, but
Yeah.
FA Cup has got that extra bit of prestige, doesn't it?
100%. And it's good that you mentioned that. Obviously, we've got the League Cup, but the game straight after that is the Champions League one. If we win that, then we're more or less booked. At least the minimum will book ourselves to qualify for the next phase. That's the minimum. But the other one is we're a lot closer to like automatic qualifications. And like imagine that's all in the space of 3-4 games. We've got League Cups, FA Cups, Champions Leagues. Crazy month. Like, so
Yeah.
if you're Eddie Howe, I don't envy him. And you got this game where you don't want to. Eddie Howe kind of said it, but he didn't want to say it because he doesn't want it to be like that. Where it's not that it's a game that's in the way. It's a game that he wants to qualify to, but it's just like it's just a bit.
The timing, isn't it?
The timing is just a bit awkward, honestly.
Yeah. When you come to like squad rotation, how do you juggle
Exactly.
the team selection
Exactly.
and not burn players out and risk injury and all that stuff? So yeah.
Aye. You've got to trust the squad, like, haven't you, I think?
Yes.
And whatever happens. But you've got to put faith in those players. And you learn then about the squad and you learn about the players themselves as to whether some are ready to step up or not. And like I'm thinking of players like Alex Murphy, players of that ilk. If you need to use them, then definitely just put them in my opinion. But the thing is, right, we're going into this game off the back of that win against Leeds. And that's given us momentum. And we didn't play amazing throughout the whole 90 minutes. But I mean, what an ending that was. Like, that was superb, wasn't it? Just quickly on that, actually, Phil, what was it like for you watching that game?
Oh, mate, I don't know how I didn't wake up my house when I was. It's only by the grace of God. I couldn't help it. I was. If you ever seen a 4-year-old man jumping around like a little girl, that was me. I couldn't. I honestly couldn't believe. I couldn't believe we did it. I couldn't believe that we did it. And I was trying to. I watched the game back again, obviously now without the emotions and everything else like that. But Leeds are an incredible side. They're a really, really good team. Like, when I first was doing the match preview for them, I said, if they want to do this I kind of said it flippantly. If they want to do, because they do like man-to-man pressing and stuff, like if they want to do it against us, because I back myself, I'll back our team against most teams if they want to do man-to-man. But Leeds are big and they're tough. They're no shrinking violence for sure, and they're good in possession. Showed such heart, such resilience. There was bits of great play. And I look at individual player performances. Miley, absolutely amazing. Even at centre back, is there any way he can't play?
I know. Crazy.
Obviously Barnes did his thing. Bruno Guimaraes, like captain, he's doing Trivela assists and scoring 108-minute penalties or whenever it was, and just it's unbelievable stuff. So yeah, you're totally right about the momentum. Like, you can't. There was a question that the journalist said, and I'll end it on this, like, where they said, what did they say? They said something along the lines in the pre-conference at Bournemouth, and they were saying about, so you won your third game in a row. Are you worried about keeping your players' feet on the ground? And I'm like, I was thinking, so last year we won like 6-7 games in a row. Like, we're not like newly promoted side anymore. But anyway, but he said it's like, no, like, I think if anything, we want to keep the winning feeling going, which let me know that yes, this game has come on an awkward time. We've got Champions League coming up, we've got League Cup coming up, but we want to keep that winning momentum going. So that Leeds game, as you said, is the momentum from that is so important going into this.
Yeah. That played a massive part, like you said, last season, going on that massive run that we went on. After the Cup, we went on that run as well. So before the Cup, we had a really good run of games, and then the Cup win seemed to elevate them even more. And so I think we know in football in general, momentum just plays a massive part. I mean, look at Sunderland at the start of the season, So it was just an absolute, with Leeds, total roller coaster of emotions. I mean, you make a good point about Leeds as well, because we were watching it, Timmy, and we were saying Leeds are pressing us like mad here.
Yeah.
And they were like suffocating us. And fair play to them, because they really made it tough. And we had to try, and there was times I was getting we were trying to stick to our principles and play
Yeah.
around them. And I was like, just play it long or whatever, don't bother with this tippy tappy, because Leeds, I could see they were like, they were penning us in. But to be fair though, right, the players really, they stuck to the guns.
They did.
And like you say, Bruno, we've gave him a bit of stick this season because like a lot of players, a lot of players form this season have dipped below what we expect. And Bruno at times earlier in the season was being a bit inconsistent, but like bloody hell, like he is a captain, isn't he? I think the
Oh,
way he's
100%.
playing, it's like, okay, he might not be the kind of captain like, I don't know, maybe a Tony Adams type captain, but Bruno, the way that he drives forward and shows for the ball, like even the last goal, he's the one yelling for that ball, saying, "I'm going to put that in the box."
Yeah.
And he doesn't just chip it in. Like the way he puts it in with all the will in the world for someone to get on the end of it. He's really stepped up. And I mentioned him before the Palace game. And after the Palace game, I said, like, he was one of the players in that match. I thought
Yeah.
the crowd was getting a bit edgy. He was still asking for the ball. He was trying to play the difficult passes, and obviously got on the end of the cutback from Miley in that game against Palace. So yeah, he's really stepped up, and I think we're lucky to have a player like Bruno. When you kind of step back and you look at the type of player he is and what he's brought to this club, it's pretty special. Like
100%.
I think like sometimes I've said as well about, I kind of think, well, just concentrate on the game instead of getting involved so much with the fans and stuff. But at the end of the day, like, you've got to kind of take that in terms of that's part of the package with Bruno. And even the Sunderland game, everyone said, didn't they? He was the one player, I would say, aside from Lewis Hall as well, he was the one player who came out of the game where you could see he was trying, and you could see he was thinking, oh God, this is going wrong, and just trying to put things right. It wasn't working, but so yeah, he's got the club at his heart. I think that's blatantly obvious, and he's got the quality to match that drive. And that assist, I was saying after the game, that assist for Joe Linton's goal, like, what an absolute beauty. So that is top level. For this Bournemouth game, it is a dilemma now, isn't it? And we were speaking with Peter about this, who would you rotate? And I'm thinking I would rotate Bruno for this one to save him for Man City. What would you do, Phil?
Yeah, literally, I just released a post. I made about 9 changes. I rotated the entire midfield. So I've got Ramsey, Miley, and Willock in midfield. It's a tight one between Wissa and Waltermar. It's nice to have that option again. I'll put Wissa, and then I've got on the left, I think I've still got Gordon, because he probably will get taken out after 60 minutes anyway. And on the right, Murphy. And then the centre-back options, if Shaw was still fit, I would have had Botman and Shaw. But I think he has to play Chow unless he wants to do a Miley masterclass in the right centre-back role, which I wouldn't be surprised if he did. And Botman, and then Trippier on the right, Livramento on the left, and then Ramsdale. So yeah, I've rotated Bruno. The only thing I would say is that it's going to sound like but it's meant to be a compliment. We have to learn to win without Bruno, because we tried that only once this season, and that was, I think it was the league. I can't remember. I think it was the League Cup game against Tottenham. And we were dominating, but we weren't getting through. And we had to put him on in the second half. And that's when he actually had to come and score. And I'm like, I'm happy, but I'm like, we need to figure out a way it can't just be Bruno. So it may or may not be the same case again tonight, but this afternoon anyway. But yeah, I've rotated Bruno out. I think he'd want to have his first team for both Man City and for PSV, because that's those St. James Park on the lights for those. I know that today we're talking about today's game, but those are massive ones as well. Huge games.
Aye, that's the thing, right? Just quickly, is that because we've got those 2 games coming up after Bournemouth, you can kind of expect the first team, if you want to call it that, to play those 2 games in a row if they get this rest. So, and like you say, with it being under the lights at home, it gives them an extra 10% in terms of that drive, that momentum to get through it, fitness-wise, and kind of mentality-wise. So I do agree with that. I think my question is, I suppose, is the right-hand side. And and as well just with the wings in general. You know, the whole Harvey Barnes, Anthony Gordon thing's been kind of talked about a lot recently, and certainly I've kind of been banging the drum for Harvey Barnes for a long time, and I haven't been convinced by Anthony Gordon. Again, I said after the game, I'm not going to pile in on Gordon. He did well for the first goal against Leeds, and you know, I think have him in the squad obviously, but going forward, Harvey Barnes for me is the man for the left wing spot. And I would allow Harvey Barnes to have poor games here and there, because every player is going to have a poor game. You've got to allow them to see that through, because their quality will show. But for this one, I would probably play Anthony Gordon on the left. But I would, you know, in my mind, there would be no question whatsoever that whatever happens in this game, Anthony Gordon would not be on the left for the Man City game, because Harvey Barnes should be put back in. But just purely for rotation, I would have Gordon on the left, I think. And then you go to the right-hand side. That's more tricky, because, you know, you want to play Murphy there, but I'd want to play Murphy against Man City, because I think he is our best bet, unless Gordon does want to play there, but obviously he doesn't really want to. So what would you do for that right-hand slot? Because I was thinking about Willock, you know. I was thinking maybe you could put Willock on the right-hand side for this one, if you've got somebody else to come in the middle.
Yeah, no, that's possible. I'm a slightly disagree, because I think Gordon's been patchy, but he's still I think generally he's still better than Barnes. I think for me personally is because Gordon had that 20 GA season, it took me a long time to kind of separate that Gordon from 20 GA Gordon to the Gordon that we're seeing now. I know even Eddie Howe said, even Gordon said that it's not been great. I would want to be more consistent. But I don't know if you remember, like even for the Chelsea game, Leeds, but especially for the Chelsea game, his ability to press from the front really sets the tone. I know GA, and he kind of said it's a GA and everything. It's important, but it's not. Like I want 20 GA Gordon. Don't get me wrong when I'm saying these other things, but his ability to press the opposition saves us a world of problems when opposition teams try to get the ball through the center. He's a big reason why goalkeepers have to hit the ball to the side. Is because of him. He averages about 20 sprints per game and everything else. I know we want GA. I'm not saying that we don't, but it's a big part of that. But also, I think we are a better force. I think Barnes is better than Murphy on the right. And I was watching Barnes again, and I think Murphy, my image of Murphy, like I think possibly like most Newcastle fans, is that when he gets the ball on his right foot and you can see it opening up, and you can see that if there's one person who's right foot you want to curl it in or to drive into the box is Murphy. But outside of that, ball carrying, dribbling, holding the ball up, passing, it's been poor for me. Like it's been really poor for me. But Barnes he wasn't very good when he first started, but he's improved a lot, especially for this Leeds game. And I think, if anything, our best forward line is with Barnes on the right and Gordon on the left. So to answer your question in regards to, for instance, the City game and the PSV game, I think you'll see Barnes on the right and Gordon on the left if Howe can do it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start off with Murphy tonight, probably Barnes towards the end, from the 60, 70 minutes onwards. But that'll be my take. I know it's controversial because it took me a while to kind of separate. It's taken me a while to separate 20 GA born Gordon to the Gordon that we're seeing now. But I think, like I said, if you're taking them up there when they're playing their best, I think Gordon is just about edges it over Barnes for me. But yeah.
Okay. Let me just come in, Peter. Sorry, I know, Peter, because I'll be heading off soon enough anyway. So I want to just use and abuse you, Phil, while I've got it.
That's all right.
I've got a question on and I understand completely what you're saying, and I think it is interesting because what you've said there, it makes sense in that there's all these facets to the game, isn't there, as to why players are in the team, and sometimes it is purely down to a tactical aspect like that. And even with Murphy, I mentioned this about Murphy a few games ago, where I think it was a Palace game where he was having a bit of a stink on the ball, but defensively he was doing a really good job tracking back.
Yeah.
Just purely for that, Eddie Howe kept them on because it helped us keep our shape and help balance the side that way. So I understand you've got to take these things into account. My question is, what you're saying about the press there with Anthony Gordon and what he gives us and what he stops the opposition from doing, could he do that exactly the same from the right?
Yes, and it was revealing from what Eddie Howe said. I can't remember. I don't know if you saw it. Like I don't know if it was the one before the Leeds game, but he said, I can't believe he said it, but he said Gordon doesn't like playing on the right.
Yeah. We had a whole shows and shows talking about just that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
and it answers a lot of questions.
It answers a heck of a lot. And I keep reminding people this because I don't know if you remember last year, Howe was getting blamed for buying 2 left wing forwards and Gordon and Barnes, and why don't we have a right wing forward? But if people will hark their minds back, when we bought Gordon, he was meant to play on the right. If you look at his days in Everton,
that's why I was excited when we got him.
He's a right winger.
Yeah.
But that season, the first 6 months, obviously he struggled. But the next season, it was 20 GA Gordon. So I think Gordon, he's got his mind on, well, I can get 20 GA playing on the left wing. So I think that's what's in Gordon's mind. Like, I can be that guy again, and I have to be in that same side as well. So to answer your question about can he do it on the right-hand side? Yes, but I don't think Gordon believes it. I don't. Right. So that's the problem. I don't believe Gordon thinks he can do that anymore. At least of the gusto that he will need to be able to do it. So I think Gordon just wants the man that was scoring 20 GA back, and he believes he can only do that from the left wing forward position. That's why I think he can do that from the left wing forward position. Otherwise, I could, because if I have a concept of Gordon is he can almost be like a throwback traditional touchline winger on the right.
Yeah, exactly.
He could really be good.
He could make Keith Gillespie style.
Exactly. But he doesn't. He doesn't want to be that guy. So
therein lies the problem.
Therein lies the problem. Exactly.
Yeah, because I do believe that could be a better balance if you had Barnes on the left, Gordon right, because I feel like Barnes is more effective, much more effective on the left than on the right. Don't get us wrong. I think, he obviously done a really good job first half. While Anthony Gordon was on the pitch, Barnes was right side against Leeds and Barnes done the business. But I do feel like you do see a different Harvey Barnes on the left compared to the right, as opposed to Gordon. For me, when I've seen Gordon on the right, I know he hasn't played there very often for Newcastle, but his attributes, just like you say there, he's got the attributes that suits that wing play to get to the byline more than Barnes because of his pace. Whereas Barnes is more he's a bit more like technical, you could say, like more tricky. He times his runs a bit. He uses timing more in terms of he hasn't got that raw pace Gordon's got. But it was funny though, because you notice the Barnes' goal against Leeds, Gordon drifted in.
Yeah.
And there was about a good couple of minutes where Gordon, he came inside from the left wing, and then he didn't go back. He just stayed in around the kind of center of the pitch, really. And then Barnes got the ball, and then he came inside. And ironically, after all of the debate about Barnes and Gordon, when Barnes scores that goal, Gordon is the one who's passing from the right side to I think Voltermator first, and then I think that's Voltermator then to Barnes. So
to Barnes,
yeah,
really good goal.
Yeah, it's good from everyone. Yeah,
and they did something similar against Burnley. They did something similar against I want to say Man City, because our backs obviously they push up, so Miley on one side, Hall on the other side, and that allows us the wingers or inside forwards, Gordon and Barnes, to be playing the half spaces, to invert a little bit more, which is where for both of them when they ideally like to be. Barnes even more so. So if you're opposition, because I remember doing the thing for City, for instance, when we scored one of the goals that we scored. Remember Barnes' goal that he scored? Was it Barnes that scored it? I think it was Barnes that scored it. And it was Barnes, because the ball, they both went inside and the ball trickled over. And when Barnes lets the ball run across his body, you just know the next shot is going to be quality.
Yeah.
So in that fraction of a moment just before that, it was Gordon Barnes, Voltamada. I think Tonali was running in, and I'm thinking, if you're the opposition, you're seeing that, you're like, I'm in trouble. I'm in real trouble.
Yeah.
And that's what I think Eddie Howe wants to get as much as those type of moments is what Eddie Howe's trying to build as much as possible in the team. So I think they both like to be in those half spaces. I think that's the modern wingers nowadays.
Yeah.
But I'm sure Eddie Howe is doing his best to let Gordon know, hey, if you can do like the more you can do, the more like do you know what I mean? The more I can use you and everything else. So I think that's where we're at with it. I think that's why I think we're still going to buy another forward. We always keep on hearing, and I think I still think we're gonna buy a different profile of forward. Either like a wide playmaker, like either Cole Palmer, Magnus Akliouche type, or a dribbler like a Doku type, if anything. But I think more of a wide playmaker because a lot of our forwards at the moment want to be in that half space at the moment.
Well, it's a pity we didn't get Semenyo, isn't it? Obviously, thankfully, he's not going to be playing today. I know Bournemouth will be resting players.
He's going to be playing for City, though. Did you know that? He can play for City in the League Cup.
Any? Oh, my word. Oh, he this one when City came. Oh, God. That makes it even harder then. Right, okay. I wish we could have got him in the summer, but he likely would have been holding out, I think, maybe for other moves. Who knows? But, what do you think of Bournemouth, and what do you think of Iriola as well? I mean, I'm a big fan of Iriola. I know he's been a bit tricky spell form in the last month or so, but I really like what he's done and how he goes about it. I think he's very similar to Eddie Howe in how he sets up the team in terms of that press, in terms of kind of getting the ball into the final third quickly, even more quickly, I think, than we do. And then kind of from there. What do you think of Iriola in Bournemouth?
Yeah, very good manager. I mean, you're right. He had a tricky period. I think that's more to do with the personnel. Obviously, he's got a very distinctive and strong system and principle that he plays to. So it doesn't matter who the personnel are; they're going to play according to his system. So when he does have a tricky spell, it's more to do with a personnel thing than it is to do with him, I think. Anyway, but Bournemouth sold their two centre backs, Zabani and Dean Huijsen, to both PSG, and they sold exactly. They sold about 5 other players, like elite European clubs, and God forbid if we had to sell up top centre backs like in one season like that, and other players, where would we be? Type of thing. So he's done a phenomenal job to just get them. Now, obviously, they've sold their. Semenyo has 60% of their total GA. That's huge. But you're right about their attacking. Their attack is slightly performing better than ours. They're very direct. They can dictate play at the ball. I got to watch them against Tottenham. I know Tottenham aren't the best example at the moment because, they're not doing well at all.
Interesting situation there.
Exactly. But I almost feel like the Leeds game was a good rehearsal for the Bournemouth game because they're both going to have that high intensity, trying to win the ball in our third. I think Bournemouth again leads the metrics for winning the ball in the final third as well. So expect more of that sticking to our structure and our build-up. And you're going to see Bournemouth, but they are going to leave space at the back. Can we exploit it? What have we learned from I know we're going to have I think we're going to have a different set of players, but can they learn from what they saw in the previous game to expose those games? But yes, Iriola, just to say, go back, distinctive philosophy system, knows what he wants. I'm a bit like, I don't know if this is going to sound superficial one. I just don't know, because I know whenever fans get annoyed that we're in a bad period, they're always calling for Eddie Howe out, which is annoying. But or any fans, even other fans do it. There must be something about Iriola in the dressing rooms, because I find it hard to look at him and be inspired and be like, oh yeah, he's doing it, but he's clearly doing something. So,
You know what it is, Phil, right? When I look at him, I just think he comes across as quite humble and authentic, and I think if the players can see that, I think they buy in to the man.
True.
he
True.
doesn't have to kind of throw teacups around to get his message across.
Yeah.
It seems anyway, because he is just himself and he's authentic in that way. And again, I think that there's a lot of similarities with Eddie Howe, with him, in that he is that kind of low key that way, but when he speaks, you do listen. And he's from the Basque region,
Yeah.
isn't he? And quite similar, I think, to Geordie's that area. And so he's probably very passionate in the way we are about football.
Yeah.
But I saw, I mean, obviously Eddie Howe, I think with that win against Leeds, hopefully, like with the momentum, because that should give you momentum. We'll see what happens today. Like you said, it's a tricky one with the way this game lands and the fixtures. You want to keep that momentum, but obviously we've got other games coming up. But I'd like to think that, at the end of the month, we're in a good place where we can really kick on and the noise can start to settle a bit, and Eddie Howe can see the season out and do well, and we can reassess then, sort of thing. What do you think we can achieve this season, Phil?
So my expectations from the beginning of the season were to between 66 to 71 points. So I usually do it in points rather than places, because I think places, even like if this season, you can tell you can finish fifth maybe on 60, 65 points maybe this season, whereas last season that would have got you Europa. So I think 66, 71 points, and semi-finals and finals for domestic cups, and to qualify to the second stage of the Champions League. I'm not asking for much, but I do, despite what folks have been saying about our transfer window, and it was, in terms of like media hype and everything, the amount of rejections that we had and everything else, we did improve. I keep saying we've improved it because for the free transfer windows prior, we haven't bought a first team player in 18 months in free transfer windows. So just by default, buying 6 players, we've improved our squad. So that's why my expectations rose. And I just think that we're evolving our style. Do I think we're going to, I don't know how many points we're going to land on, for instance, but I do think we're in a good place to get Champions League position. And I do think, we're already in a semi-final. And you wouldn't think it sometimes when you, I know I feel like online fans and matchday fans are different, but you wouldn't think it sometimes that we're doing well. And if we go through today, like I'll be really rubbing my hands for the FA Cup, because I think the next fixture, I think we'll be in a better position to attack it even more. So I really hope we survive it. So yeah, like again, I wouldn't be surprised if we, do finish a Champions League spot, that we progress in the FA Cup. I have a good feeling that we can get past Man City. I think we can. I think they're struggling a little bit as well. They're still City. It's Guardiola, but they're missing their centre backs. I know they just got Semenyo, but I just feel like we can beat anyone at St James's Park, and we've been blessed to have the next 4 games: League Cup, Champions League, FA Cup, and the Premier League game at St James's Park. And so I think we can progress. So a very long answer, but essentially, I think we can get Champions League. I think we can possibly pick up another domestic trophy, or at least get very, very close to it. I think it could be a really, really, really good season. Good season.
Well, I said to you, Timmy, like a couple of days ago, that we're in the FA Cup, Carabao Cup semi-final. We've climbed the table now in the Premier League, and we're still in the Champions League. And I said to Timmy, like, out of all those competitions, I'd be surprised if we don't achieve something out of those 4. I'd be like, if we don't do anything, if let's say if we don't get Europe and we don't win any of those competitions that we're still in, I'd be surprised, because I feel like the attacking players we've got are too strong not to achieve something. And my kind of bugbear, well, it's been a bumpy season, so there's been more than one bugbear. Like earlier on in the season when things were a bit rocky, but because you could say the number 6 position has always kind of come up in conversation. But aside from that, my concern was also that I guess it was more away from home, but we've witnessed games earlier in the season, like West Ham away, Brentford away, where it appeared that there was a lack of, you could say, a lack of fight and a lack of kind of. They didn't look up for it. They didn't look like they had the nous to understand when to be compact and when to kind of be a bit win ugly, basically. And but now we're seeing that. You see, like, I mean, even like Burnley, you could say like lucky second half, but at the end of the day, they still got the win. And then Palace is when I thought they really showed the mettle, because it was the nitty gritty match. I said after that they made it a scrap, and they were playing a lot of high balls, and the crowd were getting edgy. And I thought the team actually stood up to be counted, and that told me that they are playing for Eddie Howe, and that they've got the spirit. It's there still. We've seen how much of a good team spirit he's created since he came to the club, Eddie Howe, and how he's just transformed the club in that way. And obviously there was a few doubts creeping in that can he still motivate them now? But I think he can. I think it's there for all to see. And you look at the euphoria on the bench and by the players as well when that last goal goes in, and I think they are united. And
Yes.
I'm just relieved that they are showing that now, that kind of grit that you need if you are going to like achieve something. It's all well and good playing the silky stuff, but you need to combine that with the characters that we've got. When the silky stuff doesn't come off, you can fall back on, digging in. And don't get us wrong, the number 6 thing is still a bit of a concern, because we are like a bit wide open when we lose the ball sometimes. But yeah, I think out of all the competitions we're in, I can see us doing something, whether that's getting Champions League again, or winning a cup, maybe both. You never know, but I can see us doing something out of all these competitions, because I think we're obviously hitting form at a really good time now in the season, and also the Premier League table is just a bit bonkers this year, where you win a couple of games and suddenly you can shoot right up there. So even though we were 14th, it didn't look good, but points wise, we were never quite out of touch with top 6 at least. So yeah,
Absolutely.
I think fair play. Like you say, Phil, he's got a lot of stick, Eddie Howe, and I've after the Sunderland game, I was questioning, like, can he get them going? Can he get them motivated like he used to after that Derby loss? But when he turns it around like he has, you got to give him credit. And we're on a nice little run now, and it's just great to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, yeah, I said as well, didn't I? Like, I thought things had went stale, and I think it looked like they had in terms of, you look at the West Ham game, you look at the Brentford game, those types of performances. And like you say, Peter, I think there is an issue in regards to how open we are when we lose the ball, and the fact that Eddie Howe doesn't want to play with a out and out number 6 means that we are really open. If those 3 centre mids don't get it right. So I've always had concerns for a while about that, and I think those concerns have kind of been laid bare in some games this season. Whether I think the question with that is, can Miley? In my opinion, I think Miley could come in, and again, it is about the system and how Eddie Howe wants to set them up. But I think Miley could play that centre mid role really well, and combine with Bruno and Tonali. And I know Joe Linton was much better, I think, against Leeds at times, but I'd be interested to see Miley come in, and maybe with his defensive nous now that he's gained even more at right back, and his long legs, his big stature, maybe he could kind of read the play and intercept those types of balls and passes from the opposition better than we have been, to cut off those counter-attacks from the opposition. I mean, Christina says in the chat there, we're going to win it all.
Big
So,
up. I love that mentality.
Fingers crossed.
Love
Fingers
that.
crossed. And in regards to a Champions League spot, I mean, I was honestly like, I'd ruled that out like weeks ago. I thought that's not going to happen. That's out. For me, it's just Europa League at best, and I'd kind of take that. So
Not now, though.
I'm yet. Well, I mean, I'm yet to be convinced that we can definitely do Champions League. Yeah, I mean, it might be top 5 this season still, but it could be top 4. I want to see us win games, but also kind of, win games against some of the better teams coming up in the fixture list, and also not look quite as vulnerable as we have done. If we can do that, I mean, you can't have it all, obviously. There's going to be moments in games where you're not going to be playing all the sweet stuff and shutting the opposition out. But I just want to be more convinced, essentially, that we can definitely secure a Champions League place, but clearly in the shout for European place. And obviously, like you say, the cups in this FA Cup game. I mean, the beauty about the FA Cup is obviously if you win that, you do get a Europa League spot. So it doesn't matter where you finish in the league. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's tricky with the League Cup as well, obviously, with the semi-final now, and you want to concentrate on that. But I think if we can, rest the first team, if you like, use the squad today, and fingers crossed will go through right. Then you play the full strength against Man City, and you'll find out soon enough after the second leg against Man City whether or not, obviously, we're through. And if we lose against Man City, obviously leave it all out on the pitch, but we're playing it one of the top sides. If we lose that game, but we've beaten Bournemouth, then you can really, go full pelt, can't you, for the FA Cup? Bearing in mind, Europe's at the end as well if you win it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's great to be talking about these type of conversations, like where you can be, we're so far into the league. I think if you, because I was on my show and everything talking about our metrics, our strongest side is actually our defensive side. So even when it comes to, for instance, expected, whether you don't like XG, so some people might not like XG, you can block your ears now and fly, so I'm not listening to this. But what I'm basically saying is that what it measures is the chance not only you create as a team, but also the chance that are created against you. And Newcastle have some of the lowest XG, in fact, second lowest behind Arsenal. Arsenal just head and shoulders over everybody. I think that's because they've got two very good centre backs, which we haven't had all year. But we still produce one of the lowest XG, second highest or lowest XG in the league. And if anything, teams have been overperforming against Newcastle a lot of the times. The Romero, overhead kick where he's even on the floor. It's gone past 3 players. That kind of stuff, right? Even the 1-0 loss to Man United, Dorgu scores a wonder goal. You know how it's a wonder goal? Because even Dorgu said, I never knew I could hit a ball like that. When the player says that, it lets you know that was a lucky goal. And so a lot of those type of goals have been going in. And goals, as you say, change games, right? And that's why I'm so heartened by our Leeds performance, where it really felt like, nah, today we're not taking that. We're going 1-0 down, 2-1 down, 3-2 down. It just felt like, no, we're not having that. Today's the day where we're not having that. Yeah. We're not having that. And so we've put that to kind of dealing with that. And that's why you're seeing in terms of the defensive part. And to add to that is the ones that I've been saying before that we're playing the same. We're not playing the same. Eddie Howe's actually evolving our style of play. More time it's going to be a 2-3-2-3 or 3-2-3-2 formation. So why you're seeing a lot of teams transition against us, because a lot of the time we've got the 2 centre backs at the back, which is Chow and Shaw. It's meant to be Chow and Botman. You need 2 big athletic centre backs at the back to deal with it, with the 3 at the front, with whoever the fullbacks are. In this case, right now it's, for instance, Miley and the centre middle, someone from the centre midfield in the middle, and someone the fullbacks. And then you've got the 2 advanced 8s in Joe Linton and Bruno. That's why Joe Linton, for instance, is getting goals. Bruno's got 8 more goals this season, more goals than he's ever had. Did you know that Bruno's the leading midfield goal scorer? I didn't know that until a couple of days ago.
In Premier League?
Yeah.
Is he?
So our style of play has changed as a result of that. So that's why we're seeing it. So despite all of that, we're still one of the better performing teams. I know I don't know how many goals we've conceded. I don't know, we're 4th or 5th maybe in the league. But again, I think it's a lot of it, I think, is down to luck. I had on my show yesterday, a really good friend of the channel was a Chelsea fan. He said, you guys should have won that game. We dominated Chelsea. They got away with their lives. They keep on saying that it's a game of 2 halves. And I keep on saying it's a game of 2/3, because really, yes, they got the 2 goals back in the second half, but the last 15, 20 minutes, like if Barnes puts away that, remember when Bruno swings that ball in? Incredible. Yeah. If he finished that, oh my God, we should have had a penalty. Like I know people were angry. They're so angry at Eddie Howe, but like we should have had a penalty. FA came back and said, yeah, that should have been a penalty. So there's teams that are getting away with their lives when they're playing outside times. I know, like you mentioned, I'm kind of feel like I'm painting a sweet picture, but You mentioned Brentford, you mentioned West Ham. I think even Eddie Howe, and we were like, sheesh, that was traumatic. That was Steve Bruce traumatic. Watching that, like, and I was like, I was getting goosebumps, and not in a good goosebumps. I was like, jeez, I forgot this feeling. And so, I think I started of play has changed. But despite that, we haven't always had our play. We had a Tino Liverman missing for most of the games. Good to see Botman again, and so that all those kind of things have stunted our ability to go forward. So, but we're still here. I mean, and I think we're probably performing. I don't know how we're performing, but I assume we're performing a little bit better the last time we were in the Champions League. I'm pretty sure. So, and we've got a bigger squad. So, there's a lot of growth. There's a lot of evolution. I didn't mention, obviously, the transfer window, which was hell. We mentioned a little bit, obviously, Isak doing Isak things. And so we'll go into it having to buy. So all those type of things.
The Wissa injury as well.
The Wissa, exactly. So now that he's back, 2 starts, 2 goals. I wonder what would happen if Wissa was playing from the beginning. There's a lot to look forward to.
And he's more like for like as well with Isak.
Precisely.
Whereas Rotmeda is like Timmy's compared to Bergkamp, that kind of player who comes deep a bit more, and he hasn't got the pace to stretch teams.
Yeah, exactly. And he's even building a really good. Which game it wasn't? I think it was Palace. Wissam and Gordon are building a good relationship. I think they understand each other quite well. There's a few 1-2s that they were trying. Even the disallowed goal. I know it was a disallowed, but the movement before that and what they did was frightening. And I said, okay, they're trying something here. They're really trying something here.
It was clever from Wissa because that pass, there was a lot of pressure on that. And to be fair to Gordon, he'd done well. It took that in because he was kind of stretching on his left foot to squeeze that in. It wasn't as simple as what it looked. So, yeah.
Anyway, lads, I'm going to have to do a dash because I'm actually heading to the game. So,
big up. I'm jealous, man.
I'm lucky, mate. Because Wins sorted out a ticket that somebody, couldn't make the game a day. So, it's the first time in a few years. So, looking forward to it.
What stand? Nice. Where are you watching it from? What stand?
Melbourne, innit?
Melbourne, aye. Melbourne.
Nice.
Aye.
I know you're not with the Raggies, but like give a few shouts at United. Do you know what I mean? Try and get it going a little bit. Get the atmosphere going.
I get kicked out. But it's honestly been a pleasure having you, mates. I really enjoyed it. We'll get you back sometime, but obviously just stay where you are, and Peter will continue, and the gang will come on at 2, I believe. So just leave things as they are, and Gary will take over.
Nice one.
Thanks again, mate. Okay, I'll do a dash, but all the best.
Enjoy the game.
Catch you later.
Well, lads.
Aye. He's lucky. I haven't been myself for a few years to the match at St James's, so hopefully I will get a chance this season to go back. But yeah.
Maybe you get lucky and get the Champions League game tickets. How about that?
I'll take that. Yeah. I actually, do you know what? I mean, the last time Newcastle were in, I didn't go last time 2 years ago, but under Robson, I went to a Champions League game.
Serious?
I was at the Juventus game when we beat Juventus. Andy Griffin.
Crazy.
Yeah, I was at that one.
Crazy.
And it was epic. I remember Andy Griffin was just getting well stuck into, I've forgotten the name of their left winger. And Griffin was just like tormenting him. And it was like a typical English. I think back then you could get away with a bit more as well.
Yeah.
And he was leaving one on him all the time. And you could tell he just didn't want to know. So that was quite funny to watch. But yeah, that was epic. So yeah, hopefully, I mean, I would love to go Champions League again this season.
Was that Bobby Robson's day in Newcastle?
Robson.
Yeah.
And then that was when we had to win 3 in a row to go through to the next stage, and that was the first win. So like in the group stage, we lost the first 3, and Juventus came along, and it was like, come on, like obviously we don't do anything here, we're out basically.
Yeah.
All but out. But the players rose to the occasion. It was like one of those nights in St James's, and that then led to that amazing sequence where we then won the next 2 against Dynamo in Feyenoord away with Bellamy.
Yeah.
That put us through. Aye. But yeah, I mean, Champions League this season, it's one of those where you are quietly, you're quietly confident, aren't you? Like when you see Newcastle attack that the way that we can attack, like you said earlier, I think we are force for anyone, and I feel like we could be a bit of a dark horse in that competition because
Yeah,
clubs are going to look at like the kind of, you could say, the bigger name in that competition, and when it, fingers crossed we get through, we do qualify, but if we do, I think the pressure will probably be on the other team that we play, and that's going to work in our favour. And you never know. I think some teams might underestimate Newcastle because
yeah.
we're not the big kind of like massive club that the Real Madrids are and all that stuff in that competition. So so yeah, that's why I was looking at all these. I'm not sitting here saying like we're definitely going to win it, but I think we could definitely go further than what people might assume. Put it
Yeah.
that way.
I think that PSG win put our name on the map. So I think most teams have been looking at, hey, and then
Yeah.
St. James's Park. Oh, jeez. I think that's, and I think we're probably built for a cup team because of the way we can transition, the way we can counter attack. The European teams want to keep possession, which we don't mind too much, and we just break on them. We're not only a pacey team, but we've got powerful runners. I think there's a difference. Like, for instance, like Brennan Johnson's pacey winger. He's not a powerful runner. I think Barnes is a powerful runner, for instance. Not as fast as Brennan, but he's powerful. He can keep the ball while he's running.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of European sides don't like that. I know that we lost to Barcelona, but we were desperately unlucky.
Totally.
And Rashford had to score a screamer. Again, back to screamers and wonder goals. That's how we lost those games. But there was I won't say close to an open goal that Barnes didn't get through. And even the goal that we did score was a really, really well made goal.
Good
I don't
move,
think
wasn't
good move. I don't think anybody's going to be in a rush. I don't think Barcelona are going to be in a rush to come back to St. James's Park.
No.
So it's going to be that and PSV, for instance, are doing really well themselves. So it's going to be a massive night, and I think our style of play doesn't a lot of European sides don't really like it, and so I think I think we can do something in the tournament.
Yeah, I know, it's exciting times,
100%.
So Bournemouth today, right? I watched a couple of clips from their last match against Tottenham, and what stood out, I guess, is Evan Nielsen looks like a good number 9.
Yeah.
And Tavernier seems like he's got a good cross on him.
Yes.
Now, I don't know do you think either of those are going to play today, or do you think they'll be rested?
Oh, it's a great question because they got tons of injuries themselves. And they were on like a 10, 11 game no-win streak before they beat Tottenham. It's a great question because if you're Iriola, you have to think, have I got enough points to survive relegation this year? I know they want to think about relegation, but when you've missed so many, when you're in a position where they're in at the moment, that's one of the things you've got to think about. And you've just lost Semenyo. What do you? But at the same time, do you think, do I just rotate heavily and move on instead of further FA Cup, just bring on the young boys? Or do you say to yourself, I want to keep the players motivated. If we have a good run, that would help us in the league.
Yeah.
The question, does Tavernier play? He's obviously one of their better players. We should have got him. He's a really very versatile player because you would have seen him on the right, but he can play. He actually started off as a left back. Nice. So he can play as a left back, left centre back, left midfield, and right wing. Because we were linked to him, and I was talking about him. I was saying that we should have bought him because he would have been really good rotation for Hall and even for Joe Linton and others. We need a player like that. We need the utility, especially down our left. So does he play? I think he will, just because they don't have enough players. But I think that if the ideal world scenario, we're like 2-3 up after 60 minutes or so, if that was, the sky is blue, the grass is green, and the sun is shining on my face, we're 2-3 up, then I think he makes the changes. but I have a feeling that he continues to play like most of the players that we saw against Tottenham.
Yeah. I guess that Tottenham win might have given him a bit more leeway, a bit more
Yeah,
license to rest players. Like you say, they were on that really bad run before that. No, was it no win 9 before that?
yeah, 9, 10 games, something like that.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think if they hadn't have beat Tottenham, it might have been the case where he would have been under more pressure to have
true,
not rested players today.
true.
But maybe that win is kind of easy, to give him the license to think, right, okay, if he'll want to win, but obviously if they lose today, it's going to be like not as much of a disaster as what it would have been if they'd lost against Tottenham as well, But yeah, I mean, it's obviously a massive boost that Semenyo. It's funny you mentioned that because I was going to say Semenyo, like he's not playing today, but I can't believe he can play in the cup. Like you've just, you've just spoilt me there, like because it's maybe you'd rather him play today than the City
Which
match.
one? Which I was going to say, which one would you rather for him to be playing in?
Probably today, like to be honest, like yeah. But in isolation, it's good that he ain't playing today. Yeah, but I don't know enough about their squad to be honest about like whether or not like who's going to come in, whether they would be, what standard they're at basically to replace the likes of Nielsen and Tavernier.
Yeah, they're missing, for instance, so they're missing Tyler Adams, their midfielder, who's really, really important to them, especially kind of the kind of midfield enforcer type of area. So they're a bit vulnerable there. They're missing Christie. Instead of Semenyo, they're probably going to play Brooks. And God bless him, cancer survivor, went out the game for a year and a bit, came back, and incredible journey for him. Evan Nielsen, he's good on the ball. Who's on their right? I forgot who the gentleman is on their right. Semenyo's on the left. Who's on their right? I forgot who's on their right. But yeah, I don't know. They've obviously made changes. They've got Senesi and Diakate, who took over from Huijsen and Sabani, who are decent centre backs themselves. Just we can expect really that they're the most direct team in the league metric wise. So you can expect within 2-3 passes, they're hitting the ball.
Yeah, that's
very direct.
I think that's why one of the reasons why Timmy was kind of banging the drum a few weeks ago about Iriola was because in this day and age where you just see constant tippy tappy and playing off in the back, it was kind of refreshing to see how Bournemouth were playing and the way that they mixed it up, and I think that did kind of help the manager stand out from other managers as someone who was thinking outside the box and not just following trends, for the sake of it. He's got his own mind and he's got his own ideas. So, but obviously recently it hasn't really been paying off. So it'll be interesting to see where they finish, like Bournemouth, because they on their day they look formidable, but like you say that they're on a bad run in the league. So I think last season they finished mid-table, didn't they? I think it was 10th.
Yeah.
And I think I'm sure they had a similar kind of start as well. So I remember saying then, let's just see where they finish. Don't get me wrong, he's still doing amazing with the resources that he's got.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting him to I'm not going to criticize Iriola for not getting top 6 or anything. But yeah, I think normally they tend to fall away a little bit when it comes to the kind of business end of the season, I think.
Yeah, because imagine if they didn't sell those players. Imagine if they still got Huijsen and Zambani, and they just added it again this season. The whole league would be in a whole heap of trouble. I'm just looking up where they finished last season on the Premier League one. They finished 9th.
Right.
They finished 9th with 56 points. They won 15 games. I can't see the rest of it. It's short, but they won 15 games with a goal difference of 12. So a positive goal difference and 56 points. That's very good.
Yeah.
I think that's very, very good. Yeah, so not bad at all.
Nah. Was it this season when... Have we played them away in the league this season?
Yeah, at their
We
ground.
drew, didn't we?
No, yeah.
0-0, yeah. Because I remember that game. It was a scrap, wasn't it? And there was a bit of talk about, Newcastle weren't very good, but actually, I think Eddie Howe respected
Yeah.
Gaviola that day. He kind of understood that they are forced to be reckoned with going
Yeah.
forwards, and I think we kind of first and foremost just wanted to stop them playing. And I think there was a lot of criticism after that, actually saying like we shouldn't be going there with that mentality. But in hindsight, you look at how they've done this season, and it proves that actually it was a good point.
Well, again, going back to Leeds, great example. We've got 4 points of them this season.
Mm.
The 0-0 draw at Leeds, at Ellen Road, the same issues that, I can't believe we went. Now we brought them back to St. James's Park, got the 3 points, and we've got 4 points of them. I think Eddie Howe is a long term. He sees it as a marathon rather than a sprint. Don't get me wrong. I would love to go to Vitality Stadium, Ellen Road, and 2-0 get back. But I think we went to Leeds and we went to Bournemouth that time. I don't think we had our fullbacks back then. It wasn't, we didn't have we had to grind out results. And we were in the middle of going Champions League, everything else. In the Champions League, we were more expressive. But away to Bournemouth or Vitality Stadium, we have to know our limitations a little bit. And so I think Eddie Howe just acted appropriately. Funny thing would be is if Eddie Howe took the Bournemouth style of play like we did before and just press high, don't defend, and we lose 3-4-0. People saying Eddie Howe he doesn't know how to manage Champions League games. This is his problem.
Yeah.
So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Really.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you're never going to have the perfect season as well.
No.
Like you're always going to go through a bad run, and like I think that's not having low expectations. It's just being realistic. And I think what's got some people's backs up is in terms of Newcastle, the last 3 seasons you could say where we haven't started very well, and obviously we make up for it. We go on these really good runs. But I guess my argument is because you could argue like it's a trait that you don't want to have. But like I say, I think every team inevitably is going to go on a bad run, and so if you don't do it at the start of the season, rest assured it will come at some point, whether it's the middle of the season, end of the season. You're going to have a rocky patch. Every team does. So I guess that's one way of looking at that, to say, look, like if you're asking for the perfect season, then it's never going to happen, basically. So yeah, I think with Eddie Howe as well, I'm looking at managers like Thomas Frank, who was really highly rated, and he done class at Brentford. And I liked what he done at Brentford, but you look at what's going on at Tottenham, and it is easy to look at these managers and think, well, what about him? What about him? Like he could do better, and bringing this manager's doing class at this club. But like, I think managers these days, it's so unpredictable as to how they will then go and adapt at a different club. And yeah, Thomas Frank at Tottenham, it's just like unrecognizable compared to what was going on at Brentford when he was man. So
did you see what happened with him in the Arsenal Cup?
God, aye. I mean, bloody hell,
that was a setup.
Someone's done him there, like, you know what I mean?
And the thing is, I go another channel that's got like multiple clubs on it and Tottenham fan. And I said, I made the Liverpool example, for instance, but like imagine Arsenal over Everton Cup. Someone in his team can you imagine Eddie Howe, like it's some crazy alternative universe, has got a Sunderland Cup. You think, no, how does nobody on the team tell him this? And that lets me know for Thomas Frank is that they don't like him. Like, you could imagine Joe Linton with the scene that and said, manager, let me, Mr. Howe, let me just take that off you.
Yeah.
Throw it on the ground.
Yeah, like Bruno. What the hell is that? You would grab it off him straight away,
The fact that nobody said anything, they knew that he'd been set up. I wonder who gave him the cup. I said this. So who gave him that cup?
Yeah. What's that doing at Bournemouth? What's an Arsenal doing at the Vitality?
Well, they were saying that it was left from their previous game because Arsenal was there previously.
Right.
But that's what you got cleaners for.
Yeah.
It's an Arsenal Cup. Like, you telling me you just leave trash laying around? Like,
exactly.
So, and nobody said, there's a picture of a Tottenham staff member just literally looking at Frank with the cup like that. He's surprised, but he's not saying anything. So he's out on his own. And so, like you said, you got to be careful what you wish for, what the club, when we lost to Man United, they were saying, at least our fans, and this is, every club does this, because we take a snapshot in time. They say, yes, Eddie Howe stubborn. Yes, Amarim was stubborn before, but at least he was flexible for the game and they changed it to a back four. The very next game, he went back to his original three at the back, Amarim did, and he lost. And he's now been sacked, as we all know. And they still can't beat Burnley away. Right? We did, by the way. But the same fans that were saying, why can't Eddie Howe be like Amarim?
The same Amarim who wasn't as that.
The same Amarim who can't beat Burnley away. But we struggled to beat Burnley away. At least we beat Burnley away. Ask Man United fans how they feel about beating Burnley away. Right. So so you have to be so careful for what you wish for. I pray every day that we don't make the mistake that we did with Robbie Robson. I know he wasn't doing great when he first got kicked out, but we can't become that. We can't repeat history and hound out. Exactly. I just pray all of this stuff is online, and I'll finish it on this. And the thing I can say, because you and I see Newcastle regular Champions League and domestic before, obviously, the whole Ashley years, so we have an understanding. What I guess I'm trying to say is that maybe some fans aren't used to this in terms of like what it's like to be at the bigger table. In a space of 8-10 days, we can have 4 games. One of them can be against Sunderland. One of them can be against Champions League, FA Cup, all this and stuff like that. Nobody wants to lose to Sunderland, but we have to move on quick from that to the next game.
Yeah.
And support the team. Not saying the people, but like some people are still stuck on Sunderland, for instance.
Right.
Like, and I get why. I'm like, sheesh, dude, we're in the Champions. Where there's other, like, if you look at, ask Arsenal fans, are they worried about losing to they don't want to lose to Tottenham, but they're more fine, we lost, but then if we were to lose, but we would win the league. You have to move on quick. You have to if you're going to win anything, right? Tottenham are too busy, for instance, trying to beat Arsenal and hate Arsenal. That's what Sunderland are doing. And so I guess what I'm saying is that when you're at the bigger table now, we have to kind of find a way to move on quick from these type of situations. And do you know what I mean? And so, I think that's where it was at. Obviously, I was vexed at the Sunderland situation. I can't remember what was our next game after Sunderland. I can't remember if it was a League Cup or FA Cup, something like that. And I just said, I hope, it was somebody. I can't remember who it was, but
I've forgotten, who was it? I'll have to check.
It was somebody, but that was our lowest point. And then we picked up really quick. And was it Burnley? No, it wasn't Burnley. But it was somebody. But that's where Newcastle are at the moment. And we have to, I think I have to anyway, as a fan, say, okay, this game didn't go well, dust myself off, we move on. I'm just trying to find a Sunderland game.
It was Fulham.
And that was quarter-final. That was the
quarter-final. Yeah,
right.
Quarter-final, yeah.
So that's what Newcastle's. But remember, in that. By the way, in that from December 10th to December 20th, so 10 days, we had away Champions League Leverkusen, right? To give ourselves hope to maintain Champions League. Then we had Sunderland. Then we had Fulham in the quarterfinal for the FA Cup before Chelsea at home. That's what it looks like competing at the top level. Imagine if the players in Eddie Howe, their minds are still on Sunderland. Like that means we could have got knocked in that week. We could have got knocked out the Champions League. We could have got knocked out the League Cup, and we could not only could have we lost to Sunderland, we could have also lost to Chelsea and remain in the bottom half of the league. That's a bad. That's a bad period. So,
it goes back to what I was saying earlier about the kind of characters that we've got. And after Sunderland, don't get us wrong, I was human. Do you know what I mean? I was,
of course.
Like, I was questioning, can he motivate these players? Because there was, for me, it seemed like there was just too many times when we were putting in these abject performances, like away from home especially. And obviously the Mackham game was one of those. And it didn't seem like we'd learned our lesson from previous away games like Brentford and West Ham and all that. But like we've said, the Fulham game was after that, and I thought they showed grit in that game.
Yeah.
It wasn't pretty, but basically the team have answered my question. You know, I was saying after the Sunderland game, can he get them up for it like he used to? And I think he can, because, you know, like I said, you got to give him credit when it does go well and he turns it around. They showed grit against Fulham to get that win, because that was a bit of a nitty gritty game. It wasn't free flowing. You know, Fulham were always in the game, and we were nervous. I think you could tell the players were a bit low on confidence. But they got through it, and I think we've shown since then a lot more character than what we were shown earlier in the season. And like I say, when you combine that with the attacking threat we've got, and you see the way the players are when we do win, the spirit that's there, Eddie Howe on the bench, the euphoria from all the staff. Yeah, I just think, as frustrating as it was in some of these games early in the season, I get that. I get the frustration, but you gotta be careful that you don't throw away something special, you know, and
That's exactly it.
just throw it away like that because you think it's green, grass is green on the other side, and yeah, it's a balancing act. It always is, you know what I mean. In football, it's constantly evolving and moving forwards.
There's fans that say, and fine if you want new Eddie Howe out. You got Roy Keane on live TV said, I think I want Eddie Howe.
Eddie Howe, exactly, yeah.
When was the last time a Manchester United legend says he wants a Newcastle United manager?
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't happen every day. Trust me, you and I know it doesn't happen every day.
Nah.
So, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, he wouldn't wanted to have admitted that, no doubt. But
No.
But yeah, I mean, I noticed he didn't go into about whether they could actually get him. He didn't.
No. He
didn't
left that alone. He left that alone.
Yeah. Because I would like to think, I think Newcastle would just hold firm, and it would be a bit like Isak. Do you know what I mean? I was actually thinking, right, the other day, I thought, hang on a minute, we and rightly so, we said to Isak, you've got a contract at the time.
Yes. Yeah.
I think Newcastle would just say that to Eddie Howe, wouldn't they? And they would say, you can't do against us what you tried to stop Isak from doing, from leaving under contract, essentially. Don't get us wrong, I think Eddie Howe, I think there might be a bit of temptation just purely because it's Man United and they are obviously, you know, massive club. But I think first of all, Newcastle would no way in hell let him go there. And secondly, I just think Eddie Howe is settled enough.
Yeah,
to stay in Newcastle.
Absolutely. And I think he said it himself. And if we think about it now, this is the first time. This is what I'll qualify what I mean by this, where we finally, at least up to now, we've got things in order in our backroom staff and as a club overall. So it's the first time we've got manager, sporting director, and we've got the PSR in our favour. And it's the first time we've ever had all three in our favour.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got hopefully a situation, I think, where it's at now, because Eddie Howe said it himself. So I'm leaning on that, where he himself said, we've got the team essentially that I really like that and I want. I'm paraphrasing here. You know, where obviously our previous sporting directors, Dan Ashworth betrayed the club, you know, negotiating with Man United while he's looking at our Sky, working for us.
True.
Paul Mitchell did a runner a day before the transfer window. He did a runner, right? And they had to call Eddie Howe back from his vacation. He was with his family to say, please, can you do the transfers for us? So whenever people say, Eddie Howe wants all the control, the guy was on vacation. He wasn't doing anything on his transfers. It was Paul Mitchell that was doing it. So it's the first. So speaking on Eddie, is like he's himself. He's clever though, and how he does keep the owners on their feet. Because I think he said something along the lines of, you know, I'm happy, but it hasn't always been consistently like this. But I've got it in a good place now, which is his right to do so. You know, he knows his value. He knows his value, and he's. I think overall, he's saying we're in a good spot, and he's building something in like almost like in his own image, essentially.
Mm.
And so I think there is less of a reason for him to just drop it, just drop it like that,
Yeah.
and go and start. Yes, Man United are big, but look what's happened to the other, and it's almost like you're picking it up again. Like, don't you want to see where this goes to? I think there's enough
Yeah,
in.
exactly.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to
I
say.
think he's hungry for more. He's not just going to stop there in terms of he's won the Carabao Cup and he's got in Europe a couple of times and that's it. I think he wants to try and see how far can this team go and how far can he take the club in terms of, what does the future hold? Can he get us established to be regular, sort of established Champions League team? I mean, I'm sure he's the type of manager probably who, the way he speaks and the way he talks about football in general, I think he'd probably think there's no ceiling. And he just wants to kind of see how things develop. And in terms of ambition, like the club have said, I mean, this is what you see, what I think gets fans talking as well about Eddie Howe, is that the club have said they're aiming for number one, like in the world. And that then I think gets fans to think, well, in that case, we need someone who's been there and done it. Which I don't agree with. I think Eddie Howe has earned the right to take us as far as let's see where he can take us. Basically, let's see how far we can get under Eddie Howe. So yeah, I think as well.
Go on. So no, I was going to say I'm like you, where for me it's I know people in the chat might think Eddie Howe. I'm more thinking about Newcastle in terms of, for me, Newcastle number one. So whoever does well for Newcastle is fine. So it could be, God forbid, Gareth Southgate. If he's doing the job that Eddie Howe's doing, then I'm banking Gareth Southgate. It could be Antonio Conte. If he's doing this type of job for Newcastle United, I'm backing Antonio Conte. It just so happens to be Eddie Howe. And so I had my ceiling, like for the last couple of years, especially when he first came in, I didn't know I personally didn't know what Eddie Howe's ceiling was. Everybody was trying to tell me what his ceiling was, but I don't know what it was. And last year I had expectations for him, and he actually blew them off the roof. After not buying a first-team player to still qualify Champions League and win the League Cup, after one of the hardest run League Cups, Chelsea, Arsenal home and away, Liverpool in the final, I said no. There was a point where I had to say, nah, these consistent comparisons to Mark Hughes have to stop, and in City. Mark Hughes did 18 months at City. He didn't get them further than 10th place, and he was sacked after a miserable run of form. Like, they don't belong in the same sentence anymore. So, like you said, I don't know what Eddie Howe's ceiling is before at this moment in time. I just know that the better players he gets, it seems to be the better the team performs, which is pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, I guess on that as well, just to throw in the mix, some people might say about Eddie Howe, and I think it's a valid argument in terms of, with the games that we've got in the Champions League and all the cup competitions as well. Some people argue that his strength is on the training pitch as a coach. And that is the time he gets is minimized because of the game time, 2-3 games a week. Therefore, the correction, the time on the correction pitch is reduced massively. And I've heard some people, and I've read some people saying, when that is nullified, then you're not gonna get the Eddie Howe that we see when we're not in Europe as a manager, in terms of what he gets out of players. I mean, I think this season, there's times when I've thought maybe that is right, and maybe he's struggling with that schedule, because it is new to him in terms of, before Newcastle he'd not managed in Europe, but he did have the experience obviously in that second or his third season that you can fall back on. I think this season, now we're at the stage now when you look at the league table, and I know it's been rocky, it's been up and down, but at the end of the day, I'm guessing these same fans will probably say football is a results business. And you look at the league table at the minute, top 6, we're still in Europe, we're in the cup competitions, we're in the semi-final of the Carabao Cup. So on that, I would say, well, yeah, he's probably struggled with the schedule, but as things stand right now, he's shown he can cope with it. Surely, right now as we speak,
Yeah, and he himself said, "Look, I've got less training time while still trying to evolve our style of play. Like we are actually evolving our style of play,
Mm.
and he's doing it literally live game time as he's
Yeah,
doing it. It takes a big cojones to do that because lesser men would have just said, "Let me just do what I've always done, and I don't have to worry about the results coming in."
mm.
And he said, "No, Newcastle have to start if we're going to be competing amongst elite teams. We have to start playing like an elite team."
Yeah,
And so that's where they're heading to. And yeah, he's had less time, and that's why if you notice, he's got more. His number of staff is increasing. He's got
mm.
a set piece coach. We're one of the top 5 for set pieces now. So
Mhm.
he's got set piece coaching. James Bunce, the performance director. We've got less injuries compared to what we've previously had. So he's adapted that. He himself has grown and adapted, and is finding out, okay, so this is what elite level
Yeah.
is looking like. So he's doing that, and
What,
Voltamada, Chow are still developing and doing okay. I'm
yeah.
sure, but it's coming along. I
What do you
think
think
just
about
just
the
go.
What do you reckon about the rotation? Because I guess there's times this season
Is
in
is
between.
it down? Sorry, go on. Sorry, go on. I thought you meant like the team sheet is out. I was like, oh,
Oh,
okay.
sorry, no. So like squad rotation in between Europe and Premier League.
Yeah.
That has been one of the, I think, bugbears. I mean, I'll admit myself, there's been times where I've thought myself, this player needs a rest or this player needs to come out and maybe be saved for the next fixture instead. Um, so yeah, I think it's difficult because like you look back at some of those fixtures, and I think we were all up in arms sometimes about the lack of rotation. Do you think, as things stand, like I say, it's worked out all right currently, the way it's developed now? But do you think it's something that he needs to maybe do differently going forwards? Because just the way it was going earlier in the season, struggling after Europe, players. There was some players. Obviously, Gordon is one. That's still the debate
Big up.
rages on about being
I
dropped.
just want to big up Geordie Z. He's a good friend of the channel as well. I just
Oh,
see him in
nice
the
one.
chat. So big up Geordie Z.
Good stuff.
Sorry, go on. So the
Yeah,
rotation, yeah.
yeah. So, do you think there's still an issue there in terms of how he rotates? Because obviously, I mean, I guess today we've got Bournemouth. We've said at the start of the show, it's a bit of a conundrum he's got with all these games, with FA Cup as well as the Champions League
Yeah.
and the League Cup. But do you think that's something that he's trying to evolve himself and think, how can I rotate better? Because that was one of the criticisms, even from myself, earlier this season, that he wasn't rotating enough.
It depends what you because it depends what we mean rotation wise because there was a stat that I was looking at. I can't find it at the moment, but I think Newcastle are one of the most rotated teams in the league.
Really?
Yeah, we're one of the top rotated teams in the league.
I
Yeah,
think
here
there
we
was times,
go.
right? What I would say is there was times when J7 earlier in the season, and I'm not saying this would have been like the magic sort of like fix, but there was times where I thought maybe Ramsey could have came in for J7 earlier in the season. We've banged on about Gordon as well. There was times I think where he could have been dropped for Harvey Barnes on that left spot. It's just an observation. Like I say, the way things stand now, he would
Yeah,
turn around and say, "I've been proven right," because
yeah,
it's not too bad now.
yeah. It's a great question because it's actually from the Premier League. So so Newcastle, Chelsea, and Wolves are the top 3 most rotated teams. And in
Mm.
terms of like, it's a question because I mentioned Enzo Maresca, and you're thinking, why am I mentioning Enzo Maresca? Because Enzo Maresca got into an argument with part of the reason why he got sacked. He got into an argument with his medical team who was saying, hey, I think you should start rotating certain
Oh
team
yeah,
players
that's
here.
right.
That's a problem.
Mm.
This is to Eddie Howe's credit. He's embraced James Bunce. and others.
True.
And so I think he's juggling various things. He's juggling what the medical staff are telling him, what the player is telling him, and what his own, like what the agenda for that particular game and where we are in the league and everything else is telling him. And so, and what his squad can do. So he's, I think, had to play certain maybe players at times more than others. But also he's also putting trust in certain players for certain team in certain games where he thinks this player will do better in a 1v1 with this particular fullback. Yes, he didn't have the greatest game last game, but he could pick it up in this game type of thing. And sometimes he hasn't been rewarded for that, and so that's where the changes have been made. Ramsey's had, for instance, I did a squad rotation analysis on my team and on my channel. And, some of our best rotations in our forward lines, in particular, Barnes and Gordon, have shared nearly equal amount of minutes. Voldemort and Wissa, obviously, is a lot less because Wissa's been injured. So Voldemort has been playing a lot of games. So I think he hit a wall against Sunderland. Like, I think he was really, really tired. But now you can see that they're literally playing, Wissa's probably playing about 2 games in a row before Voldemort takes over. And so there's a part of him where he's having to manage what the medical guys are saying, what the team is saying, and what he needs for that particular game. So I have to, like you, there's sometimes I disagree with certain players that he's played, but I have to say to myself, there's got to be a reason why. I think there's a reason why he's done it. And
like you say, he's embraced James Bunce, and actually, yeah, that's a good point, because there was a perception that he couldn't, he only wanted his own people in kind of thing. But Bunce, I think, was basically foisted.
It's Paul Mitchell's guy. Yeah.
But I think the difference is Bunce didn't go in like a bull in a china shop.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
I mean, I don't want to open that can of worms again. But
our team sheet's out. Oh, big up, gentlemen. How you doing?
All right, lad.
How's it going, lads? How's it going? Well, good stuff from you guys. How are you?
All good, all good.
Good to see you, Phil.
Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. You got the classic kit out, man.
I know, man. Every match, man. Every match.
That is the classic. I love. Did you see the when they brought it back to? They brought back the retro kit. I forgot what year it was. Did you see the
95?
95.
Yeah, I want that one.
I could have shed a tear when I saw that. When I first saw Voldemort wearing it, I was like, "Is that AI?" And then I realized, no, it's really us. Like, okay, cool.
I think that'll be sold out before it's actually released.
Exactly, 100%. Team sheets out as well.
Yeah,
team sheets out. Yeah, I'm working on putting it on the screen, but it is Ramsdale, Trippier, Botman, Tonali, Wissa, Barnes, Chow, Livermento, Voldemort, and Willock with Ramsey. So. Good changes. I had to look at it twice, really, but I think I will be happy with this.
Wow!
As a matter of fact, Voldemort and Wissa is the biggest change he will ever make, and he's done it for this game.
Oh, I didn't even clock to that. Wow! Yeah,
I didn't even. Wow. As I was saying that, I was looking at Wissa and Voldemort. So the 2 W's up top. So it'll take us a minute to recognize how we're going to play.
Do you know what? I think we'll be on the left.
No Bruno. So I think it's only 2 midfielders, right?
So we were just talking about that. Bruno's going to get rotated out.
Yeah.
So
that's a risk, though. Wissa and Voldemort together.
I reckon he's playing Wissa on the left-hand side.
But as you were talking, Phil, on this whole time. You were doing a lot of happy clapping, by the way, but it's okay. But one thing that tonight that change is a change and a half. So the fact that you people can't say that he won't make a change. I mean, I haven't seen Newcastle United play with 2 center forwards and again, Voldemort is flexible, and I think Wissa is flexible as well. By the way. We can't act like Wissa is just a center forward and can't do anything else. I think they're going to complement each other, play off each other a lot. So that's a massive change.
So what is that? 4-2-3-1.
Oh my God!
Are we thinking it's a 4-2-3?
That's we're on heaven's stairway if that's the case, man. 4-2-3-1. 4-2-3-1 is my lineup, man. That's very, very interesting.
I think
it might be still the 4-3-3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Barnes on the left.
Right.
Yeah,
Whistle
and then
left.
the three in the middle.
So Whistle on the right.
Whistle will be on the left, I would have thought.
I think he'd be left.
Okay.
I've seen it on there.
That's where he plays for Congo, isn't it?
He could do right as well, but that's what I'm saying. It's an odd one, but I'm happy actually. I'm happy to see how this turns out.
100%.
That's I'm kind of speechless, to be honest. Wow. No, I am. It's an odd one, but I'm very, very happy. And we'll see.
There's going to be some new partnerships coming up, whichever way it goes. Whether they play the 4-3-3 or whether it's 4-2-3-1, there's new partnerships going to be built, aren't they? So at the end of the day, it's going to be an interesting look at whether these partnerships actually work. And again, it just shows you, fluidity, flexibility within the squad, because that's what you need. Sometimes players just have to come in and they just need to play for the name of the team rather than individually. And if they can play for the togetherness, the unity, you'll get the results. It does make me. I listen to Phil a lot, and I mentioned it yesterday in the chat while I was listening to you and Win. There's nothing new in football. Everything has been tried and tested. Everybody keeps on saying the Gegenpress was, done and designed early, not so long back, by what's his name, the ex-Manchester United manager. 1971, right? 1971 to 1973, Ajax, they used to call it total football. They played it then, the high press. You know what I mean? The national team won the World Cup in 74 by playing the high press, win the ball back in the highest part of the field and attack. There's only 3 ways to win football matches. That's through the team, around the team, and over the team. And what you have to do is utilise those 3 areas of football with individual quality. And it's people with vision that sit deep, that can pick out a ball. Then you've got people that can play around players. That's when you look at the likes of Man City, the way they individually do their job as an individual role. So the likes of Rodri, he's the one who will sit in. He's got the vision across the field of play to put the balls in. Then you've got players that can beat players individually 1v1 and gain that extra 3 or 4 yards up the field. And then you've got keepers, the likes of Alisson, who can spot a ball over the top. So that is the only 3 ways you can beat the opposition. And it's the individual player on the day that makes that work. And like I say, I listen to all these people talk about tactics and everything else. And I'm like, wow.
You talk about tactics.
Yeah, I know, but you confuse it. There's only 3 ways you beat teams, and I've just mentioned them. But what I'm saying is I think sometimes we overanalyze certain individuals and the way they go forward. And that's, to me, I just think sometimes we make an easy job a lot harder the way we talk.
Yeah. The lineup's out, so we're going to show the lineups right on the right side of your screen. There it is, ladies and gents. Ramsdale, Trippier, Botman, Tonali, Livramento, Chow, Ramsey, Willock, Barnes, Voltamata, and Wissa. I mean, that is a lineup. And to be honest, that's a pretty strong lineup. I mean, there are changes to it, but that's a very strong lineup. So that's why when you get into these talks about rotation and people feel like you're throwing the game, there ain't no throwing the game when you see these players coming on the pitch. I mean, not at all. So,
what? That's the thing.
I mean, you got to trust. What Trippier is he? I mean, he's been shaky a few times, but he's experienced. I don't doubt that Trippier will do a great job. Livramento coming back. I think Lewis Hall needed a break, to be fair. Bruno certainly needed a break. Gordon needed a break all year. Finally getting one. But it's Voltamata Wissa together. That is amazing. So Willock is going to be. I'm really interested in how we're going to form.
Well, you've got 2 players that can play left side of midfield. You've got 2 players that can play. Well, all of them can play anywhere across the 3 in the midfield, as that's it looks.
I almost see Willock and Barnes playing wing work, doing wing work.
Yeah. Well, Ramsey can play out on the left. Willett can play out on the left. Barnes plays out on the left. Wissa plays out on the. That's what I'm saying. This is just so crazy.
I could see a 4-2-2 and 2 up top. You see what I'm saying? Like with the. It's interesting. It's interesting. Man, wow. Chow back on the team, as we would expect, of course, because Chow has been magnificent for the last game. I think that's back in the player, and of course he needed that one. He deserved that one. Ramsdale back in goal. Not much of a change to me as far as that the goalkeeper is concerned. Botman on the team. That's good to see. Obviously, the center backs, we've been decimated. Byrne, I guess not able yet, although he's running on grass. So that's good. Tonali will be the boss on the midfield, and he's gonna have to figure it out. Now that's another thing. Like he's gonna. I don't know that he has a lot of help in midfield, because I see Ramsey doing a lot of back and forth work, and so Tonali's gonna have to pull the strings, pull the team together in midfield. So that's gonna be a work, because no Lewis Miley, no Bruno to try to help out. So that could be an area to look at. But a very offensive lineup, if you will.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
It's a good chance for Ramsey.
Definitely one.
Go on, Mike.
Yeah, 100%. I was just going to say exactly the same point there. It's one of those where we might actually see Ramsey in the position that Villa utilised him a bit more as that sort of left midfielder. They had the likes of Diaby and I forgot the other one off the top of my head, but they had two £60 million wingers, and Ramsey, when he was there, was still playing on that left-hand side when he was fit, of course, which wasn't that frequent. But this is literally, looking at the team, arguably exciting. I was expecting to see it. Ramsdale in goal shows we're probably more likely to try and play the ball along the floor. Trippier, I like him back in. It's good to see him back on that in the right-hand side. Tino, arguably he's played his best games for us on the left. We've all wanted to see Botman and Malik Chow as a centre-back partnership. Tonali, realistically, is going to have to be the guy that runs the play, and he's the best passer on the pitch for us, looking at that lineup by a large margin. But it's going to be one of those. I think the first 5 minutes I'm going to be sitting here just letting everyone do the talking and just for trying to figure out where every little person's playing. It's very intriguing. I'm actually looking forward to it when I wasn't as much 15 minutes ago.
Well, first of all, we gotta keep it realistic. I mean, this is the first game the Voltemata and Whistle will play together. So if it doesn't look great, it doesn't mean that it doesn't work. You know what 100%. I mean? It's just one game, so we might have to give that a go. And also, again, as kind of leaning towards what Michael was saying, don't expect Tonali to have the prettiest game tonight, because I think it's going to be a lot of coal miner work in that midfield tonight. So just doing this in time in advance. I don't know if you, Phil or Peter, you guys want to stay on or do your thing. I know match day is coming up in less than 40 minutes, I think.
Yeah,
I'll do a dash, mate.
Yeah, I got a dash, but it's been
lovely.
An absolute pleasure.
Thanks for coming on again, Phil.
Absolute pleasure and privilege.
Amazing stuff, man.
Enjoy the
see you guys later.
See you later. Have a good one, lads.
Cheers. See you. There you go. To reiterate, folks, the lineup right now for Newcastle United on your screen. It says 4-3-3 there, but we don't know how it's going to form, so we'll update that as we go, of course. But the lineup is confirmed: Ramsdale at goal, Trippier, Botman, Tonali, Livramento, Chow, Ramsey, Willock, Barnes, Voltemata, and Wissa. The biggest story of the day is that Wissa and Voltemata will be playing alongside each other. I mean, it is a huge story, to be fair. It is a huge story.
100%.
And to be honest, I was shocked. I didn't know what to say, because I didn't think he was going to make that change. And to be fair, I can't be blamed, because Eddie Howe never made that. Like, he doesn't really do that. And again, it's just one game, so we don't know if he's just testing the waters. But it's good to test the waters and see how they can perform.
Yeah, I'd argue it's maybe the best game for it as well. It's one of those where I was watching before and I was seeing a lot of people saying, it's one of those where even if we go out today, you can see the positives of it, because, you can rest players for Manchester City. You can focus on other competitions. I mean, I'm sure in April when, maybe we're not in the Champions League, the League Cup's all done, there's only one game a week, we're sitting here going, we just want more football. Maybe we'll be coming back to the 10th of January if we go out and going, I just wish we'd won that game. But I think for the most part, it's one of those where it can be a win-win no matter what happens, which is actually quite strange.
Well, by the looks of the Bournemouth side, they're only playing 4 at the back, 2 in midfield, so it's going to be a 4-2-3-1 more than likely, or 4-3-3. Krupi playing more of the inside right position to back up Unal at top with Adley on the left hand side. That's usually, the one for me, the lad that I love is Krupi. For Bournemouth, I think he's been an absolute steal for them, and it's certainly one that I've said more than once. If I had a little bit of money in my purse and I'm looking for extra attacking force, he'd certainly be high on my list.
100%, a great player. I don't think anyone expected him to break out the way he has been as well. Whenever Nielsen got injured for Bournemouth, they were getting a little bit of injuries on the wings. Semenyo's form had sort of died down a little bit. You were looking at them and going, they're going to drop massively off the table, and they have. But not at the fault of Krupi, who every single time he plays looks like a 50, 60 million pound player in today's market. And I mean, I know they signed him for a bit of a penny, but it was nowhere near that. They've got a right gem on their hands.
They have. And he plays in that really awkward slot as well. So maybe Tonali will have his hands full anyway, just trying to keep him. And it looks like Macclesfield have beaten Crystal Palace in the FA Cup.
And Forrest got knocked out. I got a notification. He got knocked by Wrexham.
Wrexham,
so,
yeah.
That was a shocker there by the American-owned team. That's a shocker, man. Who's coaching them? Forrest? Oh, Deitch, isn't it?
Deitch, yeah.
Yeah. So not good. It can happen. The FA Cup is a tournament where things like this happen, but it doesn't make it acceptable. To be fair, so it can happen. 100%. It don't make it acceptable. Bournemouth is a more capable team. Matter of fact, we've never beaten them. I don't think. So
only in the cup.
Only in the cup. Okay, well that's
never in the Premier League. Only in the cup.
So it's interesting. But we're playing at home, so I do expect a positive result tonight. But I'm very, very excited to see how Voltemade and Wissa are playing together. And to be fair, you got to praise Eddie Howe for making a big adjustment. It seems like it feels like the pertinent time to do that in the FA Cup run up. Still, win or lose, go home. So it's a very important game. He said it in the presser that he wants this to do well in the FA Cup. That's one of the things that he has been wanting to do and hasn't been able to. So I value in this cup, and the fact that he's going to make this change for that, I appreciate that. We'll see how Willock performs. Certainly, Mr. Sitter didn't warrant what else came after that. But when we're talking about football, I still he's done well. He's done decent in the last few times. Don't get me wrong, but it's still like it's something missing. Something else that he can give. I'm thinking, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like he's getting there. But we will see. We will see. I just know this midfield might suffer a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, it's Bournemouth are kind of set up to not suffocate that midfield, but we know we haven't really got the ball players, let's be honest. We know Willock's not great at it. Haven't seen enough of Ramsey, particularly in the passing game. So I completely agree. It's going to be one of those where, I'm surprised Tonali's starting at all, given everything that's happened. I thought he was the last name that you'd put on the team sheet, but maybe he's turned around and said, look, I only did 45 minutes the other night. I'm ready to play. I'm happy to play anytime you need me. So hopefully, he has a blinder. He can help us control the game. But as you mentioned earlier, given everything that's happened, you wouldn't be banking on it, would you? But we need him in that midfield.
I think you're absolutely right. And the way I look at this Bournemouth setup now, and again, I think it's working on the emphasis that Newcastle are going to go on the press at home. And there's been a lot of conversations, and that's why I made that stint that I think sometimes we overcomplicate tactics. If you've noticed against opposition, especially at home, what they've been doing against us is just clearing the ball. Now, a lot of the times that will always come back to a Newcastle play, right? When you just clear your lines. The biggest thing that I've noticed, though, when we have lost that ball over the top, we have sometimes found ourselves 3-on-3, 2-on-2, and we have all noticed that we, as a defensive unit, have gone back 20 yards over this season, and I think that is one of the main reasons. I think subconsciously, what you do when the ball is constantly being played over you, subconsciously you take a couple of steps back because you always want to be facing the opposition goal when you receive the ball. And I think teams have found out about how to develop their own play when facing the likes of Newcastle at St James's Park. It's just about getting that ball cleared into that centre circle. And again, if you look at the amount of times, even against Chelsea, when we conceded that second goal, it was just a punt over the top because everybody was on the high press. It left us 1v1. Chow made that mistake, unfortunately, and he was through on goal. And I think a lot of teams are going to do that against Newcastle, especially at home. We were found out a couple of times last year, but we seem to be being found out a lot more often against opposition when we played. I think team of Bournemouth, especially with the likes of Krupi, Brooks on the right, and I think Adley will be on the left-hand side. I don't think Unal is the most prolific goal scorer for them because obviously they've got lots of injuries. I knew Ivan Nilsson was struggling. He was having a light fitness test. And it looks like he hasn't passed that fitness test. But, there's still enough in this side that can cause you problems. I mean, Krupi, anything from 25 yards, you'll shoot.
Yeah, that's something we need to keep an eye on. And we also need to do that as well. We need to start shooting. I think we kind of started to do that a little bit, but we need to be more creating more of a threat. The lineup for Bournemouth, just to reiterate, is Petrovic at goal, Cook, Soler, Brooks. I think he's American, isn't it? Brooks? No, that might not be the one. It might be somebody else. Scott, Smith, Diakite, Adley, Krupp, Hill, and Ines Ukal or Unal.
Unal.
I think is Unal. There you go, number 26 to face Newcastle United. Subs are Forster, Trofer, Senesi. Senesi, is that? No, that's not our Senesi, is it? No. Evan Nilsson, Travenier playing on the bench. Jimenez. The other one is Midsavljic, whatever his mama name. Rees, Dutton, and Gonzalez. That's easy for me to say. Gonzalez. Keep it simple, man. Gonzalez, Rodriguez, Gutierrez. I'm all
Jimenez.
about that.
Yeah, you're all right
exactly.
with that,
I'm
aren't you?
good with that stuff. For Newcastle United, the subs are Pope, Hull, Joe Linton, Gordon, Alex Murphy, Bruno G, Sean Neve on the bench, Lewis Miley, and Alabi. What's Alabi do?
Alabi, he's a
what's Alabi do for a living?
Yeah, he's a 16-year-old midfielder. He's got a hell of a lot in front of him. That's what I said. That is where our academy is starting to look really good and fresh, and it's the under-18s that are making the headlines. But for me, I like to see this kid have a few minutes if we can today.
Yeah. No, it seems like he's doing well, and he's earned a spot right now on the FA Cup. Lineup for Newcastle, or not a lineup, but the team for Newcastle United. Just to remind you folks, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, become a member, and enjoy exclusive content. Right now, only one tier, so sign up for your membership club, enjoy exclusive content, exclusive perks. So please go in, and also the player scores after this game with Michael and Ian McKay, who's going to be joining us on the match reaction. So, and also the match reaction coming up after the game, after full time, with the open phone line, so you can call in and have your say. So please do so. And also you can super chat and highlight your comments and help the channel grow. So please do that if you can. Super chat or gift memberships away, folks. That's the lineup for Newcastle United: Ramsdale, Trippier, Botman, Tonali, Wissa, Barnes, Chiao, Livramento, Voltamata, Willock, and Ramsey. Very excited for this. I think everybody's concern right now is not concerned, but everybody's thought process is Voltamata and Wissa playing together. How's that gonna? What's that gonna? What's that gonna feel like? Who's how are they gonna play with each other? Some people might have a thought of, I hope they do well, because if they don't, then we're not gonna see them again. You know what I mean? And again, it could happen that it doesn't look good, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't work. You just got to keep working together. It's kind of sort of like center backs. You know what I mean? They want to be used to each other. They gotta be used to how they run. What Wissa does, if he looks for the goal all the time, and Voltamata there, what Wissa likes, and Wissa what Voltamata likes, and they're bouncing. I don't think it's gonna be a fixated role. Voltamata is a 10 and Wissa up top, and then that's how it's gonna be. No, they're gonna be bouncing off each other. They're gonna be rotating, not. They're gonna be playing off each other. So it takes practice, in my opinion. So yeah, that's a good one. Wissa wing says Would-Be Farmer. It would surprise me. Two things would surprise me. First of all, it would surprise me that this lineup would be 4-3-3, but it also would surprise me that Eddie Howe would change the 4-3-3. So either way, I'll be surprised. Because Wissa can be a winger, can do wing work. I just don't know that Eddie Howe would do that right now. But again, that could be wrong. I also don't think that Eddie Howe would put Voltemada as a winger. You know what I mean?
No,
So
definitely not.
I'm forced to believe that the formation tonight will change.
Yeah, I think 100%. I think we'll only see it really for the first half as well. I think maybe 10, 15 minutes after that. I think it'll be one of those, if we're winning, he'll change it up back to the 4-3-3 if it's not already. And then, probably bring Gordon on for one of them, play Gordon on the left side. The thing that's sort of making me think is, if we aren't in the lead by that 60th minute point and we're pushing, let's be honest, he is going to take one of Voltemada or Wissa off. If, albeit both of them can't last the 90 minutes, who finishes the game up top? Is it Sean Neve, Anthony Gordon? Because he said, I wouldn't really want to play both of our only fit strikers a while back. And I'm thinking, Sean Neve hasn't had a chance for us. Is this the time he gets it? Or is it just one of those where we'd end up with Gordon, that false 9 again? What do you both think?
Well, like I said, it's a difficult one because we've got Man City on Tuesday. I think, if I'm honest with you, it's a 4-3-3 the way it's set up because we haven't got 2-6 in this side at all. We've got 5 very forward-minded thinking players, if you like: Willock, Ramsey, Wissa, Barnes, and Voltemada, which leaves Toon Army on the back boiler, if you like, sitting a little bit deeper. So I think it will be a 4-3-3. I think Eddie Howe's potentially looking at this game to say, try and get the goals early so we can make early changes to try and shut shop. I don't know. It's a very interesting one. And like I say, whether we do see the youngsters come on board and Anthony Gordon and Neve go through the middle, I'll be doubtful. I think Neve will go through the middle potentially. Gordon will go on the wing either side. So we know Eddie Howe doesn't like to change formation. He likes fluidity. He likes them to be continuity within the squad. But it's just an interesting thing to see both our forwards getting a start. And again, I can only assume that he's playing them early because he'll want them both to be fit for Tuesday's game as well. So giving them an early start, maybe up to 60 minutes, and then they're both off. They'll both be pulled.
Yeah, makes sense.
Let's go with some comments from the chat right now and see what people are saying, what people are feeling right before kickoff, ladies and gents. Don't forget that we got the live match commentary, so smash the like button if you want to stay with us, react with us. We'll put the timer on your screen. We got a new system now where we can just press buttons and put the live score, and everything looks professional and honky-dory. So stay with us, hit the like button, and of course, try not to spoil for everybody else. Ivan Lee says, or Ivan. I think you guys call him Ivan, but it's Ivan, I think. In Spanish it will be anyway. When we needed to chase the game, Eddie Howe wouldn't put 2 strikers on, but the lineup today shocks me. Seems to me we are going all out for minute 1. It could be. To be fair as well, one thing that could help the 2 strikers up front, I don't know if you agree with me, is that the pressing can come back. Because Voltemada doesn't have to press all by himself in that whole area. If you got 2 players going at the same time, pressing, it's a lot better. And then if you got Barnes and probably Willock on the left, also doing that, I'm putting it in. I'm thinking about it. Wouldn't it be a little bit easier to press, as opposed to just having Voltemada there, trying to do all of that, or having Wissa up there with Voltemada? I would assume it would be a bit easier to start with to the whole team, to the whole up front to press. Maybe I'm being wrong. I don't know, but
you've got pace in the middle of the park, which allows you to do that. And I think that is where, if you look at, J7's not really pacey. We know Bruno isn't really that pacey. Tonali's the other one that can recover if we get caught behind. So what I like about this is, apart from your Voltemada, if you like, who's your kingpin, and you only really want him to go and sit on the keeper, I don't really want to see him being moved left to right. Harvey Barnes and Wissa can do that role. and then you get your press from Willock and Ramsey, and maybe Tonali hits the half space. I think you've got the right team here to close them down high up the field. So you're absolutely right. I think this could be where you see us return to that high tempo, high press range.
I think it's one of those as well that even if we don't play sort of in that high press style, I'm really excited to see what we do on the ball, because the one thing I always think about Voltemada is there needs to be one player ahead of him at bare minimum. He is so good at sort of dropping deep, knocking it to the side, but then the issue is that there's no one further ahead. So then he's the player that has to make that little run, the 1-2, and he hasn't really got the pace for that. Wissa being there, let's be honest, we've already seen he loves getting in behind. He's a bit of a fox in the box. Going to be one of those where I can see a lot of movement today from the midfield into Voltemada, then into either the midfielder on the other side or Harvey Barnes, and then straight into Wissa and behind. That little triangle, I think, is one of those where, I mean, we love the triangles. Let's be honest, we see it all the time with the fullback, centre mid, and the winger. I think a little triangle between including Wissa, Voltemada, and Barnes, that could be something that I'm really excited to see, and I hope we do. And I'm just not just making stuff up off the top of my head.
Yeah, no, you got a fair point there. Let's go through some scores in the FA Cup right now, ladies and gents. On the third round, well, today there's a lot of games. A few games that were played today. Crystal Palace losing. A lot of Premier Leagues are playing today. Crystal Palace losing to Macclesfield. Macclesfield, sorry. 2-1, Crystal Palace. They're the holders. How can they lose against Macclesfield, wherever you want to name them? What the heck, man? That is. Everton and the Mackems going at it right now. A minute 105. Right now, 1-1 tied. The Mackems. Hopefully, Everton do us a favor on that. Well, they're both Mackems, really, in disguise. One of them, at least. So the Scouts Mackems and the Purple Mackems going at it. So I don't know which I prefer Everton to win, but they're going at it, of course, over there right now. 1-1, 105th minute. Lord have mercy. Is it extra time, or do we go straight to penalties?
Extra time and penalties today.
Extra time and
no
penalties.
Replay.
Okay. There you
and
go.
No VAR today, which will be interesting.
And no VAR, but the FA Cup ain't got no money. The FA ain't got no money for all teams. But to be fair, I mean, there are a lot of small teams that don't have. How much can it cost, man? How much can it cost? Anyway, that's another topic. Wolves beat Shrewsbury 6-1 today after full time. 6-1 Wolves doing the thing. They're probably the worst Premier League team in history, I think, based on stats. Wolves beating them 6-1. And then you got Cheltenham. Is that how you say it? Cheltenham. There you go. Losing to Leicester City 2-0 today. Other matches that are going to happen this week, kickoff as well, are going to be Doncaster versus Southampton, Stoke City, Coventry. You got Sheffield Wednesday versus Brentford today at the same time as Newcastle United face Bournemouth at St. James's Park. Then you got Fulham Middlesbrough with that's going to be in London. There you go. So Middlesbrough trying to make a way there. They're probably going to get promoted, by the way. I'd like to see, what's the last time? Yeah, well, I did see earlier in this century. I did see Middlesbrough and the Mackems and Newcastle in the Premier League. So but it's been a long time.
A very long time, yeah.
Ipswich Toon and Blackpool featuring today as well. Man City receive Exeter City. So the Citizens Derby there at the Etihad. Then you got Burnley Millwall playing today as well. Bournemouth and Burton playing today at the same time, as well as many other matches coming up, of course. Another big one today will be Tottenham Aston Villa. Tottenham not doing too well in the Premier League, so it's going to be a tough one, but they are playing at home anyway. Chelsea going to Charlton to play as well, so that's interesting. Derby County and Leeds United playing tomorrow. You got Arsenal, Portsmouth. You got a lot of teams. The FA Cup is very much alive, ladies and gents. The very two last matches will be Man United, Brighton, and Liverpool, Barnsley. So keep an eye on the FA Cup that is ringing around on these days. Of course, we focus on Newcastle United as they face Bournemouth at home right today in a matter of 30 minutes or so. So, what are your predictions? As I look at some comments from the chat, what are your predictions after this lineup? It's difficult now. It's different now seeing the lineup and then your prediction. You might have said 6-0 or losing or whatever, but now that Eddie Howe has made this, to be fair, drastic change based on his own guidelines. What do you, in a positive way, by the way, I'm saying, what do you think as far as the prediction is concerned?
Well, I put down 2-0 even before I saw the lineup. They've lost a lot of firepower, and like I say, I think what we have got to be is a little bit tighter on the ball. Again, there's still danger men for Bournemouth, but I've just got a feeling that this is going to be played mainly in the opposition half. We've just got to be careful of that ball over the top, like I said, and hopefully they've got longer studs in than they had on Wednesday night, because there was a lot of people, a lot of team in the black and white that seemed to hit the floor a little bit earlier. So maybe not a lot of water on the pitch would be great, and certainly a longer stud would also be perfect. But yeah, I'm going with 2-0, and I'm going to stick to that.
2-0. There you go, Michael.
Yeah, I'm not quite as optimistic, but I am still optimistic. I do think we'll go through. I think it's going to be a tough game. Bournemouth, they've got 7 goals in the last 3 away games or whatever it is, including 4 at Old Trafford. So I think it's going to be one of those. I know Semenyo's missing, but a lot of good players there. I think it's going to be 2-2, and I think we're going to win on penalties. And, well, it's a lottery, but I think we've got the winning ticket.
Woo.
Yeah, I think so. I think we do. I did say I think 3-0 or something like that. I'm a happy clapper when it comes to predictions. So, but I'll maintain that. I'll maintain whatever I put down. I think we have the capabilities of doing a massive damage tonight, especially at home. I think, and I don't think this is a weak lineup just because we rotated. By the way, it's again. If people are complaining about these so-called, it is rotation because we did literally rotate some players. It's not in the how people usually use that word. I mean, this team is a very, very strong team. So,
100%.
and backs my opinion that's why we should have been better than we were earlier this season. So, I think we got a good team. Livramento coming back is good. Lewis Hall getting arrested, I think, is a positive. Joe Linton on the bench is a positive. Now, some people are saying that means Barnes is not going to play against Man City, and we go back to the same old Barnes mistreatment. I don't know, but I mean, I don't know. But also, if he wouldn't play after the game he had over the weekend, then people would complain about that as well. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's funny because I mean, obviously, there's going to be a lot of people questioning the reasons why, and I've seen it. When you look at the likes of Miley, Hall, and Bruno on the bench, and obviously, we've seen now on Who Scored that at the minute Bruno's the highest scoring midfielder in the Premier League. So there's still a lot of ammunition that we can bring onto the field of play if we so called need to. But I think it just shows you what Eddie Howe's thought process is Bruno does need a break. He does need to rest, especially if we need to get the best out of him against Man City. And I don't ever want to sound as though the FA Cup means nothing for us. It does, but it's nice to see the lads getting a chance to play in this game that sometimes are forced to sit on the bench because the quality that we have got in the first 11 is a far superior than what they can create. So for me, it's nice to give them a chance. But like I say, I'm not upset with it. I think it's great to see that the fact that we have got that strength now on the bench if we need to call them in.
Yep. Let's go with some comments. Michael, did you want to say something? I didn't even know.
I was just looking at something there, and I was looking at Harvey Barnes and his minutes. It's actually one of those where he hasn't actually played as, obviously, we've been saying he should be starting more, but the last 5 games since Chelsea on the 20th, he's played 18 minutes, 22 minutes, 72 minutes, 27. Leeds was the first time he played 90, and I mean, I know that is 112 rather than the 90 it says, but I think it's one of those where he might actually be one of the only players that could potentially play again against Leeds, then 60 minutes today, and then start again against Manchester City. I'm not sure there's many others that could have done it,
Right.
but I think Barnes is definitely one of them.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was thinking about that. I think he can definitely. I would put him again either way against Man City. I wouldn't take him out. I think. Listen, at some point, as far as if you're looking at it from the right wing perspective, he's clear better than all of them. In different ways of playing, of course. But he should be starting. I think he might have a chance. I would put him against Man City if it was me. But like you said, him starting tonight doesn't mean that he won't play against City. So there you go. Easy days. Hi Chris, didn't mean to bash before. Thanks for your reply, and I get it. Cheers, mate. No worries at all. We're all for the great of the channel and the tune, mate. Don't forget to become a member, folks, and enjoy exclusive content. Michael and Ian McKay doing the player ratings after that one. So that's going to be great to see what the scores are after this match. So tune in. James Cuff says, can we get Phil on more often? Loving the positive vibes. I'll talk to Phil. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. Phil is a good guy, man. Phil, we go way back in time. Phil's a good guy. Lars says, stoked about the change from Howe, and even more so, that means there is a teeny tiny chance one of the youngins, at least a couple of minutes, maybe. So you got Neve and you got Alabi, and Miley can't count as a youngin, really. He is youngin, but he can't count. Murphy a little bit, but Murphy's old, man. He's not old, but like he's not a young cat. He just doesn't play. There's a difference, so it is what it is. Steve Waldo, Barnes obviously not starting against Man City unless he has a blinder. Yeah, well, that's his opinion. Cuff there says, big fan of the lineup, to be honest. I can see Walter Mata and Wissap playing together in trips back. Bruno and Hole getting a rest can only be a good thing. So there you go, James Cuff. Waldo, if everyone is fit, where does Miley fit in the next few important games? Well, you can put him against instead of Ramsey. Still, the right back position, although it's not his position, it's not really right now. Livermento's playing, so whenever he's 100% to start most games, I guess you will put Lewis Hall and Livermento, and Miley would have to be in the midfield. That's why when people say we don't have a big or a good or long squad, we do. We just gotta get him to play in a good form. Because now you're struggling to put Miley in. When you got Joe Linton, you got Bruno, and you got Tonali.
Yeah, I think when everyone's fit, he will be that third centre mid for us. I don't know where that puts Joe Linton, but it's one of those. Miley is unfortunately better, but I think it's one of those as well where I think for Manchester City, you might just see is Miley backing it right back, and then Jacob Murphy on the right wing. So we almost go into that back five like we saw against Palace, where Miley is almost third centre back, and we try and hit them a bit more on the break. I mean, I'm not a massive fan of the idea of Murphy starting just because he hasn't been in great form. But that's really how I could see it, actually, looking at that lineup and what it probably means for City.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Then we got more comments here coming from all of you out there, so please keep them coming. The Awesome Inc. says, we also had many opportunities to win against Chelsea and missed our chances. Kev says, I've just come online and my eyes are deceiving me. Big Nick and Wissa both starting. Yeah, I think we were all shocked for a good while. Wag says, I do not subscribe to the Walter Mata as a 10 theory. We only have two players that could play as a 10, and they're Miley and Bruno. I'm not necessarily agreeing with Miley being a 10, but I would put Barnes in there. Barnes could play a 10 easy. Matter of fact, if you really think about it, against the last game that we played, he was a 10 man. He was all over he was in the middle, on the sides. He was all over the place. That's what a 10 does. He was all over the place. But we don't play with a 10 usually. So anyway, Summer Price says the lineup is a joke. Lewis Miley and Lewis Hole and Bruno not in FFS. Well, again, you got to make some type of rotation as well. And again, it's not a weak lineup. It's not a weak lineup at all. Not at all, man. I wouldn't mind playing the Premier League with this lineup, or even Champions League. There's nothing wrong. I mean, you would assume that there are much more important players, as far as obviously Bruno not being there, and if you want to argue Joe Linton in the last few games or Pope over Ramsdale, whatever, of course. But I mean, so you can make this lineup strong, but it doesn't mean that this is not a strong lineup. So at some point you have to try to move players around. But anyway, Cuff says, I'm enjoying Chris trying to pronounce these small English towns. Can we make that a feature on the Friday Neat shows? Yeah, well, you know what? That would be lovely because they knackered me, man. What a way to complicate the English language, man. Start speaking American, man. You know, you'll learn a few things. Gary Isaac says, ask the American to say Worcester. Worcester, man.
What's that?
Worcester. Worcester. Worcester, man. Hey, is that where Worcestershire sauce came from? That you put on your steak?
Worcestershire.
That's the sauce, man. Worcestershire sauce you put on steaks, man. Anyway.
Proves it while one does.
Michael says no one at the club fault Ruben tried to keep him, but Isak was adamant on the move. That thankfully he's gone. We've moved on. There you go. Tuna says, Chris, you said Eddie will never play Wiss and Walter Mata together. Well, I was wrong. He did it. It took him a while, to be honest. I don't know if I put anything tied to my statement. If I promise anything, let me know and bring me the clip. Bring me the receipts. If I did that, maybe I said I took my shirt off or something. Whatever. Bring me the receipts. I don't know. I'll make Michael take his shirt off. I've already done it once. I've already done it once. Steve Wilder says, play well with this team, and it will be a great boost for the rest of the season. There you go, man. Those are the comments right now. The biggest question tonight, I don't know, was SofaScores. When they make changes, they play, the website plays it safe, you know, to where kind of Eddie Howe has been doing early. So I'm assuming they would have a 4-3-3 outlook, but it'll be interesting to see what truly the formation is, because if he does change the 4-3-3, that's already going to be the biggest changes. I think playing two strikers together after a long time is already a massive change for Eddie Howe. But if he changes the 4-3-3, that's Eddie Howe on steroids. You know, so that's usually not what happens. So what would it be? What can it be, really? If you do a 4-2-3-1, how do you play?
You could see this as a 4-1-4-1, as daft as it looks, because you've got that many attack-minded midfielders, wingers. Like I say, I think Whistle will start on the left-hand side. Barnes will start on the right. Like I say, he's done it for Congo, and he looks very efficient at it. Ramsey can play out on the left-hand side. Willett can play out the left-hand side. They can all play out on the right-hand side, as it looks. So maybe you're going to get fluidity. Maybe you're going to get players literally dropping into the half spaces to allow the likes of Visser and Voltemada to link up a little bit closer. Maybe Rams and Tino Livramento go down that left-hand side a little bit more than we actually see. As Michael's already mentioned, Newcastle love triangles, you know, literally formation from the back line, Trippier, Willock, Barnes, Livramento, Ramsey, Wisser. For me, it's about building them relationships, because it literally is blocking stones now for me. Get the foundations right, and this could be something that we haven't seen before, and that's movement. I think sometimes Newcastle have been guilty of becoming a little bit static off the ball. We stand wanting the ball, but we don't actually move into that space that hurts the opposition a lot of the time. And like I say, I think, again, that's why we've seen a lot of players, as we saw with Malik Chow. You know, he fell over. Everybody was questioning why he fell over. To me, I think he was in two minds of where to deliver the ball, because there wasn't that many options in front of him. And by the time he's done that, the ball's fallen away from him, and it looks really clumsy because he's swinging a leg at it and he loses his balance. And again, I think, you know, you can't not blame just him. I think sometimes there's a lot of players on that field of play just guilty of not moving into the right space at the right time and static. And I think today there's a lot of players on this, especially in midfield, that like to rotate out to the wing. So I'm hoping Willock and Barnes can exchange places a little bit. Maybe Trippier, hopefully he's got it in his locker to get past the halfway line. We may see Trippier do a mile and come and sit in the 6, which frees up a little bit more the likes of Tonali, and Trippier just go on the in front of the halfway line, takes a bit of pressure off the back line. So there's so much to this. And I mean, I think Farmer has put it in there. I think he's put 3 or 4 different tactical setups that this could go into. And the word fluidity speaks volumes for this one.
Yeah, 100%. I
And
almost see the potential Volta role being like something not quite, but what we saw Bobby Firmino do at Liverpool, where he was never the main striker, but
Absolutely.
he was the one that would get you 10, 15 goals in a campaign, but it was the two wingers who you'd want to get the majority of the goals. And to be fair, Barnes, I feel like Barnes fits that perfectly. It's just the other two where, well, the other options, should I say, really haven't kicked on and got the goals that would allow you to do that. But having Wissa there, who knows, we might be seeing something that we do all the time in 6 months.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very much so. SofaScore maintains the 4-3-3 as expected. They do have Tonali in midfield, Willock on the right, Ramsey on the left of midfield. Voltamara is a 9, Barnes on the left, and Wissa on the right. I would agree that having Barnes there with Wissa, then I would probably just do Wissa on the left. If we keep in the 4-3-3, just kind of do similar to what he's doing in Congo, he definitely does it. And he also has the opportunity to cut inside and shoot, which, he can do. And also Barnes, but Barnes is probably a bit better with his left, and he certainly can do a job. So I would put Barnes on the right if we're keeping the 4-3-3, which could happen, but we don't know. But that's a very it's just good. It's good to see that there's some change and there's some proactiveness when it comes to this lineup that we haven't seen really in other times. Pika ridiculous how we have to bounce between streaming services here in the U.S. to watch these games jerking me around. I know I had to buy ESPN Plus here to watch the FA Cup. So that's criminal, but it is what it is,
At least you have the option, unlike us in the UK.
Don't get the option.
Yeah, that's true. That's very much true. I guess the Mackhams are going to penalties with Everton. So keep us updated when it comes to that that one right there. But anyway, that'll be an interesting how it develops. If they go, there's no brackets in the FA Cup like they're on one side or this and on this side. And I mean, can we if they get through, can we play them? Is what I'm. Is what I'm.
Well, if we get through as well, you can.
Well, that's right. Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing. I don't care if they get through. We've got to get through first.
I know that's we got to get through. That's a massive part of it. I mean, I think the probabilities of us doing that they're pretty high. But we're still going to have to get it done, which is interesting. I'll let you guys carry on meanwhile I sort the background match and everything else. So.
No problem. So let's have a quick look at potentials then. We've got Thomas Bramall in charge of today's game, second Magpies posting of the season for the Sheffield Whistler. He was in charge of the home draw with Spurs in the 2-2 draw in the Premier League. A couple of interesting points if you look at them. They've also had a free agent, a former Magpie keeper, Fraser Forster, join the Cherries for the remainder of the season. Ahead of the Tyneside, Andoni Areola's side ended their 11-game winless run in the Premier League with a 3-2 home win over Spurs. And as Michael's already said, they've certainly got the firepower. I just think at this present moment in time, they are a little bit weak as it goes up top, losing. Obviously, Semenyo's never going to be an easy fill, but obviously not having a main striker as well. With Eva Nielsen and and Kluivert obviously missing, who scored the hat-trick against us in that 4-1 home drubbing. I was unfortunately to witness at St James's Park. What a day that was. That was awful when he got that.
When Bruno scored the equaliser, you were thinking there,
here we go.
Get back into it. We're going to steal it. And then, Bournemouth kind of just turned it on, didn't they? Like they can do. So it's one to look out for, but hopefully we've learnt a lesson.
Yeah, they reached the quarterfinals of the FA Cup last season. Having also made the last 8 in 21. So again, these are very tough opponents in the cup competitions. Like we were saying on the last one when we were doing the preview Thursday night. Areola's not got a lot to actually look at. So sometimes, as a coach, you have to think of where that club can aim. And like I say, not doing so great in the Premier League this season as previous seasons. So maybe he sees the FA Cup as the only out for the Cherries this season. So again, he's picked a strong side. It's not as if he's rotated without force. So he's still, and there's still, like Michael said, there's still a lot in this team that can cause us problems. So we don't want to just take it as a gimme. The trio of exits in the hands of lower league opponents, including non-league Bournemouth. So again, I have come across a few, same as Newcastle, Chesterfield, and Sheffield, obviously, in the past have taken us out of the competition. So we know what it's like to be on those banana skins. Ovian Fabian Shaw now is the latest addition to the injury list. Dan Byrne, obviously, I was going to talk to you about Jamal Lascelles. It's a bit strange in our current climate, isn't it, that we've got the likes of Jamal Lascelles. Again, the conversation is, my body doesn't feel right. I've never heard that from a footballer that has potentially still got minutes in his legs. I mean, I think he's been a great servant like Shaw has. He came to the club in 2011. The club was going nowhere, to be fair. He got the captain's armband. Obviously, he was the club captain for a period of time, and has always carried the Newcastle badge on his heart, hasn't he? Obviously, it looks very much now that he has seen the last days at Newcastle.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's one of those. I remember the game against Southampton when he first joined. I think we got battered. I think it was 4-1. I remember reading the stories afterwards how he just took it to everyone. And I don't know if people have seen the John Joe Shelby on the I can't remember exactly what podcast he's just been on, but he was saying like Lascelles was like having fights with Carroll in the Steve Bruce era to try and get his attitude straight and stuff like that. So it's one of those. I think he's always been a real leader. He's had his heart on his sleeve, which does make this most recent he doesn't feel right seem a bit weird. But obviously he's had the it's a little while ago now, but obviously there was a clip of him fighting in the streets of Newcastle with someone. I don't know if, maybe there's something mentally that's been going on for years that he's struggling with. Could be something right now. Either way, he's always got the support of the Toon Army. Whatever he does next, we're always going to wish him well.
Absolutely. And like I say, just before the match starts, I suppose we also need to give a shout out to Christian Atsu. It would have been his 34th birthday today. So heavenly birthday wishes to Christian. Bless him. He obviously passed away in 2023 under the Turkish earthquake, a 7.8 magnitude earthquake. They found his body, unfortunately, in the rubble. So all our wishes here at NTTV go to his family. It's a sad time, unfortunately, but happy heavenly birthday, Christian Atsu.
Yeah, 100%. Always been one of those players when he was there in the Championship. Yeah, I remember the free kick brilliantly. It was always happy moments. He wasn't always the best player, but it was one of those you could see he gave everything on the pitch, and that was enough, particularly at that time, wasn't it?
Absolutely. 100%. Are we up and running, Chris? You're muted, dude.
Good. Yeah, good to go. Good to go. Everything is good to go. We're just waiting for the signal from the match. But everything is honky dory. Let us know in the comment section what your prediction is, folks. What do you think is going to be tonight? Newcastle. Well, I'm assuming a lot of wins for Newcastle. But what would be the score? Who would be scoring? That would be an interesting one. It would be massive if both score, Walter Mata and Wissa. That would be just the cherry on top, to be fair. But obviously, winning makes it a big deal. Shout out to Queen of Heart there. My lad celebrates today, 23. Very happy birthday. Very happy with his birthday wishes on the show. I sent the shot. He was happy lad this afternoon. So happy birthday!
Happy birthday
to Queen's lad there. So 23, man. That's it's.
Can't remember that far back.
23 years of age, man. So there you go. 9-0 says Christina. I think, come on, man. 9-0.
Christina.
Need chance. Bournemouth is not a easy walk in the park, but we still should be favorites against them. But that's Farmer says Christina, pass the blunt over here. There you go. Exactly. Pickle the Goat, it says 3-1 to Newcastle. Bruno, you think he's coming as a sub maybe? to score 2 in Wissa. Bruno not starting, of course, for Newcastle United. The lineups on your screen, folks. Ramsdale, Trippier, Botman, Tonali, Livramento, Chow, Ramsey, Willock, Barnes, Voltemata, and Wissa. The biggest surprise, the biggest shocker for Newcastle today. So there you go. That's what's going on right now at the moment. Don't forget to smash the like button, folks, if you're out there. Stay with us through the live match commentary and enjoy what we got going on, what we got in store for you. Yeah, I mean, again, the biggest question is in the formation and how they're going to do it, because it could be anything, as we mentioned, this whole show. It could be anything. And yeah, I'm just excited for it, and hopefully we do get through. By the way, there is a tribute for King Kev according to War Flags. War Flags got something. There we go. Now we got the stuff sorted. So it looks like War Flags has something in store for King Kev. So you guys got it up and running. All good.
All good on my end, mate.
Looks good. Yeah, it looks good.
Amazing. There you go, man. There you go. St. James's Park looking great, looking proper right now. The audio good? I don't know what the audio say.
Ooh, it looks fabulous. Obviously, we've got the lads all in blue today, the Bournemouth boys, and obviously Newcastle in black and white at St James's Park.
Just a quick update before the game as well. Sunderland have beaten Everton on penalties, so there is a chance when we win today, we play them in the next round.
Man.
Yeah, I just hope we just start off really quick, really get at them. Again, it's about keeping shape for me, not getting bogged down. We saw how desperate at times it looked against Leeds. And I think, like I say, the last thing we need is chaos again, isn't it? Just try and keep it tight, keep it steady, and take a little bit more control of this game. I like the pace, but sometimes pace creates problems as well. So for me, fingers crossed, we get that quick start, we get that quick goal, let us settle, and then I think the crowd will give us that 12th man and carry us through to the next round. Cherries to kick off then, kicking left to right as we look at the East Stand. So again, Newcastle doing their favourite for second half, facing the Gallagher. We're just waiting for the referee to make sure that he's happy.
All blue for Bournemouth.
All blue. And we're off. And again, Bournemouth again just go on that diagonal long, and it's Chow with a header forward. And straight away, the ball is Scott from distance, from about 25 yards on the angle, getting it out of his feet and getting a shot towards Ramsdale, which goes wide. Again, that's how they're obviously trying to get that ball into the final third of Newcastle, and then trying to get shots in and around the box to try and get Ramsdale having problems. Ball drops in midfield for Newcastle now with Willock and Tonali and Ramsey just getting early touches of the ball here with Wissa. Again, no real formation as of yet, because it looks like everybody's playing everywhere at the minute, with Barnes on the left-hand side. So maybe there has been a little bit more of a transition with Barnes and Wissa. It's come back to Botman, and Botman sees it safe all the way back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale and looking to go long again and try and pick out Voltemata, but it looks like that's gone over everybody. It's a good kick, and the header clear falls to Barnes. Wissa then trying to pick up Ramsey. Unfortunately, Bournemouth take the ball off. And again, Scott now picks the ball up on the centre circle. There's a ball behind Trippier, who sees that well. And again, got no time on the ball, but Tonali does well to get it back to Ramsdale. Into Tino Livramento, now left back. Oh,
that
it's
press
a
is
bit
really
of a brisky
good.
pass there. It's a poor pass. And again, conceded possession to Bournemouth. Cook under pressure from Voltemata. Voltemata does well, but unfortunately, he doesn't get hold of the ball.
I see a 4-2-3-1 action here, man.
Yeah, it looks different, I must admit. But again, it's a bit chaotic at the start. As thought, Adley for Bournemouth, starting on the left-hand side. So, Dirk now into Scott, and playing short Bournemouth just inside the Newcastle half. And it's gone directly out of play, that for me, but it looks like it may have deflected off a Newcastle player for a throw into Bournemouth. down that left-hand side, our right. DKT, again, it's a bit of a dodgy ball across towards Hill there, and again under pressure from Voltamada. And luckily for them, the ball does bounce out of play for another throw into Bournemouth. Good pressure that from Voltamada. Smith now playing right back, goes long to try and get the ball in and behind. And Brooks now picked up this ball under pressure from Tino and Barnes. Brooks goes through the two of them, gets a little bit of a tug. Tino does get a toe on that. Everybody looks at that one. That's a poor pass by Barnes. And again, there's a chance of a shot.
Be careful.
Yeah, Unal there with a shot again from 25 yards. So that seems to be the tactic for Bournemouth. Bit of a shaky bit moment there for us, lads.
Yeah, passing out from the back isn't working for us at all so far. Obviously, plenty of time to change.
Great ball down the wing here. Ball into the box. Headed clear by Bournemouth. They've let it bounce, and again, it's not cleared. Voltamada with the header trying to get it to Barnes. Barnes picks the ball up on the edge of the box with his back to goal. Manages to get a turn on it. Goes square into Ramsey. Ramsey now has got the options to play on the inside right position into Willock. Ramsey on the outside now into the box. Ramsey with a shot, but again, it's blocked. Maybe that can come out to Trippier.
Oh, that's not Trippier. A foul, man.
Yeah, a little bit, not with the races at the minute, Trippier, with his long unavailability with injury. So he needs to get back up to match speed. Seemed to be a little bit on his heels there and committed the foul. Look better though, Ramsey there going on the outside.
Yeah, good work.
Looking better.
Better.
I'm happy, man.
Yeah, cool. It does look like both Wissa and Voltamada are playing closer together, which is great to see. So Petrovic with his kick just outside the Bournemouth box goes long again, trying to overload that right back position. The headed clearance has only come to a blue shirt again. Unal with up. Krupi now with a shot. Again, straight away, out of his feet, Krupi. And he's got that shot on him, like I said. But luckily for us, straight down Ramsdale's throat.
Yeah, it's definitely set up as that 4-2-3-1 from the goalkeeper's kicks. It's a little bit different, I think, when they actually have the ball. But obviously players moving about, things can change. But it's definitely how we're setting up from the goalkeeper's kicks.
Yeah. Again, Willock couldn't keep that ball under control, and Bournemouth get it back from the clearance from Ramsdale. Petrovic goes to the left-hand side. Sola now picks the ball up, and again, he's channeled down the line. Trippier heads that ball back, and it's Ramsey now picks that ball up. Tonali trying that diagonal ball into Tino, but it didn't come off. It comes back to Scott, and again, Sola. First 5 minutes, it's 2 shots on target for Bournemouth and none on for Newcastle. So again, they are, like I say, on the edge of the box, certainly not fearful of taking a shot. It's clearance from Petrovic, goes out of throw, and it's Tino with the throw to Botman. Botman goes on the diagonal, looking for Trippier. Trippier can't get it under control, and it's out for the throw into Bournemouth. Yeah, Trippier looks a little bit slow at the minute, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's one of those just coming back into it. Hopefully he grows into the game. But first, obviously you can't judge a player off 7 minutes, but it hasn't been a great start for us at all.
Throwing again for Sola down that left-hand side. On the halfway line, again throws it in short to Unal. Good win of the ball back there from Tonali, who gets it into Voltamada. Now Trippier, again, pass was a bit more from Ramsey there, but he gets it back, and now we've got Willock on the right-hand side. Ramsey going out on the overlap. Ramsey into the box now, onto the corner, plays it back to Barnes. Voltamada into Wissa. Wissa with the shot! Oh! Petrovic with a fingertip save, pushes it round the post. Great build-up play that from Newcastle once they'd won the ball back.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I'm in my mind screaming at Voltamada to hit that first time, but lovely first touch, sets it up for Wissa. That's his chance of the game so far.
Superb play that. And again, just overloading on that left-hand side. And it forces a terrific save from Petrovic. Should have been a goal though, mate, to be fair.
Yeah, 100%. Great save, but Wissa maybe needs to do better.
Yeah. Trippier now with the outswinger. Again, something different from the corner kick into the box, heading towards the edge, 8 yards out. And again, it's headed clear by Bournemouth. It comes back to Tonali, dinks over the top again, looking for Trippier, headed clear by Sola. And then Scott just gets it clear now. Tonali just picks the ball up with Ramsdale just inside the Newcastle half. Plenty of time for Tonali to now find a solution, find that perfect pass to get in behind. But again, gives it to safety, and Ramsdale now Botman into Tino. Tino now looking down the line to Harvey Barnes. First time in towards Wissa. Wissa gets challenged though, and the ball is straight back to Bournemouth. The referees allowed that to go on, say it's a fair channel. Scott now with a bit of pace and space in that inside left position, but again, a bit of a mix-up with Adley, and the ball goes, and sorry, it was Sola, and the ball goes out of play for Newcastle. Trippier now picks that ball up. And again, the first touch from Trippier's pass is awful. And again, kicks it directly out of play, trying to find Tonali. And it's another easy ball back to Bournemouth. Trippier needs to wake up a little bit, get his head and his mindset on the job.
There's a lot of individual mistakes here, and it isn't just Trippier, to be fair, but he's definitely, it's a bit like Malik Chow the other night, where it feels like every other time we mention him, it's in a negative way, unfortunately. But only 9 minutes in, everything can change, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. Long throw in from Bournemouth, headed clear by Voltemada. Only to the edge of the box, it's headed back in, but Tonali picks that one up and heads it out. Again, it's a little bit of head tennis here for Newcastle and Bournemouth. Voltemada now, halfway in the Newcastle half. And again, Tonali trying to play the diagonal pass into Ramsey, gives it straight back to Bournemouth. Krupe now outside, and again, fired in by Adley, but it's too close to Ramsdale, and it's into the gloves. And Ramsdale trying to build up from the back again, just looking for movement, but slows the game down. Again, just a dodgy diagonal ball, 10-yard pass from Tonali. Just giving the ball straight back to a blue shirt.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but sharper. Like, our passes just don't really seem to have any pace on them whatsoever. The defenders could go, well, the attacker, should I say, could go to sleep, wake up, and then still have time to actually make the interception. So that is worrying. There's not really enough zip in the passes at the minute, but it's not the first time we've said that this season.
Only the second time I've seen this. Goalkeeper holding on to the ball too long. Ramsdale at fault for us, which has given the corner to Bournemouth now. They've only 8 seconds. Everybody knows the rule, and he just wouldn't let go of that ball. Corner to Bournemouth. Cook to deliver in swinger towards that near post. It's flicked on, scooped towards the back post, and Ramsdale gives it a punch out for another corner to Bournemouth. Not a good static for Ramsdale, is it?
No, I just heard that there, and I was thinking, oh, great. So
yet to keep a clean sheet.
Yet to keep a clean sheet and a start for Newcastle, which probably implies both teams to score us on.
Yeah, absolutely. Inswinger again coming in on this right-hand side. Again underneath Ramsdale, who gets a good punch on this outside the box. But again, it's just flicked back high into the Newcastle box there. This time headed clear by Trippier. But again, I don't know what he's asking for there. And Scott there from the edge of the box. So another shot that's just over the bar. Woof. They're certainly getting a lot of shots.
Yeah, they love the little first-time pot shot sort of thing. And the issue is that they're actually, most of them, pretty good. I think, let's be honest, we see our players try that on occasion and they always end up in rosettes. So it's obviously something they're training and working on, the way they play. But it'd be nice to see us try something like that a little bit more.
Yeah, but we never seem to get as much space as we give the opposition in them areas, mate, do we? I think that's the other issue for me, is the fact that there's far too much space at times in the 25-yard mark for them to get that ball down and get a shot off. So,
yeah, 100%.
We always seem to be closed down a lot quicker than that. Tonali now picks the ball up, plays it inside to Ramsey. Ramsey square to Voltemada, who sees Barnes on the outside. Voltemada tries to dink it into the box, and again, a little flicked header from Wissa, but there's not power on it, and it's easy for Petrovic to claim.
A little bit similar to the header Joe Linton scored with against Leeds, but Wissa clearly hasn't been working on the neck muscles as much as J7.
No. Wissa now with the ball back into Ramsey. Ramsey with a shot. Oh, again, like you were saying, mate. Rosehead, that one.
Yeah, I said I'd like us to try it a little bit more. Actually, Ramsey, you can try it a lot less.
You see, I always say averages. You can get 5 wrong. It's just that one on target that counts, in it.
True. If he gets one right later in the game, I'll happily eat my words.
Absolutely. Bow your head sometimes. I don't mind anybody having a go, mate, to be fair, because it certainly makes the defence then think, otherwise to come out and try and close that down. So, like you say, for me, I'm always happy to see players have a go. Doesn't always look good.
Confidence as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You love to see.
Ball's gone out of play for a Newcastle throw-in just on the halfway line there. And Trippier having a word with the referee saying he shouldn't be walking away with the ball on the field of play. Tonali now. Trippier. Again, Malik Chow under a bit of pressure there from Unal. Give it to Ramsdale. Now to Botman.
Yeah, that press is really good.
Down the line to Livramento. Again, good ball in to Ramsey there. Ramsey running down that left-hand side and again has to be fouled to get that ball back. Creepy there with the late
the running from Ramsey's been strong. The passing maybe not so much, but he's causing a real threat in that midfield with he's running between the lines.
Yeah, he's very direct at times, isn't he, Ramsey? And that's why I like him. I just don't see enough of it. Oh, Ramsdale there with a poor pass out again. Just seems we seem a bit nervous, Michael. I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah, it's one of those. I don't know if it's maybe just because we are trying something different, and it's not been really ingrained in the players, and the small things aren't really quite working yet. But it's one of those first time we've seen the 4-2-3-1 really play out. So I'm happy to give it time. I'll happily give it a couple of games, but first 10 minutes. Actually, we've had best chance of the game, so I can't complain too much. But no, I agree, at the back, we do seem nervous.
Semenyo making his debut for Man City there. I was wondering whether he'd scored, but it wasn't. It looks like one of the young guns for Man City has got it in, so it's 1-0 to Man City against Exeter. And we've got a goal kick now. So from all of the huff and puff of Bournemouth, and to be fair, they have pressed us really high and well. Krupi still looking a little bit dodgy after the after effects from that challenge on Ramsey. Come off a lot worse by the looks of it. Just turned over on his ankle there a little bit. Long ball up again towards Wissa from Ramsdale, but again over the top of him, and that goes all the way through to Petrovic.
It's an odd one because you can see there's two teams here with real quality sort of on the ball, but they're almost cancelling each other out in that final third as it stands. And there's been good chances, really, I'd say, at both sides. But you just sort of think, and the first goal might not actually mean as much as what you see in most games, because this could be an absolute goal fest.
Absolutely. And again, Willock on that right-hand side now picks the ball up from Tonali, again trying to get to the bow line, whips the ball into the box, but again, too close to Petrovic there. I want to see, I've wanted to see Willock down that right-hand side for a while now, if I'm honest with you, because I think he could be, if he doesn't want to play Gordon and Barnes in the same game and to give one a rest and rotate them, especially while he's still at the club, Willock, I don't think is a bad option down that right-hand side. He gives you something different.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think it's one of those, some of the best times I've seen us play in that first full season under Howe. Willock was on the sort of left side doing what he was doing with Joe Linton. It's clear he can do the same on the right side with Ramsey in that left side. When you think about it, as a backup for us, having Willock and Ramsey there, both big willing runners, in your backup 11 in centre midfield, that is fantastic on paper.
It is. Yeah, it is. Barnes now picks the ball up, plays it into Voltamada, just on the edge of the box, plays it back into Barnes. He's got an option to go on the diagonal, but gives it to Ramsey. Ramsey with a jink of the shoulder, gives it into Voltamada. Wissa trying to get it to Voltamada again, but again, too many blue shirts there and blocks that one, but it's come back to Chow, who finds Trippier on that right-hand side. Tonali. Trippier tells him he's got time, looks up, plays the ball into Barnes. Now Ramsey on the edge of the box, gives it into Willock. Willock now on the edge of the box finds Harvey Barnes, who gets it towards Voltemada. But I think that could have gone for a corner.
Yeah, one of those. I thought there was maybe a moment there where Ramsey first time could have got a shot away, but did very well once changing his mind and really reworked the play well there. It's a great move. Voltemada just couldn't get on the end of it.
Yeah, Smith did well there to get his body in the way because it was going to be a free header, and just because enough as a defender coming from the right back situation across the 12-yard line. And just gets his head behind for a corner. Trippier again, deep into the back post. It's headed clear, but it's not far. There's a handball there, surely, by Scott there. Referee's given nothing, and it won't be attacked because there's no VAR.
Where's VAR when you need it?
Absolutely. He certainly looked like he got both hands in front of his face there, protecting himself. He's got away with that one.
Definitely need to see the replay a bit more there. But if people were complaining about the Aronson one, I think they might have complained even more about that because it was very close proximity, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Chow now gives it out to Trippier. Trippier down the line early to try and find Willock just behind Adley there, but he decides not to carry on and gives the ball back to Trippier. Tonali again back to Willock, back to Trippier. These triangles you see in now field of play working to try and get in and behind Bournemouth, forward up towards Tina. Barnes now comes and gives it short to Ramsey. Again, who's just looking for options. Voltemada comes deep, drops it back to Botman on the halfway line now. Botman just drops a shoulder, goes past Krupi. Again, just trying on that diagonal ball there to try and find Willock. Willock comes, first touch brings him inside. Passes to Tonali. And he's got options to give it to Ramsey. Ramsey now plays into Tonali. Tonali turns with a bit of space in front of him, goes out to Trippier. Trippier picks the ball up, and again, just looking for options. Voltemada gives him that option. On the half-turn, Voltemada trying to beat his player, but again, Sola just blocks that run, and he gives it back to Botman. Botman, a nice inside ball there to Ramsey. Ramsey running towards the edge of the box, but again, his first touch just taken away from him. And Diakite there just manages to get a foot. And it's another throw into Newcastle. Back to Botman on the halfway line now. Picks the ball up and again just eases it into Tino. Back to Botman. Again, Newcastle just trying to draw Bournemouth out of their deep role. Nice little space here now for Willock to run into. Again, he's trying on that diagonal ball. It blocks off Ramsey into Voltemada. Comes a little deep. Tino, back to Tino now from Voltemada, out to Barnes on this left-hand side. Tino goes on the pass on this left-hand side. Barnes drops the shoulder, gets it onto his good foot. Voltemada gives a one give and go, but again, not the greatest pass, and it's easy for Bournemouth to get it out. Great idea to get in behind. And again, Bournemouth trying to get rid of the ball down this left-hand side, gives it straight out of play to Newcastle. Tonali feeds into Ramsey. Willock now picks the ball up, coming from that outside position. And again, it's a poor ball from Willock to Trippier. And Soler had an opportunity there to try and beat his player. Bournemouth keep hold of the ball. Scott there with a ball over the top to try and force the game behind us. And it's a terrible pass in the end. And it's a goal kick to Newcastle.
One of the things I've noticed, I can see why the stats have Bournemouth as one of the best pressing teams in the league. It does look like it hits him straight in the dome. Just going back to the handball incident there, yeah, catches it straight in the face and he takes it like a champ. To be fair,
yeah, he certainly didn't go down rolling around, did he? Like
no, it's rare you see that these days.
Yeah, it's true. Barnes went to ground there from that clearance, and the referee didn't give him anything. And again, Bournemouth trying to get this ball in and behind Newcastle for them to run onto. And again, it's a poor pass out, to be fair, from Bournemouth. And it's straight out of play for the throw into Newcastle. Deep in the Newcastle half. 21 minutes gone in the 22nd minute, and it's still Newcastle 0, Bournemouth 0 in the FA Cup.
Yeah, I think first 10 minutes Bournemouth were probably the better team, but last 10 minutes Newcastle have started to step it up, get into the gears. No major chances created since the whistle one, obviously, but looking a lot more positive, and Voltemada getting on the ball a lot more, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, I do think, like I say, the first 10 minutes was potentially the fact that we've got that many changes on the field of play. You know, we talk about developing these patterns of play and relationships, don't we? And sometimes you do find that there's a lot of confusion because players have their own individual performance, don't they? And the way they deliver the ball and they come into certain spaces, pockets of space. And if you're not used to playing that way or with that person, sometimes it can look a little bit sloppy at times, and we definitely saw that down that right hand side with Trippier and great ball out to Barnes now on this left hand side. Barnes now 1-on-1 goes on the inside, then on the outside tries to get a ball across with his left foot, but again it's a good recovery tackle there. I can't get the words out of my mouth.
Barnes does excellently there. It's one of those, I love to see it when he drives at players. I thought he might have tried to cut in on the inside, but it's one of those, he's varying it up a little bit more, going to the outside. Defender does very, very well in the end.
He does.
It's good to see Barnes run at players once again.
Yeah, Smith, for them, the captain, he's a good defender, I must admit, good right back, and can cover in that centre back, if you like, role, and he doesn't leave the player. Good ball into Barnes from Trippier from Tino. Again, the cross is blocked. Falls only to Tino, though. Comes back to Trippier. Trippier back down the line to Tino. Tino now trying to drive into the box. Plays the ball back to the edge of the box. It's Tonali now. Goes past two players to Tino. And again, the cross is blocked.
I thought I was seeing things there with Tino and Trippier within 10 yards of each other.
Two full-backs on wingers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm sitting there thinking, hang on, if they break, who's over on the left?
Yeah. And then you saw Tonali, didn't you, on the edge of the box, and you're like, hold on, who's at the back?
Ramsdale.
Crazy. Yeah. Oh, Harvey Barnes with his corner. I haven't seen him take many corners, to be fair. Maybe something different from the training ground. Play short this time. Sure. Into Tonali, back to Harvey Barnes. Barnes with that diagonal to the back stick, but again, just too much on that one. And it's straight out of play for a corner kick, a goal kick to Petrovic and Bournemouth.
I'm really liking the setup, though. I do have to say it's one of those. I know we haven't got Wissa involved as much since that first shot on target, but it actually seems to give us a bit more control than what we normally have in games, and I'm actually really liking it so far, which is strange.
Absolutely. The only thing, like I say, with Ramsey and Tonali being the deeper two midfielders, Ramsey's not a natural, and he does want to get in the 8 a lot more. And again, I just hope we're not just opening too much of a door for Bournemouth if they break through that hole, because it does seem to be a bit of a hollow there. Ramsey picks the ball up again, and he does well under the press from Scott, and he gets out towards Harvey Barnes. Ramsey now. Barnes into Tino, who's playing on the inside left position. Gives it to Tonali, who's playing in between the two centre-halves. Great diagonal ball that out to Trippier. Trippier then first time into the box. It's not cleared first time, but it is second time by Bournemouth. And again, the Adley plays the ball into Scott, who tries to get it up to Unal. Doesn't do that. Ramsey again picks his ball up on the edge of the box, comes onto his right foot, again blocked by a blue shirt, back to Tonali, into Willock. Tonali again on the edge of the box, tries to play in Willock, but again Newcastle knocking on the door here at Bournemouth, pushing them further back. It's come out to Tino. Tino now plays in Tonali onto the byline. Tonali drives it across the box, and again doesn't fall to a black and white shirt, and it's cleared by Bournemouth. And Chow now deep in his own half. Picks it up. Some nice play there, Michael.
Yeah, excellent play. It's one of those where little passes just in between, trying to find an opening, trying to move about the defence, remaining very rigid. That back three that we're seeing at the minute, three playing in the centre mid. Centre backs at that present moment. Obviously, Smith moving in, very experienced, able to hold that line for them very well. They got that Diakite signed for 35 million in the summer. Very new to the team. But he's come in, done very well. That James Hill from the academy, they're looking very rigid, looking very strong, but Newcastle knocking on the door massively, and there's a player down now, so hold a play for Bournemouth.
Yeah, Unal again, he's just come back into the side, to be fair, Unal, and it looks like his groin's popped, so doesn't look good for him.
I'd argue
Again,
that's actually maybe something that's not a positive for us, because I think he hasn't really looked too dangerous, and it probably means Evan Nielsen or Tavernier are going to end up coming on, and I like both of them, to be honest. I think Krupi's probably the one that should start over Evan Nielsen when they do play him in the centre forward, but Krupi and Evan Nielsen on at the same time, I think that could cause some real danger, and that's like a Vissa Voltamard sort of thing for us.
Yeah.
So that could be really dangerous. So I'm almost hoping he stays on. Well, he's being
like
hugged, so I imagine
he's finished, mate,
done.
isn't he?
Yeah.
So it does look like Evan Nielsen will be on. Yeah, it's a shame. Lasted less than 30 minutes, so Evan Nielsen's coming up.
Yeah, not the one I wanted to see, to be honest. When you think, oh, you can take off, I think Unal cost 20-30 million, then Evan Nielsen coming on, he cost 35-40. It's one of those you're looking and thinking, is this really Bournemouth? This spending power? And obviously I cannot see anything Newcastle spending power, but it just shows even the teams who you maybe wouldn't expect have some brilliant talent to bring off the bench, even in these games.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's it. There's no such, well, I all the years that I've been watching, Premier League / Division 1 football, I've never seen teams this close, this bunched up in the Premier League. So when you're even in the cup matches, when you face a Premier League opponent, it's never going to be an easy game, regardless of what it is, unless you sometimes play some of the bigger ones, because they do rotate a lot of their teams when you play some of the top bods. But like I say, Bournemouth have put a good strength side out, even though they've lost some names. Again, Krupi down this right-hand side gets a shot off. Again, not fearful of shooting, Krupi. Ramsey plays the ball into Tino. Tino now got a bit of room, and he's got Barnes on the outside if he wants to give it to him. Barnes picks it up deep in the Bournemouth half, drops it onto his right foot, looking it to give it to Tino. Tino now, again, trying to get options in and around the box. Tino fires it into Voltamada, back out to Ramsey. Ramsey's got the option to give it to Trippier on the edge of the box on the right-hand side. Trippier again, forced to give it back to Ramsey. Again, Bournemouth doing well just to put that block on. They go square to Tonali. Tonali goes out to the left-hand side of the penalty area to Barnes. Barnes trying to get it onto his right foot, jinks onto his left. And unfortunately, Bournemouth are able just to get it clear, but it's given straight back to Newcastle with Botman just inside the Bournemouth half. And again, Bournemouth just attacking and keep knocking on the door of Bournemouth, but not really giving us a chance yet to have a shot on goal.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because I don't know if we're too slow getting forward or if Bournemouth are really quick getting back, but there's at times 8 players in that Bournemouth area by the time we've put a ball in. And I don't know if it's just, it's not relentless, but it's, wave after wave of Newcastle attacks. I'm almost wondering if maybe in the second half, if Bournemouth are going to open up a little bit more, and that's maybe where the first goal comes, because relentless, both teams were in the first 20 minutes. But we're not really seeing too many chances now, are we?
No, good ball into the box there from Trippier, and it forces a corner there from a mistake from Cook, I think it was. And the pressure again remains on the Bournemouth side, so it's just a case of trying to create an opening. But you're right, mate. I think we sometimes do delay that ball into the box, and that does allow a lot of blue shirts to get back into position and make it really awkward in the final third.
Yeah, I think it might be one of those. Obviously, Gordon and Alanga, I know neither are everyone's best friend at the moment, but they both have that sort of pace where maybe in this kind of game they would have been able to get in a little bit behind. I know Barnes is better on the ball, but he does still have a bit of pace.
Shoot, Willock! Oh.
And then Joe Willock does shots like that. You know what? I've actually really liked Willock overall this season, and for Conte's just fired one over the bar on the half volley. I've really liked Willock this season, but it's just one of those where finishing is obviously a real problem for, well, not just him, but a few of our centre midfielders at the minute. Bruno excluded.
Yeah, I think the problem is he's trying to get his laces through that, where it just needed the side foot, didn't it? To try and guide it in past bodies. So it was very difficult to see. but you see him just lash it across the ball and just goes wide and high. Again, confidence doesn't grow from them type of shots.
Not at all, no.
Bournemouth again picking the ball up on the halfway line. Even Nielsen now just getting that ball and able just to get it under control off his chest, give it back to. It's all right. I've been passed a bottle of brown, so I'm going to open it. Tonali now picks the ball up, gives it out to this left-hand side to Tonali. Tonali now, it's all right. Tino now picks the ball up on the edge of the box again, just trying to drive towards the Bournemouth, plays it to the back stick. Bit too much on that, and it's unable to be kept in by Willock there.
Yeah, not a bad attempt by Willock there at all, really, actually. It is one that's going out of play. Just doesn't get his foot the whole way around the ball, but yeah, it's one of those where wasn't really given too much he could do with it. But another promising play for Newcastle was sort of getting around them. Actually, maybe I've given Willock a little bit too much credit with that. Looking on the replay, it isn't great either, but it's one of those sort of creating those chances, half chances, but again, maybe just a little bit more zip when we're in possession would probably be the difference here.
Yeah, absolutely. Borough are currently in the lead at Fulham. So the Teesiders are 1-0 up at Craven Cottage. Even Nielsen now just back in to position with Cook now picking the ball up just inside the Newcastle half. Gives it back to Diakate and Hill. Just trying to, again, draw Newcastle towards them to try and get the ball up over the top again for the runners of Brooks. But again, it's not really a great ball out, and Tino is able then to clear it. But again, not a great ball out from Tino. Falling for Tonali, though. And now we've got Harvey Barnes on the turn. Running down that line, and unfortunately, just unable to keep it in play there. Right idea to get in and behind Cook there, but didn't quite work it out. And there you go. Look at that. Commentary boys here get a point of brown now.
I might have to join you at half time, I can't lie.
Yeah, my missus always looks after me while I'm commentating. Good block there on Eva Nielsen by Tino. 0-0 in the 35th minute. Just, again, both teams, as Michael has been saying, it's just really cancelling each other out in the final third. I must admit, Bournemouth do look the sharper team on the edge of the box for shots. Newcastle seem to be taking their time a little bit more and then just creating more of a problem and more bodies to fire through in the other end. So again, one shooting early and having more direct shots at goal. But Ramsdale's been behind all of the shots, to be fair, from Bournemouth.
Yeah, it's one of those
only
where
clear cut for us has been from Wissa.
Yeah, absolutely. A great chance that one probably should have scored. I think from a Bournemouth perspective, I mean, obviously I'm not a Bournemouth fan, but if I'm looking at it, I'm probably a bit worried that they're just trying so hard to just route one, get in behind, and it's working on the attack right now with Krupi, so I'll let you go. But it's one of those, a lot hasn't.
No, exactly. And that is the problem, you see, when Voltamada now on the break from Newcastle. Again, we got Wissa on the left and Willock on the right, but again, good working back. And Voltamada there is asking the question from the referee. Get him nothing there, saying that he's had his heels clipped. Bournemouth will just take the ball back easily with Brooks down this right-hand side now. Again, fired in towards Krupi, who gets tackled straight away. And it's back with Tino, who's got options. Oh, that's a bit of a dodgy ball there, square to Chow, but it's managed to find its way. And then Tonali trying to find the ball into Wissa, but again, it's not directed very well, and it's straight out of play deep in the Bournemouth half for a Bournemouth throw-in. Poor in times, aren't we? You know, with these percentage balls.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, short passing hasn't exactly been where we've been good this year. So having more possession probably does. It makes sense that we're struggling a bit more. But when we're trying to go a little bit longer, and I don't know if it's, we've been told give it to Tonali and let him take it, hit it long, but they haven't quite come off those diagonals or anything that's a little bit longer. So maybe we actually, I'm talking about here, we should try and go a little bit more direct. When we are trying that, it isn't working at all, and it's just going straight back to Bournemouth. So it's a worrying one, but I think we've got control of the game at the moment. Bournemouth aren't really doing too much as of the 36th minute. I'll talk in the past so it doesn't come back to bite me.
Good ball out there into the box of Trippier there. And again, it was good play by Hill to clear that. And again, Diakite has got it out. But there's a foul on Scott there by Ramsey. But it was a great cross from Kieran Trippier. It's something that we've missed, if I'm honest with you. With both Tino often struggles down that right-hand side to get a ball in. And again, it depends on who you're working with. The delivery's not been good, but that is a quality delivery into that 8-yard mark.
Yeah, we've had a few this season where a quality delivery's been put in and there's just been no one near it. Not enough bodies in the box, potentially. I think probably was the case there as well. But it's one of those where I think too many times this season we've just not gone for the cross. And I'm not saying we haven't put it in. I'm just saying it's no one's been there to actually get on the end of it. And that's a real worry.
Absolutely. Adley there with a cross in for Bournemouth, but again, picked off by Newcastle, and Tonali picks the ball up and runs towards the byline, and he's just getting a bit of a push in the back by Scott, and it's a free kick to Newcastle. Trippier there just holding his ribs as if he's don't know whether he's got the stitch as he hasn't played much.
I think either that or maybe a bank to the ribs. There was a little bit of a tackle there on him. Hopefully that one that leads to him coming off, because you didn't want Lewis Hall to be having more minutes in his belt, which I imagine he'd be the one to come on, and Tino goes back until Miley comes on later, I would imagine. But
yeah,
there's options at least if that does happen.
Exactly. Trippier plays the ball in between the Bournemouth strikers into Botman, and again looking to try to feed into Voltamara, but it's not the best ball in the world. Brooks now picks the ball up, and again the great diagonal there from Scott, and he's got even Nielsen to aim at if he can get it in, but again Tino does really well to push him out to the touchline, brings it back to Cook deeper, and again Cook just on the swivel, trying to hit that back stick, but again it's poor delivery from Cookie there, and it's straight out of Blight.
Yeah, and both teams guilty of being really wasteful in that final third so far.
Yeah, good ball out from Ramsdale there to Ramsey. And again, Willock now just in the final third for Newcastle, plays the ball into Toon Army, gets it out of his laces, and again, all the crowd there shouting him to shoot, but just couldn't hit the target.
Yeah,
better from Newcastle.
It is, and to be honest, my reaction there probably didn't do Tonali any justice on it. It's not that bad of a shot. It's one of those, it's dipping, it just doesn't dip enough or soon enough. It's a decent effort, but he gets behind it, but just wild, and we've seen that so many times when we try that. Yeah,
it's the shape of the ball just wasn't there. If that was angled a little bit more from that shot, the dip was there, just wrong direction, so... it does look a little bit wasteful at times, but it was the right idea. Yeah. Brooks now for Bournemouth. Again, giving and go down that right-hand side. Brooksy now, faced by Tino. Again, comes on the inside, fires it on the outside. Adley now trying to find him back inside. And Ramsey there gives the corner away. I must admit, though, you were absolutely spot on there with what you said about Ivan Nielsen. If you look at what Ivan Nielsen has included to that forward line, even when they're playing on the halfway line, he's the one who's coming to try and give them that extra body. And again, that extra person where Unal wasn't doing that. He was the one trying to keep himself free, working on the shoulder of the last defender, if you like. Even Nielsen wants to come and get involved in the game. So totally different effect. Again, Bournemouth take the ball quickly. And again, it's fired in by Scott. And this time it's Wisser who clears it, but it only goes back to Soler.
Yeah, they're starting to have a bit more possession now, Bournemouth. It's one of those we're struggling to get our foot on the ball and actually play it around. But as I mentioned, I thought this might have happened in the second half. And it might have actually led to us creating better chances. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see in the latter stages of this half.
Yeah, again, trying to get the ball early to the front men. And again, it's just kicked out of play there from Trippier, trying to find Willock on that right-hand side. Just not quite working well together, these guys.
No.
But again, this like I say, this 4-4-2 to a degree at times, the way Newcastle are setting up with this fluidity, with the approach with Voltemada on the drop a lot of the time, with Wissa staying tall. But it is virtually a 4-4-2 at times, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those where I'd like to see Voltemada come a little bit deeper if he can, help out those lads in midfield a little bit more. But as I mentioned there, one of the issues we're having is that when we do get that cross into the box, he's nowhere to be found. So it is finding that happy medium. I imagine Howe's noticed that, he's not getting close enough to crosses, so maybe he's told him to play higher in that 4-4-2, as you've mentioned.
Yeah, but again, though, even this 4-4-2, I'm surprised the amount of efforts that we've actually had on target, because we've not created, even with two players up front. And again, I think this all boils down to quality into the box and everything else. We've just stuttered in the final third at times, delayed that cross, and then I think the chance has gone. You are competing double numbers against two all the time, aren't you?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's one of those, our biggest quality in the last few years has been sort of on the wings. We're playing a bit more central now, trying to get it out. Means we've got a lot more of the ball, but in those final third, I don't know if it's maybe, as we mentioned, not sharp enough, but it's one of those where just taking too long, not being able to create too much. But maybe that changes here.
Yeah, exactly. Go on, Barnes. It's fallen to Willock. Barnes picks the ball up again. He's got an option on the edge of the box here to Wissa! Wissa drags the ball past Petrovic's near post, and it's out for a goal kick. Just pulls away from the defender on the back stick, and I think it should have bulged, if I'm honest with you. Another really good opportunity for Wissa. He's offside anyway.
Yeah, so that's fine.
Yeah,
we'll forget about that.
One.
But there's been a few times in the last few games. I can't remember who it was against. I think it might have been Burnley back post, where the net should have bulged for Wissa, and we've brought him in as a bit more of a clinical poacher. I can think of 2 or 3 situations already where the net should have bulged, but as I say, just getting into it. Hopefully, he gets his goal.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, the trouble for me now is the fact that these lads, as we know, the Man City game coming up on Tuesday, we could rue those few chances that we've had in front of goal, especially if we do start to make early changes in the second half.
Yeah, 100%. I think it is going to be one of those where we know 60 minutes, 65 minutes, we're going to see some changes. But ideally, you want to at least be 1-0 up before you look to make those changes with Tuesday in mind.
Yeah, you've also got to remember it's penalties as well today. So you've got to tactically think, who do I leave on as well? It's like I say, especially if you want to progress, because regarding penalties, it takes a little bit of special mindset to be a penalty taker. So, like I say, there's more to it than extra time as well. So you've got that extra minutes, the extra 30 minutes, as well as penalties. So a lot to think about during this second half.
Yeah, I think the worst thing that can happen for us is it goes to extra time and penalties, because you don't want that extra 30 minutes. And let's be honest, it's mentally draining as well, particularly ahead of the game against City. Like, we're going to be mentally drained after that, I think, watching it, never mind playing in the game. Yeah,
well, playing Exeter, Manchester City have allowed themselves to make lots of changes. So you can imagine the City side that will be facing us on Tuesday night. So they're going to be fresh, and you're absolutely right. We're into 2 minutes of injury time. Botman plays the ball out, and again, Tino and Barnes trying to drive themselves down this left-hand side. Again, not a greatest ball by Barnes to Tino, and it falls back to Bournemouth on the halfway line. Bournemouth now, Smith from Brooks plays the ball into Ivan Nilsson. He gets it down, trying to get Adley in and involved on that right-hand side. He plays it back towards Ivan Nilsson, but it's just in front of him. And again, Newcastle break. And there's got bodies over here if they go for it. No. Go on, pass. Oh, where are you going?
Ball.
Where are you going?
The idea is a terrible one. Yeah. It's not a terrible one, but it's not the right ball in that situation.
No, there's nobody running in the middle. I mean, and Willock picks the ball up. He's driving centrally. and he plays the ball centrally, thinking that Barnes is going to make that diagonal run, and he just wants to keep the back four stretched. You could understand what Barnes was doing, staying out to the 18-yard mark lines. And unfortunately, the chance goes. Good ball over the top to try and get Wisser on here. But again, Hill just gets the in front of him. Got enough pace in his legs, Hill, to get that ball cleared for a throw-in. Wisser now to Voltemada. And that is it. The referee blows at half-time.
Certainly
0-0.
not a terrible first half. But it's one of those. Both teams have had half chances. We've had the only one that I would say is clear cut. We look decent. It's probably arguably one of Howe's best chances to get over that hoodoo. I know we've beat them in the cup before, but very rare he gets a win over Bournemouth, and I don't think we're going to get a better opportunity, to be honest.
No, I agree, mate. And like I say, it's for me, it's all about getting these relationships right. It's been sloppy at times. We haven't been clinical enough in certain areas, especially in the final third, like we said before. And it could be better. But like you said, it could also be a lot worse, mate.
Yeah, 100%. To be honest, the Magic the Cup, we could be sitting here, Crystal Palace fans, thinking, oh, well, we've just been knocked out of the cup. We're supposed to be holders for, we haven't won in the league for so long. So it's one of those, it could definitely be a lot worse. Although realistically, the way it started, you are kind of hoping for a little bit more.
Yeah. Is there anybody that stood out in the first half for you?
To be honest, I've really liked Jacob Ramsey, actually, which is a bit of a surprise. I think in that sort of centre midfield spot alongside Willock, I think Willock's athleticism actually does a lot of the legwork that Ramsey, so he's not sitting there going, right, well, I have to be back there to defend. And I think there's a lot of time where Bournemouth have sort of tried to put us under pressure. They've got side to side with Jacob Ramsey, and he's just managed to just steam past them and get a pass in. There's definitely more from him, but promising signs.
Yeah, I like the way that he set up, if I'm honest with you, in this 4-4-2, because it does give you a lot of options and it's very fluid. Trippier looked really dodgy at the start, but as you quite rightly said, he seemed to have got better as the game developed. I like Ramsey and Tonali. One goes, one stays in that midfield. Again, the only thing I would love to see is a little bit more quick thinking and a quicker development of the ball in the final third. Like I say, we've just been a little bit lax when it comes to delivery into the box. Wisser's had a cracking chance, but again, when I look back at what Bournemouth have actually had, they've had no real clear-cut chances in front of Ramsdale. Everything has worked out really well. Chow looks as though he's got his mindset back on the game after a horrendous game on Wednesday against Leeds. He seems to be back to his best. Not really been tested, to be fair. Neither has Botman. Both fullbacks seem to be willing to run down the wing. So again, we are getting the players in the right positions. Just final third balls, I think, should be better.
Yeah, 100%. You sort of, let's be honest, we've seen it in the chat here. We see it quite regularly, the screaming out for a number 10. A lot of people saying a creative number 10 at that. There aren't too many players, I think, even in the Premier League at the moment, that can put their foot on the ball and just create a chance like a Kevin De Bruyne would. And I'm not saying we need to go out there and get a Kevin De Bruyne, because there ain't many out there at all. But that kind of play, you can see it's something that Newcastle are missing. Just when Bournemouth have that 8 inside the box and they're camped in there, someone who can just have the vision to pick out that pass. And Bruno does that a fair bit, but when he's not playing, we need someone who can. And even when he is playing, there's someone that needs to give him a bit of help there. But we've definitely been the better side. It's quite positive, I would say. But again, you need the goal.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a quick wander through the chat. Would-be Farmer. I was hoping Ramsdale would blossom here and push Pope, but that doesn't seem to be the case. He's not really been tested, if I'm honest with you. But again, what we're looking for from Ramsdale is more of the passing, and some of his passing has been a bit wayward. Again, he's been caught holding on to the ball a little bit longer. So again, it does make you wonder though whether being dropped has affected some of that confidence, if you like. So is he trying to overthink his ability in goal? And as Michael said, he's not had a clean sheet in 8 appearances so far for Newcastle. So there's a lot of pressure on him between the sticks today. It does make you wonder.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of those where, let's be honest, I think both keepers know next season they might not, well, they're probably not going to be number one. Ramsdale is probably playing for a move to another club, not Newcastle. And Pope, even though I thought he had an okay game, a good game, should I say, overall against Leeds, obviously there was a clanger in there for the James Justin one. So I think it's one of those. This is more for Ramsdale. I do think this is more of an advert for a different club. But obviously he won't be thinking that. He'll still have that confidence to think, I can be Newcastle United's number one next season. Absolutely.
I'm just looking at the reaction from our chances. Like I say, there's been very few. And Vendetta is saying that Bournemouth have had 3 great chances already. Pathetic start, especially in possession. Not really, I would say, great chances. They've had shots on target that, like I say, not really forced Ramsdale into anything. I mean, you expect our keeper to save what they've offered, to be fair. But like I said, they are quick. And this is something that I noticed in previous games in Bournemouth. They're certainly not shy of shooting in and around the outside of the box. So it's certainly something we need to be closer to regarding bodies. And again, when we've had that similar situation, we often don't give... Are we giving opposition players too much respect by standing off them?
I think it's one of those where you could argue that, but I think one of the things I've criticised about Howe in the past is that it's a little too safe at times. And I think the idea is don't let them get that one-on-one chance in the box. So instead of someone coming out and making that space, it's a case of hold your ground and make sure that they don't get past you for an easier chance. But I do agree, it is one of those where sometimes it does look like, the likes of Krupi were scared of them almost at times, giving them a bit too much respect. But I think it is just sort of the Eddie Howe pragmaticism coming in there. I haven't even said it right the second time, but we'll get over that. Of just make sure they don't have that clear-cut chance in the box. If they score from outside the box, then it's fair play to them more than harsh on us, which I don't always agree with, but it's what I see. So,
yeah, it is difficult. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people asking what channel it is. When we're having our stream from America, you have to, like I say, we are lucky, I suppose, with having Chris over the pond because he's able to stream it to us. But it's not on as a blackout on all of the TVs, obviously, unless you've got something you can watch it on. The Geordie Doc is saying we are appallingly sloppy, giving the ball away far too easy. Yeah, I mean, we have been forced into the early pass at times, and it is difficult. Like I said, for me, sometimes the high press, the fast pace, sometimes makes us look very awkward at times. It doesn't seem to get the ball out of our feet. Our mindset is thinking, well, I need to be playing the ball, but unfortunately, the speed of your mind and your feet are totally 2 different entities. So we do look a little bit sloppy at times. We are trying to get the ball in the right areas. And like I say, we have just been a little bit lax when it comes to that final ball, really.
Yeah, I don't think it's just us, though. I was just looking back and sort of getting some of the stats from the first 10 minutes, which I think that comment was sent out. We had 74% passes, which means pass success rate, which means one in 4 goes awry, and but Bournemouth was only 60% as well, which sort of shows they had the better chances, and only 2 out of 3 passes were really working. So it's one of those where if you get them wrong, sometimes the quality of that one that you get right, you mentioned something similar earlier. As long as that one that goes right is incredible, we can get away with it. But playing out from the back, we have been really sloppy.
Yeah, this is from Brant. This is much better than the typical pass side to side than across. A lot more problems are being created. Just need to play this formation more and we will be a lot more dangerous. So Brant's happy with this fluid 4-4-2. And again, not everybody's sticking to the play, if you like. Again, you do see the formation change through passages of play. Like I say, you saw Willock there come on the inside to overload the midfield. Again, not like where we usually see Alanga or Gordon just stay out wide. We have seen the lads now drift inside to overload certain areas, and it's great to see that for me, because I find sometimes we are very static, very train tracky at times when we're trying to stretch play. And with Willock, like I say, having this free mindset again to play anywhere, as we saw at the end there, when he did play the wrong ball, to be fair, in the end of it. And again, that is where it's become a bit sloppy for us. We could be a lot better. I think this is, for me, going forward, does allow a plan B for Eddie in Newcastle, if you like.
There's no such thing as a plan B.
Brandt says it again, playing with a lot more freedom going forward. And again, that's something that we've seen. It's coming up with some good ones, Brandt is, to be fair. Trips has been pretty open a few times, making a run down that right and being overlooked. Yeah, I think obviously with Trips just coming back into the side, and we, again, we hate to keep repeating ourselves. Lots of different partnerships have been built. And again, because Willock is playing on that right-hand side, sometimes drift inside, he's moving, he's making Sola, whichever way you want to pronounce his name, coming from that left-back position. So he's becoming narrow, and that does open the gap up for Trips to try and attack. And again, I think the emphasis of Newcastle, and again, we always see it, he's very left side dominant. And it's usually that drifting ball to the right back stick. But you've got to have the right player for me to attack that back stick with doing that. We know the quality of Harvey Barnes. What we've lost in this game that we've gained with the likes of Murphy. Murphy doesn't always narrow when he comes in from that right-hand side. He directs himself towards the back stick. And really, we've only ever seen Willock, who was, as you said, was unlucky the first time you saw it. He wasn't that quality when you watched it a second time. He come towards that back stick. And that's what I said. For me, you have got to remember that this is a new formation, a new number of players in there. There is going to be times where we look a little bit not at our best. But I've liked what I've seen. I really have. It's like I say, it's been a credit to the lads, because they have put it out there and created half opportunities. And like I say, it's just, for me, has been that final ball.
Yeah, 100%. I think a goal really opens this game up. Bournemouth have kind of come in St James's Park and gone, right, we're fairly confident we can sit back and try and hit you on the counter-attack. They've been pretty well, particularly with Krupi going forward. Adley's been pretty decent as well from what I remember seeing of him. I think it's one of those on our side, every time we get the ball, unless we're in their box in the first 7-8 seconds, they've got 7 or 8 players behind the ball, and it's going to be like that in the box, and it's going to be like that going forward. So I don't know if we're really at the position in the game to make it that sort of ding-dong battle of one goes up one way, the one goes up the other way. We are going to keep this control of the ball. I think it is going to be a little frustrating for people. We'll probably have 65% possession second half for the first 20 minutes. Maybe not create all that much, but that's what we mentioned, maybe a lack of creativity. But come the end of the game, if it's still like this, I could see it being a real ding-dong. No one wants extra time. And this is a good team as well. I know they're not in form, but you look at that side and you think there is some really good players in there. So it's been a decent start, good first half. I would like to see us, obviously, try and be a little bit more sharper in our pass and play. Not take too many touches in that sort of field before sending it out wide. But again, I can't complain with the 0-0 at half-time against a solid Bournemouth side that have set up to defend. Once you break them down, very different game.
Absolutely. Thank you, Adrian. Gary and Michael are a canny commentary duo. Thanks, mate.
Thank you, buddy.
Christina Cage is, hey, listen, Christina. Krupi has a cute name, says Christina. Listen, Fabian Shaw, if he's watching, he's going to be jealous, mate. So just be careful what you're saying. But that is the only praise she's going to give Bournemouth. I tell you, I saw V for Vendetta. Not really happy with Willock. Willock has a very cute, low IQ footballer. Thick as a castle wall. Trippier bursting forward, not tracked, but now pass it to someone who is marked. He wouldn't get into my son's weird side lane.
I do love the over-exaggerations we see sometimes. They do make me chuckle very much. So more of them if you can in the chat.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But, the lads are saying we should have made that pressure count a little more at times. I think
100%.
potentially we have left, let them off a little bit, and we are guilty of that a lot of the times, haven't we? And if you look through this season, which has been, start of the season has been pretty poor, through our dominant spells, we haven't got the goals when the dominance has obviously clearly given you the opportunities to score. And that to me is where I think we do lose a lot of the opposition teams away from, going in at half time, 2-3 goals to the good. You can, people will criticise what I've just said there by saying, how many times have we done that and lost the game? But, it's always nice to have that pat on your back from the gaffer. And that's all I'm saying, because you've done what you've done correctly in the first half. If you come away winning the first half, then you've done what the gaffer's asked you to do. Like I said, all the praise for doing the correct things in the first half, but if it's still 0-0, have they still got a chance? Well, of course they have.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's going to be one of those. I think Howe at half time probably wasn't annoyed with the team or anything, but they will be saying, look, we need to be a little bit quicker, need to just get attacking game a bit more free flowing, and we'll win this game, because we've seen the signs. We are a decent team. Bournemouth are as well. There's no doubt in that, but we've had the better chances. We can really kill this off if we get the first goal early on.
Yeah, Magpies are back on the field of play, ready to start the second half. And again, I've not seen there's any changes yet. So again, it's the same setup as we go forward. And it's Newcastle now kicking towards the Gallagher, all the way back from Tonali to Ramsdale, who again looks to launch this ball out to that left-hand side. And that has gone straight out of play. He's obviously been training too much with Popey.
It's a Nick Pub special right there, isn't it?
Absolutely, mate. And that's frustrating, if I'm honest with you, because like I say, it just gives the ball straight back to the opposition. Tino with the winning header, and that's come to Voltemade, who again has just lobbed it into the centre circle, and it's fallen to a blue shirt. Krupi now has got this ball up, and again, Bournemouth from the halfway line trying to build some momentum, getting into the Newcastle half. There's Solar on the left-hand side with number 6. And again, just going all the way back from Diakite to Petrovic in goal for Bournemouth. Again, looking to hit the lines down this left-hand side. And again, just being forced backwards to Chow from Trippier. Trippier plays the ball square to Tonali, and again, just gives it back to Trippier, who fires a crossfield ball into a dangerous area. But luckily, Voltemade does get hold of that, but in between two Bournemouth players. Tino again with a hospital ball up towards Barnes, but again it does fall to a black and white shirt. And a bit sloppy again at the start of this second half with some of the passing. It has gone to a black and white shirt, but as Michael has said previously, it's a bit without pace, without commitment, if you like. Ramsey now again goes square. Again, Voltemade trying to find that ball forward, and again it just doesn't quite get to the right player. And again, Tonali under pressure gets the free kick. Tino now, again, 5-yard pass from Tonali. Tino goes out to Trippier on this right-hand side. Lots of time for Trippier to try and hit the box. Ball had come out centrally, but unfortunately not to Tino. But it has come to Botman. Decides to go to Chow. Gives it into Tonali, just inside the Bournemouth half. Back to Botman. In the triangles now to Chow, who decides to go all the way back. And again, trying to create a little bit of space in front of him by going square to Botman. Botman down the line to Harvey Barnes. Barnes gets a little bit of a push in the back from Cook there. Sorry, from Smith. And it's a free kick to Newcastle. Sorry, mate, I did cut you off there. What was you going to say?
It's all right. To be honest, I've completely forgot. But I will say, just a shout out to Anthony A. We'll mention the super chats after the game, but just wanted to shout you out. Good morning from Buffalo. Great to have you. Thank you for the super chat. And I do completely agree with Wissa needing to improve his positioning, because it's one thing that I didn't actually mention at half time, but I did pick up on. So thank you very much for that. Love you.
Cheers, buddy. Diagonal ball from Botman across to Chow there. Really good positioning from Chow just to come out of that back line onto the halfway line. Ball up towards Trippier, who collects it first time but just couldn't keep it close to his body. And Bournemouth are able to pinch that ball back. And again, even Nielsen finds himself available. Good work back there from Willock, who gets that ball back now. And again, it's a tussle with Tonali. Willock goes on the overlap and gets the ball back from Trippier. Again, trying to get Diakite to get drawn out of that midfield, from middle of the box, I should say. But again, does enough work, Bournemouth, to make us go backwards. Now, Botman on the halfway line. Ramsey plays the ball again towards Tonali, who's gone on a higher side of that midfield. Ball out from Trippier to Willock. Again, Willock trying to get onto his good foot. He gets under a bit of pressure from Salah, and Bournemouth win the ball back. And again, it's a poor ball from Van Nielsen there, and it's given to Tino down that inside left position. Outside of him now, Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes driving himself towards that penalty area, comes inside to Ramsey. Ramsey into Wissa. Wissa plays it out to Willock, and again, not a idea. You can see there the direction of play. We just lose ourselves where we're going to play the ball. Not enough identification between plays because they haven't played together in these positions. So we do lose that momentum, don't we?
Yeah, just a little sloppy ball. The final ball just seems to be a little bit in behind, but this looks good.
Yeah, Voltemada with a great ball into Barnes. Harvey Barnes! What a ball from Voltemada! Breaks the lines. Harvey Barnes does that twist round the back. And again, Voltemada comes on the inside left position, picks that ball up from deep. A lovely ball with the outside of his foot that bends it round the back of Jay Hill. Harvey Barnes runs off the shoulder, runs in the ball. Petrovic comes to meet him, but he has the composure to put it underneath him and into the back of the net. Newcastle 1, Bournemouth 0. Come on!
Great little 1-2 there by Barnes and Voltemada. The pass from Voltemada, I was saying, we need a number 10 who can play it behind like that. That is an absolutely exquisite pass. Barnes does brilliant to get on behind and just puts it underneath Petrovic. Brilliant. We said the first goal would open things up. Let's see how it goes, because that was a brilliant, brilliant start to the second half. Where
Barnes is flying at the minute with the confidence that he's got. And like I say, I'd like him to play up front. The way he's playing at the moment, he's like I say, he's a 9, he's a 10, he's a winger, he'll play anywhere. He's like our Miley. You know what I mean? He just plays with his mind, plays with his ability. And when he's flowing with that mental capacity of being confident with it in front of goal, he looks electric at the minute.
Yeah, that Archer celebration suits him well because he is such a clinical finisher, which is something we don't say or see too often from Newcastle United wingers.
Bournemouth now with a kick-off after that conceding of a goal. And again, a bit sloppy at times, but the lads have got the mindset on it. And it was a great ball from Voltemada. Bournemouth again on the halfway line, again just firing the ball forward. Chow with a header on that just loops it up again to try and get Voltemada on the halfway line. But it's a little dink to Cook, who's surrounded by black and white shirts. And Diakite finds Scott, who's able now to run into a little bit of space. Tonali comes across to slow him down, fires it back towards Soler, who again looking for that diagonal ball towards Eva Nielsen, but it's headed up in the air. And Tino now just pulls the ball down and gets it to Ramsey. Nice and cool there from Tino. On the diagonal now inside to Tonali, gives it back to Tino. Tino with the option to find Ramsey, but decides to go back to Botman, who's got a little bit more time. And again, a little bit of a dodgy ball from Tino there. Eva Nielsen. Oh, great save from Ramsdale. Because, again, this is what we were saying. Those balls aren't fast. They're not fizzing to each other. They're just too delicate. Scott on the edge of the box, gets it out of his feet, fires it in, but Trippier blocks that one. And again, it looks like it's going to go out to a throw-in for Bournemouth.
Yeah, too lethargic from Newcastle there at the back. They had a little bit of pressure. We've tried to ease it. Livramento, Tonali, Ramsey just playing it between them. Ramsey under pressure, plays it to Tino. Tino gets it's underneath his feet a little bit, can't get the ball out, and it's a terrible pass out wide. Nielsen gets in, but fires it straight at Aaron Ramsdale, thankfully.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, quality of Eva Nielsen, he should have scored there, mate, to be fair.
100%.
That was a good chance.
That's the best chance of the game, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a pure giveaway right in front of goal. And again, running into the final third into the penalty area. Eva Nielsen's just got to put it into the corner, and I think he beats Ramsdale.
100%.
And it's a free kick in the penalty area there now for Newcastle from that cross. Let's get out of jail, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it is really worrying, the individual errors that we're seeing, and it is every sort of game now, and it is in the passing side of things. I'm not sure what Tino is even trying there, because Evan Nielsen is literally, he could lock eyes with him and see what colour his eyes are. He's that close. Just give it back to Ramsdale, but it's a mistake. The way it comes. We haven't been punished for it, unlike Leeds, where we seem to be punished for every single one.
Yeah, I mean, we see game and game, don't we? You know, like this possessive-based team that obviously Eddie's trying not to get us to run the yards anymore and let the ball do the work. And I understand it, but you've got to have the players that are able to, you know, to distribute that. And like I say, play safe, play the way you're facing. If you know the ball's not on or it's a dangerous out, then don't play it. Good ball down the right hand side for Krupi to run on for Bournemouth now. Faced up by Botman, ball into the box to the back stick towards Ian Nielsen, but it's past him there, and he's going to keep it in play though. Ian Nielsen on the touchline plays it back to Scott, who comes back all the way to Soler, and again it's now with Cook, who fires it out to Smith, and again it's just seeing Bournemouth trying to get a couple of passes together because they've not been able to do it. And again, Newcastle, with this deep line on the edge of the box, is allowing Bournemouth to get a lot of possession in front of goal there, but it's blocked from the shot from Solo there. And Diakite has been under pressure from Wissa, plays it back to Hill. And again, between the two players in Bournemouth, a give and go, are able to get rid of two players. And Junior Krupe's shot, it's come out to Ivan Nielsen, and it's 1-1.
Is it? He's off.
Oh, he's offside. Thank God for that. Again, look at Krupe's shot there from 22 yards.
Yeah, Ramsdale needs to do better there, by the way. It's straight at you at the very least, push it to the side. It's straight down his throat, and he passes it straight to Evan Nielsen, and he is offside. So, got away with one again there.
Yeah, but Krupe's shot was good, mate. And this is what I'm saying. I would throw some money at this lad. He reminds me so much of Shearer. Shooting from anywhere. Sees the whites of the net, and he's got a shot off straight away. And it's a powerful shot. Again, let off for Newcastle. Even Nielsen just running offside as Krupe has that shot on goal. Picks up the rebound. But like I say, luckily for Newcastle, it is offside. And again, are we creating our own problems at times? Yes, we are.
Absolutely.
Ramsdale now.
I'm not sure what I'd change, though, to be honest, because it's been working for 50 minutes. These have just starting to play with a bit more intent, and we're crumbling. Every time we're trying to get it to Walter Marder, just happened there, and the ball's just going through him. Yeah. So really need to do something to up the agency and actually get control of this game once again.
Yeah, we've got the goal, and again, it's that getting the goal seems to be that panic situation for 5 or 10 minutes where we've done the job now. We've worked. We've got the reward. Now let's just back off. Let them have the ball. And that's not the way you play football.
No, absolutely not. I think it's one of those, obviously, where we've been very guilty of not being the best. Let's say when we go 1-0 up, we start to sit back, and it's not like we've tried to do that here. Oh,
Trippier. That wasn't Trippier there. That was the pullback, I think. That was the pullback. It wasn't Trippier's tackle. There was a pullback there. From Tonali, and again it was just pulled back from Adley.
A bit of velocity in the tackle, but there was nothing wrong with it at all, was there?
No. I think Trippier thought it was against him, but it wasn't. Referee allowed play to continue. I mean, look at that though for Krupe here, ball in through to the middle of him, and the ball's fired in towards Ivan Nielsen. Right? There's not a black and white shirt anywhere near him from Petrovic. Look at this. Yeah. Oh, sorry, it was Adley. Adley chests it down. There's nobody anywhere near him challenging for that ball.
Yeah, the DMs. I mean, I've just seen it in the chat there. Someone mentioned that CDM position is non-existent for us. There's a brilliant example right there. I don't know if they've tried to press up a little bit more, but someone's on the ground now for Newcastle. I think that's
Botman.
Or Botman.
I think it could be. I think it's Botman.
Oh no, it's Tino.
No, it's Tino.
Could only see
look happy
for anyone wondering. We could only see the boots, so we didn't.
Yeah, where he was positioned, I thought it was Botman. You see, because all we could see, like you say, is the bottom of his boot.
Yeah,
but he doesn't look happy, mate. So something's panged. Oh, it's his hamstring.
Hammy, he's holding the hammy.
I'm holding the hammy. He don't look happy.
Yeah, I think he's Lewis Hall straight on. Don't risk him. Hopefully that's not him out. Hopefully it's one of those where, like the Murphy one, where he's gone, he's just felt it tweak a little bit. Maybe misses a game or two, and that isn't too bad. He's back on his feet, which is a positive.
Not great though for us, is it? Because like I said, we are weak in defence. That's another defender that's seen. You can see the way he's walking, mate. That's gone. Look at it. it's stiff-legged.
Right.
So that means that he's got no flexion. So there's a tear in that hamstring somewhere that's making him walk like that. It's very painful. If it's a tweak or if it's a cramping of the hamstring, you're still able to walk off without any limping, and he's limping there. So fingers crossed it ain't bad. I'm probably over egging the spoon there.
I hope so.
Yeah, me too. But he's not. He's walking off very gingerly. Put it that way.
Yeah, he is.
It's a corner to Bournemouth then. Been on top ever since we've scored, to be fair. Ball in swinger to that front post. It's headed clear by Chow and Voltamada to come back out the way it's come now. So Bournemouth pick up that ball edge of the box again. Brooks fires it in and it's just flapped away from Ramsdale. And Tonali gets the ball clear. Again, we are all over the place at the moment, but can we get a break in behind here? Because they have committed bodies. Tonali with the ball over the top, trying to find out Willock. Wisser now trying to get hold of it. Everybody's missed this ball. Oh, how confused was that from Bournemouth? Luckily, Sola was there to put the ball out of play for a Newcastle corner.
Yeah, that was a really, really odd one, wasn't it? Ball in behind from Tonali, and Petrovic just seems to misjudge it and just try and slap the ball. If anything, it's poor goalkeeping, but good chance for Newcastle.
I mean, if you look at where Wisser's starting point was, it's behind the players, though. And again, for me, Tonali has picked the player out that you don't want it to fall to. That's Willock. I know that sounds crazy, but it is true because he's got no confidence in front of goal. But the movement of Willock did cause a hell of a lot of confusion to the Bournemouth players. And like I say, they were lucky to get away with that one.
100%.
Corner to Newcastle now on the hour. Still 1-0 up. It's slender though, because like I say, it is very open at the minute. Hall with the ball to the back stick. Oh, it's off the bar. Oh, off the frame of the goal from Botman. It's come back to Hall though. Oh, it's a poor ball. Yeah, it's given straight back to Bournemouth, but Trippier does fire it back in towards Willock on the edge of the box. Willock's flailing arm has caught the Bournemouth player, and that's it.
Yeah, Trippier with a Nicky Butt-esque overhead kick there, just mentioned. But honestly, what a chance for Newcastle. I'm waiting to see it again just to see if he's free or if he runs off his man. But what a chance that is! It's
Botman off the bar. Good, it beat Petrovic all hands up there. It comes off the frame of the bar. And it's well kept in, to be fair. Given back to Hall, and then it's fired back in. But again, it wasn't a great ball from Hall, but he does get it to back. And again, it's the final delivery, flailing arm from Willock catches Soler, but it wasn't intentional. Free hasn't given him a yellow card. Bournemouth now pick the ball up in the final third after a long clearance from Bournemouth. Again, gives it back towards Alex Scott. Diakite goes back squared on the halfway line to Hill. Again, under the pressure from Voltamada.
And behind. Okay. Well,
and again, it's just forcing Bournemouth back, which is good to see. And again, drives the ball into Scott on the just inside the the Bournemouth half, gives it all the way back to Petrovic, who again gets it out of his feet and goes long, looking for Ivan Nielsen. Chow gets the header on it, but it's only fallen to Ivan Nielsen, who goes square on that right-hand side now. Fired in towards Ivan Nielsen. Shot to the back stick, and it's in. An easy tap in by Scott to the back stick. You can see it coming, to be fair.
Yeah, it's a great move from Bournemouth, but it's one of those Newcastle need to respond a lot better to those kind of passes. Chow heads it out, and Newcastle are just so slow and lethargic to get closer to the ball. It has to be said, great bit of movement once they recycle the ball there, Bournemouth, but got to do better again, Newcastle.
Yeah, but nobody follows Scott. Look at Scott here. Ramsey just sees him, lets him go. Then Trippier is again just doesn't do anything, doesn't follow the man. Just again, doesn't. There's two players for me there that should do a lot better. Ramsey on the first stage of the football, the first phase of football, and Trippier at the back stick for the second. Just doesn't go with Scott at all, and it's a tap in at the back post for Scott. And again, we've said it, haven't we? We said that Bournemouth looked dangerous in these opening sessions after we'd gone in the lead. 1-1 now at St James's Park. Sola with the ball into the box again, trying to get in and behind, but Ramsdale claims that one in the air and rolls it out quick to Tonali, who again have got bodies forward now, Newcastle. Gives it to Trippier on the right-hand side at the halfway line. Trippier now got a little bit of grass to run into if he wants it. Tonali goes squared again, gets it out of his feet. He's got a chance of a shot, but he decides to give it to Trippier. Trippier then goes diagonal across the box to Barnes. Barnes sees Hall on the run on the overlap. Hall into the box! Oh! It's headed clear there by Hill. Another corner for Newcastle. Better football from Newcastle, I must admit that one.
Yeah, it's just incredibly frustrating that it took Bournemouth to score for us to create something like that again. It's a good clearance by Hill, but it's one of those where was this 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, exactly. Again, it's that switch-off point, isn't it? You know, and allowing the opposition to get a hold of the game and take it to you rather than just keep it going, keep that flow going, keep it 0-0 in your mindset. Tonali with the in-swinger towards the front post again. It's a header over the bar from Botman. It's a bit too much on it though this time, and it's out for a goal kick.
Yeah, it is clear that when Newcastle are at the best, it is against those sort of bigger teams where, you know, we are expecting to put 8 men in the box and sort of hold out. Game like this is where you really do see the negatives of Newcastle, particularly when we go 1-0 up. We just don't seem to be able to put things to the sword, and that is worrying. But the answer, Anthony Gordon, as coming on, and you can tell whether that's sarcasm or not. I'll leave that up to everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. Trippier down the line there with Adelaide, gets a good tackle in, and it's another throw into Bournemouth. Anthony Gordon stripped. Who's he going to come on for through the middle, do you think, or is he going to come on for Harvey Barnes?
I think he comes... actually, that's a great point. It'll be Wissa or Barnes, I think. I think he'll want both of them to play and start against Manchester City, I think. So keep Voltemada on. It probably will be Barnes. Give Voltemada and Wissa up top together another 10-15 minutes. But Harvey Barnes has probably been my most dangerous player. So if anything, I don't really want to see him come off.
No. Louis Saul does really well there to keep hold of the ball.
Louis.
Rounds 3 or 4 players, to be fair, then gets brought down. That deserves a yellow card for me.
100%. Great work from Lewis Hall. I mean, we've seen it a few times in the last month where he's just ran around 6 or 7 players and no one's been able to get a touch on him. 6 or 7 is a bit of an exaggeration, but there's 3 or 4 there, and he does brilliantly well.
Yeah, you say 3 or 4 players does, like I say, try to crowd him out, but he just drops his shoulder, keeps the ball on his left-hand side, and he's able just to take that ball away. And it's a light challenge on him that gets the free kick. But again, for me, I think as good as the referee has done, I think he's let one go there, to be fair. Tonali with Ramsey there, giving a give and go in the centre circle into Willock, who's moved inside again to try and overload that central zone. Chow now being that option, that extra body down the right-hand side, Trippier on the outside. Willock goes into the box with Ramsey now just coming short on the inside right position. Ramsey sees the option to give Trippier a good ball. Trippier into the box, whisked up at the back post, but it's headed cleared again by Bournemouth and Bob Smith, and it's out for another corner from Newcastle. Newcastle have seemed to have woken up after conceding again.
Yeah, it's almost as frustrating as it is positive, though, isn't it? It's one of those where you're looking at it and going, we're starting to play some good stuff again, and then you remember why it's happened. But hopefully we get the second and, we forget that 10-15 minute period where we dropped off. Yeah.
Another in-swinger from Tonali, looking for that near post. He's going more underneath. And there's a chance off the line here from Bournemouth. He's got a body on the line. They clear it off the line. And again, Bournemouth keeper was all over the shop there trying to get something on that ball. Just couldn't reach it. Ball out now to Tonali on that left-hand side. Back to Ramsey, who again just staying in the deeper midfield role. Hall comes on the inside left position. Hall now with the option to get it in the box. He tries to. Deflection comes into the path of Tonali, who gets his foot on it, trying to give it back to Hall. Hall with a lung back to Wissa, and then it's cleared by Sola. And again, Adley picks this ball up and plays it back to Sola, who's able to clear it long to try and get Brooks with a bit of a run here. Yeah. And he's got a chance here to get a one. It's 2-on-1. Oh, well done, Botman, for seeing that one, because even Nielsen was through. Brooks has got another chance into the corner, and it's a goal from Brooks into that bottom left-hand corner. And again, it's what we were saying. It's easy sometimes when you've got the press on just to clear your lines, because if you've got runners, they can get in behind you. And that was a clear example of it. 2-1 now, Bournemouth.
Yeah, Brooks does really well, credit to him. I think it's one of those, Botman does well with the initial pass. He almost opens up that the sort of centre of the field for Brooks to go in and to curl that into the bottom corner. But can't really fault him too much there. But Trippier looks like he's carrying the whole of
Yeah, he's
Newcastle on
nowhere
his
near
back
him,
there.
is he? And Botman does well to block it. But then, what does he do the second one? He drags a leg out, gives him the option to shoot from 22 yards, and he's just used the defender to block it. And like I say, he's just guided it into that bottom corner. The right shape. The ball's dipping just in front of Ramsdale as well, and it's into that bottom corner. And it's 2-1 to Bournemouth. Whistles off.
Whistles off. So that'll be for goal. Oh, and 2 more changes as well.
Yeah,
Joel
here we
Miley
go.
coming on.
Yeah, Whistles off, and Gordon.
So two additional changes in reaction to that. No surprise is coming off.
Trippier's off.
Miley back at right
and
back.
Willock's off.
Yeah.
So that right-hand side is going to look different. Yeah. So
Again,
it's going to be interesting. I think Barnes will go out to the right-hand side. Gordon will come left-hand side. Obviously, Miley will go to the right-back position.
Again, though, it is just one of those where changes, I mean, the changes were planned at 1-1. Well, the Anthony Gordon one was almost just a bit too reactive. Now we've gone 2-1 down, unfortunately. But we'll see if they work. But the ball's firmly in Bournemouth's court now, and I didn't think I'd be saying that 26 minutes ago.
No, it didn't look like it, mate, 26 minutes ago.
Not at all.
So a free kick to Newcastle. A little bit of a fell on, I don't know who that was. I think it was on Anthony Gordon by Smith. Bournemouth now just, I think Tavernier is coming on for, and Jimenez coming on. And they're trying to keep this, obviously trying to block what Newcastle have just done there, bringing fresh legs in. We know Tavernier very well and what he can do.
Yeah, very talented player. From, I think he came from Middlesbrough, didn't he? So it's one of those, he knows the area, and he's probably got a little bit of feelings towards Newcastle, and not in the way you'd maybe like. And he is a very talented player, so going to be another one Newcastle have to watch out for.
Yeah, Adley and Brooks, I think, is coming off. And Brooks, who's just scored for them, is coming off for Jimenez and Tavernier.
Adley didn't look very happy there at all, did he?
No, he wasn't happy boy at all. Ball short from Hall up the line to Gordon. Gordon's got the beating all day down that left-hand side with the pace. Into the back stick here from a good cross. Botman heads it up in the air. Chow heads it up in the air. Morley heads it back towards the 6-yard box. Voltamada heads it up in the air. It's a lot of head tennis at the minute. Bring it down, boys. Voltamada pass it back to Barnes. Barnes clips it up towards J7. Headed clear by Bournemouth. Tonali with a shot! Couldn't get his hip over the ball, and the ball zips over the bar.
How many balls have we lost in this game?
Yeah,
at least
that one was not quite in the time.
It is better play though. Anthony Gordon having an immediate impact coming on, beating his man first time, so credit to him for that. But again, got to be much better in that final third. You're not going to beat anyone by doing throwing shots like that around.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think it was Smith had to pay to get back in when Gordon beat him there. He was lost for all space there. It was ridiculous. Now Tavernier with the first touch of the ball. Gives it back into Sola. And again, Bournemouth just happy to play it along the back line now to try and take some of that sting out of the game. Gives it back in to Diakite, and it's Hill and Diakite now playing it all the way back to Petrovic. And again, just Sola just gives it back to Petrovic under a bit of pressure from Miley, who looks as if he's playing higher up the field of play, to be fair.
I think probably one of those where it's not something that's been planned. I think it's maybe just one of those where, because Bournemouth are 2-1 up now, we've got a bit more room to progress forward. But if it is tactical, then fair play, because he can control a game no matter where he is on that pitch.
Yeah, you're right. I've just looked though. J7. Oh, that's a poor J7. Just not even looking for that. And again, Anthony Gordon's that's gonna go down as a poor pass from Anthony Gordon. But J7 just wasn't up to pace of the game at all. Yeah. Ramsey out to Hall, all down the line to Anthony Gordon. Gordon lets it go on a dummy. On the turn now, Anthony Gordon running towards the penalty box. Loses the ball to a degree and then gets it out of his feet, and the referee's going to give a goal tick. Because Anthony Gordon, unfortunately, did lose the ball between two Bournemouth players. Clever enough to get it out of his feet, but the touch was just a little bit too heavy. And it just takes it out for a goal kick.
Yeah, one of those. Gordon does have the beating of Smith every time. Well, the 2 times he's gone at him. I can't say every time yet when there's only been 2, but definitely a danger man there. I mean, Smith is a bit more of an ageing fullback, so he's not going to have the legs this late in the game. But if you're Newcastle, you're saying every time you get the ball, get it out to Anthony Gordon on that wing, because we've seen there is a bit of danger there, which we haven't seen for a little while.
Absolutely. Sola now picks the ball up on the halfway line for Bournemouth. Again, just slowing the ball and the game down there to the best of their ability, all the way back to Petrovic. Again, a bit of a press from Voltamada, but again, we've gone long. Marley's underneath that one. He gets the ball up in the air, but unfortunately can't keep it in play from that clearance from Bournemouth. Quick throw in there. And again, the ball is back with Soler on the halfway line, who keeps it in play and goes all the way back to Diakite. And again, Petrovic seems to be the option all the time for Bournemouth. Long ball again down this right-hand side looking for Tavernier. And again, Miley with the header clearance back for a Bournemouth throw-in. Very similar tactics, Bournemouth. Just keeping that long ball, looking to get in and behind us all the time in that back line. Diakite again with that ball going forward, and Botman heads that one clear. Only fallen to a blue shirt, though. This could fall to Ramsey, who skips past 1, skips past 2. But again, he's brought down by Soler. And that's going to be a yellow card, surely, this time. Yes, it is.
Yeah, good work from Ramsey there.
Yeah, very good work. Ah, 76th minute, Newcastle 1, Bournemouth 2. Again, Ramsey dances past 2, but again, that's another one that Bournemouth have had, but they should have had at least another one before that with a challenge on Hall. Ball now down to Barnes on this right-hand side now for Newcastle. Plays it back to Miley. New bodies on this right-hand side. And again, a heavy challenge on the back of Ramsey, but the referee is allowed to play to continue. And Tavernier trying to get behind Tonali, but Tonali gets a toe on it. It's gone out for a throw into Bournemouth.
Yeah, I like the fact that the referee's been letting the game go, but there has been 1 or 2 incidents where you've looked at it and gone, that's surely a foul that haven't been given. Nothing that's going to change the game, obviously, but there's been a couple of situations where I think he's maybe got it wrong. But overall, I have to say he's had a decent game so far.
Yeah, I mean none of this, the goals have come from a refereeing error, if I'm honest with you. We've just not looked strong enough in the back line at points. And again, it's that running with the open midfield that allows players just to face us with bodies forward that we just can't deal with. And like I say, for me, the first time he did well, Botman didn't do enough for me in that dangling leg on the second phase of play for Brooks to get a shot at goal. Ramsdale now goes long and over the top again to nobody in a black and white shirt, but that is a poor clearance. Barnes picks it up this time. Again, running directly towards the penalty area, towards the right-hand side. Plays it back towards Miley. Miley now picks the ball up. Ramsey, Miley. Again, Bournemouth with bodies back now, forcing Newcastle to go backwards and go square rather than forward. But I'd rather them keep hold of the ball. Diagonal ball over the top to try and find Ramsey from Botman, but it's headed clear by Soler for a Newcastle throw-in halfway up the field.
Not really enough. I want to say passing between the line, but there's not enough movement really in those forward areas. You can see the players at the back getting it up, and they're almost having to play that the old John Joe Shelby quarterback pass that everyone used to call it to try and get us in that final third. Need a bit more movement.
Yeah, absolutely. Throwing from Miley into J7 can only go back to Malik Chow just inside the Newcastle half on the halfway line. Square now to Botman. Botman gives it to Hall again, trying to bring and draw the players on. Anthony Gordon drops the shoulder. And again, it's unfortunate the ball goes out of play because Smith anticipated to get that ball forward. But again, the dummy beats him as well as Gordon, unfortunately. But it's another throw-in to Bournemouth. And Bournemouth are doing exactly... Oh, here we go. Captain Bruno stripped.
Pull us from the abyss once again. El Capitano. Feels like he's done that a bit too much this season, but he has been fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. I can only see Ramsey coming out, though, to be fair, to that middle. I'd rather see Tonali stay on. He's not been fantastic by any amount, but we know he's got that in his locker. I still haven't seen enough from Ramsey to say he deserves to stay on, if I'm honest with you. One or two spells, but nothing magic.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where if Tonali comes off, where he hasn't, it's Ramsey, as you were just saying. But I think if it was going to be Tonali, it would have just been, all right, well, we need you fit for Manchester City. Ramsey's going to feature a lot less than that, but hasn't really made the most of his start, Ramsey. We've said that numerous times this season. But teams improved with that substitution. Looks better on paper, so maybe the score can repeat that.
Tonali into the box. Oh. It's come to the back stick, but it's deflected from Malik Chow. Come at him really quick, to be fair, from that flick on from Botman.
Nothing he can do about that.
Nothing he can do. Hit him in the midriff, to be fair. So, again, a good chance to get some pressure on Bournemouth. Has gone literally awry. Unlucky, I suppose you can say, but again, just lets them off the hook. And it's a goal kick.
We've been unlucky in a couple of phases of play. It's one of those where we haven't created anything too clear cut, but it's just that final ball you're looking at and going, if we get that right, we'd be winning this. But Bournemouth on the attack,
driving into the box again, pulls it back, but it's only gone to Tonali. Picks out Miley. Miley again under a bit of pressure here from Croupier. Clears it down the line towards Voltemada, but again, it's in towards Eva Nielsen.
Oh.
Well done, Bruno. Gets a bit of shoulder on there and gives it to Hall on the edge of the box. Feeds it out to Anthony Gordon. He comes inside this time. And again, Anthony Hall is down free. It's a poor pass, though. Hall comes inside. Got an opportunity to feed in Gordon. There's a free kick on the edge of the box for Newcastle. And that is going to be a yellow card to Alex Scott. Well deserved, because I think there was a bit of a chance there for Newcastle to get in behind. Had a chance.
Yeah, 100%. It's one of those. I thought it's a great little run and 1-2 play with Anthony Gordon and Lewis Hall. Hall being the one fouled at the end. But it's one of those where just to go back to the Bournemouth one before, that sort of shoulder to shoulder, Bruno, I looked at the referee and I was sitting there going, you're thinking about this, aren't you? Because there was a little bit of force in there, but as we've learned from the old Chelsea game, shoulder to shoulder means now, so we're all right. But great chance for Newcastle here if we had a player that could take a direct free kick.
Yeah, I'd like a player who can cross a ball, never mind take a direct free kick.
Oh, wait, you're asking too much. Christmas is gone.
It's a great position, to be fair, if they can get this on target, because, like I say, it is on the right-hand side. So anybody, and we've got a lot of right-footers in this team. It looks like Tonali, Anthony Gordon, he's looking to do something. Maybe Anthony Gordon just pushes it and lines it up for Tonali to take a direct one. Let's see. It does look like it. Gordon with a shot along the floor, straight through the wall, but it's safely in the hands of Petrovic. Didn't move from where he was standing, to be fair, so I've got a good view of the ball.
Yeah, very central in the goal there. Petrovic is clearly expecting one to go looping into the far post, but straight through on the floor and straight at Petrovic from Gordon. Probably need to be a bit better there.
Yeah, Ramsdale did well there, to be fair, because he was on the edge of the box. He couldn't handle it. Heads it out and he gains Newcastle some yards, and we have got another throw in here. Another Bournemouth change coming in. Is that is Alex Scott coming off?
He looks knackered, as we'd say, but no, it looks. Julio Soler. He's looked all right, actually. It's his first start for Bournemouth, but he looks pretty competent, but I don't know if that's just against us.
Yeah, he's not done bad, actually. I must admit, Soler. Trufair's come on in front of him, I think he plays more often in the back position.
Yeah.
Louis Hall there gambled. He has managed to keep hold of it there to cut that ball out. Louis Hall now, again, getting a little bit too much attention from Jimenez, who hasn't had much of the ball since he's been on, to be fair. Tonali wants to get on with it quick. Joelinton back to Tonali. Tonali drives forward, gives it to Voltemada. Little kick away to Bruno. Bruno now out to Morley, who's gone moving further up and down the field here on this right-hand side. Tonali back to Bruno. Bruno's got a chance to get into the box. Joelinton! Oh! Where we wanted a little glance, gets too much of his hair on it, and it's over the bar.
Yeah, someone needed to push him in the back. No one's attacked him there, so he's got a good chance on the ball, and
just needs to glance it, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's rugby kickers who would be happy with that. It's terrible.
Yeah. Who said Tillman can't jump, eh? I did.
To be honest, Voltemada's maybe the only exception. Even then, he ain't great at it, is he?
No. Again, a poor ball down towards Chow and intercepted by Ivan Nilsson, but it's another Newcastle throw. Could have been a lot worse if he'd have seen what was in front of him, to be fair. Oh, referee, have a word.
He's got to brandish the yellow for that.
Yeah, absolutely. All the way back to Chow now and back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale goes the same way as it come, gives it back to Chow. Again, all the blue shirts are this side, so has to go forward quickly. And again, not many options to pick out there up top. Oh, Botman there closes his eyes a bit. The ball goes behind him, but it's picked off by Chow. Botman picks up that ball. Again, they're boxed in Newcastle by Bournemouth. Hall tries to go on the outside. J7 now picks the ball up. Again, still boxed in, but does well there, J7. Tonali feeds it into Bruno. Bruno tries to get Harvey Barnes down this right-hand side. Harvey Barnes sees the opportunity to try and get it into Voltemada. But again, his first touch wasn't brilliant. And it's a clever header back, to be fair. That takes the pressure off Bournemouth. Newcastle with the Cookie there, the midfielder, the number 6, just headering it back towards Petrovic. Bournemouth go long again. Chow heads the ball forward. Again, it's Bournemouth that beat the second ball, and it's into Tavernier. Back to now the first chance for Trufair to get the ball. Gives it back to Diakite. Again, they go long, hunting down this wing to try and pick the ball up again. Bruno picks his second ball up, but Tavernier just pulls the shirt of Bruno. And he's going to get a yellow card now, Tavernier, for throwing that ball away.
I was going to say, after the first time, you were starting to think if he doesn't establish the fact that, there are consequences for doing it, they're just going to keep going. So at least he's got it there. Probably, 8 minutes left when you include added time. So still time for Newcastle.
Anthony Gordon down that right-hand side now, onto his right foot, fires it into the box. But again, headed clear by Bournemouth, but it's out for a Newcastle throw. Hall throws it quickly into Gordon. Gordon's got the option to give it to Bruno inside or outside to Hall. Hall picks the ball up again. Back to Gordon. Gordon goes to the halfway line with Botman. Botman goes square. And again, it's back to Marley, and it goes all the way back to Ramsdale. It's not where Newcastle want to be playing this late on in the game.
No, not at all.
Oh, there's a fall over there from Voltemada, but it's got it back here into Tonali. Now, J7's got the options to bring in Barnes. Voltemada on the left-hand side. J7's holding on to the ball too much, but he feeds in and Louis Hall to the back stick. Again, it doesn't beat the first man, and it's cleared by Bournemouth, but only to the edge of the box, and he strikes the ball, and it's gone out for a goal kick. But even now, Bruno's saying that was deflected out for a corner.
Yeah, to be honest, it definitely looked like it was deflected. I mean, I don't know, well, let's be honest, Bruno doesn't always connect as sweetly as you'd expect, but it definitely looked like there was a change in direction there.
Yeah, it looks like slow motion at times, didn't it?
Yeah.
When it was going over the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a definite corner kick.
Yeah, they show us the angle that's between 7 players, which, great television.
Yeah. Ball again clicked long down this right-hand side for Bournemouth. Head clear by Botman. Again, Tonali, and then Chow up to Voltamada, who heads it on to nobody because nobody's made that run from midfield again. And again, Bournemouth just happy to give it back to Ramsdale and say, yeah, you can start to play from there, lad. Botman up to Bruno, who comes deep to collect that ball again. Marked out of the game, really, by Cookie.
No one getting near Bruno there when he's on the ball, though, is it? He's having to play that sort of long ball to even reach a player in that situation.
Yeah, all of the Bournemouth players now back in their own half. Ball fed out to Barnes on this right-hand side, back to Miley. Again, Bournemouth happy for Newcastle to play in front of them, not causing any danger in behind. Botman. Time is against Newcastle, though, now. Into Gordon. Louisall picks it up on the give and go on the inside left position. Runs inside, given to Miley, who's given that option to give him the ball and overload the centre of the park. Bartons now comes inside. Bruno gives it up. And again, J7. Anthony Gordon comes out to Barnes and it's another goal. But he's offside. Oh, no. Oh, unlucky. He fell over and he was in an offside position when the ball comes back to him. And again, we thought he was going to be the hero, but unfortunately offside.
See how tight this was, because it looked quite a bit off. Yeah. He's a good 2-3 yards offside, but he makes a brilliant run. He's not found. He hasn't really got any chance of getting back at all after that.
He's reacting to the position, isn't he?
Yeah.
And it was good stuff from Gordon, to be fair, because it was low on target for Petrovic. In the last minute now of normal time, with stoppage time to come, there ain't going to be much of that, to be fair, because the game has flowed. And again,
4 or 5 minutes, I would say.
Yeah, maximum. I think there's only the what's name. Man City have got 9 goals up against Exeter.
Oh, they're just getting them all out the way, so we keep a clean sheet in midweek. That's clearly how it's going to go.
Into J7 from Tonali. Again, promising this from the Newcastle. Anthony Gordon now comes on the inside, plays it inside to Bruno, and again, trying to find Tonali on the edge of the box, but Eva Nielsen and Tavernier picks that ball up and runs directly at Newcastle. And at the minute, Jimenez trying to find Tavernier again, but it's J7 was strong in that one, wins the ball back deep in his own half.
Oh, what Louis.
6 minutes of added time, and Krupi again only has one option, and that's to shoot at goal. Sees Ramsdale off his pouch, off his goal line. Tries to get it over the top of him, but it's off target.
Yeah, a little bit of a poor pass from Lewis Hall in the lead up that bit with what we saw with Tino Livramento earlier. Almost identical scenarios. But again, Newcastle not punished. Yeah,
Anthony Gordon now coming in towards that box. It's come towards all the way over to Harvey Barnes. Drives it into the box again, but it's the wrong ball, if I'm honest with you, from Harvey Barnes. And it's
poor.
Petrovic has been awful in goal for them, I must admit.
Yeah, I mean, other than the Wissa save early on, he hasn't had much to do, but what he has ended up doing, it's been pretty poor. I was surprised Bournemouth actually chose him over Kepa in the end when they had him on loan. But if it keeps them lowest in the table towards the end of the season, I won't complain.
No, exactly.
Just need him to drop a clanger now.
Drop it into his own net will do me. Ball long from Petrovic, and it's headed forward by Miley. And again, it's just headed straight out of play for Newcastle now with Miley. Throws it back to Chow. Chow goes square to Botman. Again, all of the blue shirts just retreat into their own half. Hall now down the line to Anthony Gordon, who again being followed all the way there by Jimenez. Comes inside, plays the ball inside. And there's a great chance here for Tonali. Tonali's got a foul there. There's a penalty.
He's given
penalty.
Great little dummy there. I think it's from Voltamada. Tonali goes on through. Keeper wipes him out. We were just talking about how Petrovic isn't that great.
What a great ball that is to Tonali. But Tonali's hurt his hamstring here, you know.
Let's see. Oh, it's not
Voltamada dummies it. Oh, that's terrible from Petrovic. We were on about making a clanger, but he's gone straight through. That's a terrible leave by Diakite.
Yeah. 35 million in centre back. That's what it gets you. I'm sure Leeds was saying the same about Malik Chow the other game, but yeah, the new big signing from Bournemouth supposed to replace the big names. It's dropped a clanger there.
Is he saying that he should be sent off, Bruno?
I haven't noticed actually.
Bruno is having a right go at the referee, but that's nothing new there, though. To be fair.
Big news, Exeter have got a goal against Manchester City, but unfortunately it's now 10-1. Oh, what on earth?
Hey, I'll tell you something now. It's a worldie.
Is it?
It's an absolute worldie, yeah. From about 20 yards into the top left-hand bin.
Oh, beautiful stuff. Well, we know what we've got to do now. We've just got to put a worldie in from that distance. Happy days.
Yeah, listen, can we... Yeah, Petrovic has got a yellow card, to be fair, which I think that is like, because he did bring him down. But he's saying that Hill was the last man back, so he was able to clear the ball, or at least defend the ball. So that's what's got Petrovic off the game, because the way Toon Army went through on goal, he did kick it to the keeper's right-hand side, and that's where Hill was coming back. So that is the only thing that has allowed the keeper to stay on the field. Anthony Gordon with the opportunity to take this penalty, and
I'm actually confident for a change. Anthony Gordon actually is a pretty decent penalty taker, works on them quite a lot. I remember last season when he was stepping up, I was thinking, no, not Anthony, but he's been better, so fingers crossed. I did say 2-2 at the start, so
you did? Yeah.
I'll take it. I also said
95th minute. Yeah, 95th minute. Come on. Composing himself before he takes this one against Petrovic. Just has a quick look at the referee.
Come on.
Referee blows the whistle now, finally.
Anytime you're ready.
He spoke to everybody. Yeah. Takes a couple of breaths, runs up.
Fires
it low and right-hand side. 2-2 to Newcastle. Come on.
Brilliant penalty from Anthony Gordon. Howe puts the most effort in on the training ground. You can see there, right into the bottom corner. How can we see that with the pens and we don't see that with any normal effort? I'll keep the whinge into a low, but great penalty. Newcastle back in it.
Oh, it was a superb penalty, to be fair. Many keepers save that, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, although it is one of those I did say at the start, the one thing I wouldn't want is for this to go to extra time.
No, absolutely. And, it is what it is, but we're still in this as we speak. So, and to be fair, I suppose you can say the changes have mentally changed the way this game has gone. And it's Bournemouth that look as though they're running through mud and can't hold on to the ball at all at the moment. So let's see what we can get over this next couple of minutes. Oh, Krupi here with a chance. Couldn't get hold of it. Krupi goes down. The referee doesn't look at him at all. Krupi's holding his face, but there wasn't anything in that. Toon Army running down the line here to try and get hold of this ball. He doesn't want any extra time. Toon Army saying, come on, referee. Come on, linesman. Give me an opportunity to get hold of that ball and throw it quickly. But he gives it to Bournemouth. And again, Truffet trying to get this ball in a bit further down the field of play than he needs to. Again, well done, Newcastle. They win that ball high up the field. Plays it into Guimaraes. Bruno now looking for options. Plays it left to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall, shot on goal, but it's deflected away from goal by Bournemouth. And again, Smith does a job in that defensive four. And Bournemouth are able now to try and get this ball forward. Cook now with the ball on the halfway line again. Voltemardo's running through mud trying to get back to Vernier now on the left-hand side. Back in the middle for Cook. Can he get a shot on goal? It comes out. Scott! Oh! Tipped over the bar from Ramsdale. Oh, Jesus. Oh, he didn't get a touch on that. Oh.
I thought that was a great strike, but I was certain, same as you, that Ramsdale got a touch on it. But let's see here. Buffer just as it got to him.
Just as he went to get exactly. Couldn't see a full shot at goal at all. We did enough, I suppose, if you like. 2-2 in the 96 minutes, so we're literally in whatever the referee decides to add on now. Going into injury time and extra time. Ball headed forward by Bournemouth, again picked up down that left-hand side, but Bruno anticipates the interception and wins the ball. Ball over the top for Anthony Gordon to try and run onto. Anthony Gordon now with Hill, shoulder to shoulder, and Hill wins that one.
Great defending, really.
Yeah, absolutely. It's coming together. The referee shows Gordon, who's looking at him and saying, he's just upset my hairband.
He's angry the hairband's got dirty. Doesn't care about the goal.
Yeah. You see, when I wear a hairband, it sometimes looks like a pineapple.
Oh, legitimately. I had someone round the house a few last week, and they were saying, "Oh, Anthony Gordon's coming to get his hair done." And I was sitting there going, "Yeah, whoever that is, he needs to sack her because, jeez, that hair looks atrocious."
Yeah, it does. And that is it. There is 90 minutes penalty. We are into extra time. Buddy, I'm just going to nip to the ladies' room. If you can take over for a second.
Yeah, absolutely not a problem. For those who aren't sort of keeping track, I'll go through some of the FA Cup scores so far. Not really too many shocks on the card. Boreham Wood lost 5-0 to Burton. Burnley scored more than what they have in a very long time. Burnley 5-1 against Millwall. Big shock there. Southampton scraped past Doncaster. The Borough obviously lost to Fulham, who are in a good run of form. City got 10 past Exeter in that 10-1 win. The big thing there for me, Erling Haaland started, just got 45 minutes. Tijani Reinders started, played the full 90. Semenyo, Rodri also played as well. So there's a few players in there who won't be as fresh as maybe we would have liked to. I'm clutching at straws because our opposition in week we could put 10 past, let's be honest, a poor Exeter team, but a football team nonetheless. Ipswich beat Blackpool 2-1. Brentford got a 2-0 win, and Stoke beat Coventry. So a lot of teams in there you'd probably want to face in the next round. But let us know in the chat how you felt about the performance so far. I was sitting there at 2-1 personally thinking, I'm not quite sure where things are going wrong here. I can see, because it's not because of a lack of effort, but I think it's one of those where almost, I don't want to say the wrong players have come off, but Voltemada looks, Gary mentioned before, looks like he's towing a truck at the minute. And that's no fault of his. He's played the full 90, and let's be honest, anytime someone comes to Newcastle United, there is a little bit of a transition period, let's say, in their fitness, whether it's Anthony Gordon coming a few years back and just couldn't run. Anyway, I remember the game against Brentford where Howe absolutely trounced him on the sideline, and he didn't play for a little while. Voltemada, at least he's trying to get back, but you remember he had a stitch in his first 45 minutes against Wolves. So I think it's one of those, that's always going to be one that is a transition. But also let us know. We've got a couple of substitutions left, I believe. We'll have one in extra time. So what change would you potentially make? Gordon, Joe Linton, Bruno, Miley and Paul have all come on. You get one in extra time. Let's be honest, if this goes to penalties, who do you want to see on the pitch? Because I'll be honest, there's not much more on the bench that you would maybe bring on, actually, looking at it. Do you think Nick Pope could come on for Ramsdale? Absolutely not. And then you're looking at Neve, Murphy and Alabi. And I'll be honest, I haven't seen enough of Neve or Alabi against decent opposition to really say where they should come on. But I'm personally quite happy with the 2-2. It's not good for my blood pressure, but at least it's the FA Cup. I'm sort of the mindset that we could potentially, if there's a game to lose this month, it would maybe be this one, and that's not what you should be thinking, 2-2, 90 minutes. But maybe it's a coping mechanism with anything. What do you think about that, Gary? If there was a game you could have got away with losing this month, would it have maybe have been this one?
Yeah, I think that the one thing I have noticed, though, and again, I have to congratulate Eddie, because he doesn't want to lose any game, does he?
No, absolutely not. So, it's a great lineup. I'm going to do exactly what you've just done. I'm going to nip away for 30 seconds and grab a drink.
Yeah,
well,
no worries, buddy. No
for
worries.
the first part, extra time.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the extra time to start. They're just showing you the replays of what's going, everything. It was a ball for us through the diagonal. Voltemade dummies it, and Tonali runs onto it. And I mean, it was a good ball through, but again, it was awful defending from Bournemouth that allows Tonali to run in behind. But again, it's about anticipating that ball, which Tonali does tremendously well. And for me, it's been that's been missing from our midfield a lot of the time, and that's why I want to see a proper six come in to allow Tonali to go and play those higher lines, because you get so much more from him, and we're just ready to start the extra time, I believe. Again, no changes as that I can see at the start of this 30 minutes, which again, I don't think Newcastle wanted, but I love the fact that Eddie Howe feels that passion about this competition, that he hasn't just thrown it away. He's gone to the 96th minute to get a result. And obviously, hopefully now for the Black and White Magpies, we get something in this extra 30 minutes. Long ball forward by Bournemouth. And again, Miley up to win that ball above Tavernier. And it goes out for a throw-in for Bournemouth down on the right-hand side. So they, like I say, they allowed us to get back into the game, I suppose, Bournemouth, because they went very negative, just happy for us to have the ball. And it was a nice drive centrally from Anthony Gordon with that diagonal ball that opened up the Bournemouth defence. Long throw in here. And again, Bournemouth can pick up that ball and it's deflected off J7 for a corner for Bournemouth. And again, it's very difficult to see. And a sub, Krupi's gone off and Senesi's come onto the field of play. He's more defensive, a defender, central defender. So it does look like Bournemouth are trying to hold on to penalties now. Just leaving Jimenez, Tavernier and Ivan Nielsen up top. Corner now to Bournemouth. In-swinger underneath easy. Ramsdale, who should collect that so easy. And again, he's got Anthony Gordon to the left-hand side to run now deep into the Bournemouth half. Again, he's just backed up though and given back to Hall. Again, just trying to take it easy, Newcastle, and not rush it too much. Again, it's all about management of these minutes as well as, because we've got an important game again on Tuesday. Good ball from Botman up centrally towards... Oh, that's a poor ball from Anthony Gordon. Now he could see what he was trying to do. And Tavernier now's got the chance of bringing in Evan Nielsen. Square on the ball, but Botman clears it on the line. And it's away for danger, but it's fired back in, but it's underneath the arms of Ramsdale. A lucky one, that one, matey.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a hospital pass, let's be honest, from Anthony Gordon. You expect a lot better, but Botman does very well on the line. And it's something you want to see, the defenders getting in behind the goalkeeper and making that decision. So credit to Botman, but got to do better, Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, much better. I mean, you could see what he was trying to do, finding Chow. The shape of that ball, it was only going to go one way because of the direction of it. It needed to be directly at Botman, and then the shape of the ball allows Botman to walk onto it rather than in between Botman and Ivan Nielsen, or Tavernier, I should say. So, yeah, it was a dodgy ball, that, but nothing happened. So, I suppose we don't want to look at the negative. Bruno, because I must admit, he has made a little difference when he's come on, Anthony Gordon.
He has. Other than that moment there, I thought he'd actually been really good. Had the cojones, shall we say, to take that last minute penalty. Has got the better of Aaron Smith numerous times. And I know people say he's like 35, 36. It shouldn't be that hard, but still Premier League quality footballer. But that's one of those moments where you look at it and go, when we get it wrong, it's
we look awful, don't we?
Poor.
Yeah. And we always seem to get it wrong in our defensive third, don't we? You know, and that's, to me, is the criminal thing, because it just allows teams to drive at you. And then you're in transition then. A lot of bodies have gone forward. You're out of position because you're expecting the ball to transition up towards the final third. And it just makes us look absolutely amateurish at times. Bruno picks that ball up now on the edge of the box, fires it out to Tonali, and now Miley. All of our favoured players out on that right-hand side. But again, Tonali again, just gone on a little bit too long, I think, for me. Tonali is looking a bit lax. We know how much when he's playing out there, and he has been a box-to-box player today.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where I've gone through the substitutions after the full time, and you're looking at Alabi, Neve, or Murphy that can come on, and I think Alabi is the one where he's probably the most natural in that sort of position. But again, I don't know even nearly enough about him to say he should come on. So it's a worrying one for Toon Army.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, again, did you say to Toon Army sitting in the sixth and allow Bruno to run? Because Bruno at the minute has been the one that's predominantly sat in the sixth, even though, like I say, it's been very fluid between the three of them that are in there. But you're right. I mean, Alabi's got the potential. I don't know whether he's got the potential to take penalties. And I think that's something else that you need to be thinking of at this later stage in the game.
Yeah, 100%. I think there's two ways that managers will typically look at it, and it's, do I think I can get the win in the next 25 minutes, or do I have to start preparing for pens? And we definitely can win it in extra time. When I got back, I heard you say Senesi has come on, so they are going a bit more defensive. But again, like, I don't look at any of those potential players that can come on and think, I want him for penalties.
Absolutely. Tonali taking this free kick just inside the Newcastle half. It's deep, diagonal. It's again headed clear by Bournemouth. Botman manages to get his foot on it, heads towards Gordon, but again, not really given an option there. Newcastle again trying to press Bournemouth back. Bruno now picks the ball up, gives it to Anthony Gordon. Gordon gets it onto his right foot, but again, shows a little bit too much of that ball for Bournemouth, but again, Bruno wins the ball back, gives it into Gordon. Gordon square now to Tonali, who feeds it in a great ball to Botman. And Botman now out. And Barnes into the box, headed clear. Come on, lads, pick it up. Hall now with a chance to give it to J7. J7 now trying to get it back into play. But again, all of the blue shirts in the 18-yard box, naturally, narrow. It's very difficult to get any balls of promise. Jay Litton gets it into the box, but it doesn't really go anywhere, and it's cleared by Bournemouth. But it should come straight back at them because they've got nobody on the out. Miley does well to give it to Hall. Hall now with a chance to dance down that left-hand side. Hall digs it into the back stick. Up in the air by Botman, but it's gone over the bar.
He could have had a brace. He should have a brace, actually. Two great chances he's had in this game.
Lewis Hall did really well again down this line. Great ball to the back stick. Botman rises the highest, but again, just couldn't direct it on target.
I'm being a bit harsh saying he should have a brace there, to be fair. Was it the number 3? He's underneath him. He's already tipping forward by the time the ball comes to him, but another great chance for Newcastle, and you got to take those. Yeah.
There's a coming together there with Ivan Nilsson, and Malik Chow has stayed down holding his head, so hoping this isn't anything more than a collision.
Didn't.
His face planted the ground there.
Yeah, one of those. Evan Nielsen's just sort of ran into his leg, causing him to fall on the floor head first. See Harry Kane do that quite a lot, and everyone hates it. So I think Chow will be down for a good couple of minutes because that looked sore.
Yeah, but you look at our bench now of the kids, if you like. Alex Murphy, the most senior. We'll see what they think.
Yeah, I was going to say they've probably got a combined age not that much higher than Martin Dubravka, so doesn't fill me with hope. And I know that's not possible. But
one thing that's great about this channel. Thank you guys, by the way. I've been knackered in the house trying to help out with the Baron's birthday. Is listening to the game and watching it on the iPad. That an unbelievable commentary team that you two are. Unbelievable.
Well, hey,
so
thank you very much, man.
Great stuff, mate. People in the chat, let us know what you think, man. Do you agree with me that these two are very, very good, very good? I'm saying that so I don't have to do this no more. So I don't have to come on.
Let's see how it is.
You bloody part timer.
I know you can't get the stuff these days, can you?
Yeah, YTS these days, mate. I'll tell you.
Lovely.
Yeah, we're still waiting.
Really bad for Chow, by the way.
Yeah, it does actually.
Gotta be careful.
Well, I must admit, I can't believe they've got him on his back with a nosebleed.
Yeah,
that to me is criminal. Get him forward, you stupid buggers. He's going to be swallowing all that blood. It's going to make him sick. Mental sometimes when I watch these kid amateurs on the side.
I think the best ones are the concussions where it's basically just like, do you feel all right? Yeah.
Follow me finger.
How many fingers am I holding up? 3. He's right. He's fine.
He's fine, even though I've got 5 up. Yeah. Yeah, it's criminal sometimes. Looks like he's going to be okay. That was back to his feet there, Malik Chow.
Oh, he was bleeding. He going to have to change that shirt nowadays. Back in the day, what was that famous picture of an English
Talbot
player that he was bathed? I mean, his whole shirt was pink.
Yeah, when he got a clash to the eye, didn't he? And he'd got it bandaged, but I mean, it was just covered. Yeah.
Playing, man.
Back in the day, it'd be stick a tampon up there and he'll be fine.
Nowadays, it's what is this, man? What is this?
Oh, hello!
Unbelievable! They wouldn't let us back in.
For what? What did you do?
What did you leave for?
Well, I always leave so I can get back for this, and I watch the last 5 minutes downstairs on the telly.
Are you kidding me right now?
And when we missed the chance in the last, in whatever it was, 93 or something, I just says, "Oh well, that's it. I better head back." Headed back, and I'm literally 30 seconds out the ground.
You're a takeover fan. You're a takeover fan, man.
I tell you what, this is the last time I'm on the reaction. I never ever left before the whistle.
Why would you ever do that? You just gotta at least stand up, walk upstairs, keep watching the game, find a whistle, then move on. You don't leave the stadium, man.
Because I couldn't. It takes half an hour after that to get back.
That was a great little move. Just unfortunately, nobody read that play there. A little bit of phase there down that inside right position. Bruno heads it into space, but nobody gambled that's where the ball was going to go to.
Hey, people in the chat, let them know, man. This is unbelievable. What a fan. You're a plastic fan, man. I don't want to hear you ever talk about it. Leaving the stadium early, man. That is shocking. Shocking.
Hey, to be fair, we're talking about players not gambling there, but wins gambled, and unfortunately, like most people,
hasn't paid
50 whether you win or not, and he's had a shocker at
last. That's right.
Unlucky, buddy.
I'm gutted.
Well, if it's any consolation, matey, it's lovely that you're with us. Chow now picks the ball up.
Speak for yourself.
Plays it squared on now. Hall's got a chance to run at the defence. Ball over to the side to Harvey Barnes now on that right hand side. Miley goes on the outside. Barnes comes inside. Lovely ball into J7. Now he plays it outside to Miley. Miley picks the ball up, drops it back. There's a chance in the back stick. Tonali tried to get a glance in. Header on that. And again, just not able to get his body in front of Smith. And it's out for the goal kick to Bournemouth. Unlucky play that. Great build-up.
Yeah, like the Miley one against Leeds where he's just unfortunately not got a touch on it. That one hit the air.
He didn't even touch it.
Nah, unfortunately not. He gets any touch on that, and it's 3-2 Newcastle.
Yeah, absolutely. Smith done it well again. You know, he's the old boy, but again, putting body in front of player and ball just shows you how to defend at times.
Experience, Ed.
Absolutely. Ball now with Bournemouth down this right-hand side. Again, with Jimenez, not had much of the ball, to be fair. Trevor goes down under a challenge, and the referee gives Bournemouth a foul against Botman. First chance really that Bournemouth have had any chance of getting the ball in and around the penalty area of Newcastle in this first phase of extra time. Still lots of time for somebody to get the winner before it goes to penalties. Diakite is asking. He said, I want to go up, lads. I want to go up. Somebody take this free kick. And now look at this. You can see management of Bournemouth just want to go to penalties. Look at this. Oh, I tell you, it's classic management, this, to wind that clock down. Oh, again, ball into the box. It's a dangerous ball. Oh, go on, Mike. Sorry.
I'll say it's one of those where any confusion Bournemouth have can only be good for Newcastle. And they had a good chance there. They played in behind. Maybe the confusion was a diversion. Ball played across the box, and thankfully they couldn't do anything from it. But if Bournemouth players don't know what they're doing, then Newcastle potentially capitalise on that.
Yeah, that was a diversion tactic if I've ever seen one. You saw it fizzed in and they got behind because we was all static, wondering what was going on, expecting that floated ball at the back. So, like I said, it was well worked and well managed, to be fair, because they certainly got us on the back foot then. But it was, like I say, nobody gambled on the back stick. Baltimore committing a foul there, just inside the Newcastle half. So another opportunity. And again, they've taken it quickly, but this time not a great ball from Bournemouth. And Hall picks up that ball, gives it to Anthony Gordon. Again, got a bit of green. And again, it's slippy turf. And he goes to the floor. Hall gets inside. Dummies one player, brings it square to Chow. Chow on the halfway line now. Got Marley on the outside. Marley now inside to Bruno. Again, phases of play now. Newcastle dominant in these areas. Baltimore, 22 yards. Ball into Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes trying to get round the keeper. Angle was a little bit too tight. And he couldn't get the shot on target. Yeah, exactly. Didn't give it.
Let me see.
Let's take a look.
Oh, he was.
Yeah, he's offside.
Yeah,
he's offside.
Oh, if the lino doesn't give it, doesn't matter. Need VAR today.
Need VAR, exactly. There should have been one out of penalty.
You saw they win?
I'll get it. I'll get there eventually.
Petrovic now, and it's 2 minutes of injury time in this first period of extra time. Hall picks that ball up again, deflected from a Bournemouth player, but it's well worked from Tonali to Bruno. Bruno to Voltamada, out now to Miley. Miley drops it back to Malik Chow. Goes into the middle with Bruno, open himself up to space, plays the ball outside to Tonali now. There's Miley, if he wants to give him, gives it back to Bruno. Bruno, give it inside to Voltamada. Voltamada can get Miley involved now. Miley into the box towards J7. J7 heads it back to Hall. Hall with a cross, but it's blocked from Alex Scott, and it's another throw-in now to Newcastle. Again, Newcastle knocking on the door in the first period of extra time.
Yeah, really good pressure.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit too late now, and we just have to go again in this second half. Again, Lewis Hall just goes simple, plays it into Botman. Botman feeds in Voltamada. Voltamada again gets the ball from under his feet, and he's trying to pass a diagonal ball. It's a poor ball, and again, telegraphed, and it's easy for Bournemouth to pick up. And there's a chance now with the chance of Jimenez behind us. Jimenez gets it on target, but it's a great save from Ramsdale.
I say he doesn't do very well at one-on-ones. I've said it for a while, but he did well there. Close the space down. Good save in the end.
Yeah, Ramsdale did excellent there, to be fair. But again, everybody was dilly-dallying there in the back line, expecting Ramsdale to come out of it and get him out of jail. Ball on that right-hand side now with Barnes.
Quite frequently, don't we?
You do. Barnes gets the ball into the box again towards Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon got it under control. Has a shot. It's blocked by Smith again. He's had a tremendous game on this right-back situation. He's absolutely blowing out of his backside. And it's half-time in extra time.
The first thing I'm saying, if I'm Eddie Howe, is Anthony, run at him and test that hamstring, because that looks like he's ready to go at any point. I don't know if Bournemouth have another substitution ready, but you've got to be targeting Adam Smith after that.
Yeah. They had another clear-cut chance, though, with us going on the press with that one ball out again in between the lines. And it split Newcastle open, allowing Jimenez to go one-on-one with Ramsdale. And Ramsdale just stays tall and is able to get his body in line and able to get that block on the chance. So opportunity goes begging, and we're going to carry on straight away with the second half of extra time. No let up for Smith. At the minute, he's really struggling. So, like you're right in what you said, Michael. I think it is a case of now trying to get into that right pocket of space with Anthony Gordon and Hall, and try and get that pressure cooker going down that side.
Yeah, absolutely. It is harsh on him because he's had a great game, but we're not here to win, make friends. We're here to progress in the cup. So torture the fella, as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely. Anthony Gordon now picks that ball up in this second half. Ball over the top, looking for J7 to try and get in behind Diakite. Diakite, again, trying to hold J7 up. He goes out to that byline and down that touch line now to Anthony Gordon, again, trying to look into the box really quickly. It's cleared only to Bruno. 25 yards out. Little dink in by Barnes. Again, lots of blue shirts in and around Bruno to try and retrieve that second ball. And it's an easy ball out to Jimenez now, who's got a 3-on-4 situation with Luis Hall in front of him and the midfield three trying to get back out now to Tavernier. Again, down his right-hand side. It's criminal because there was an half opportunity there for Ivan Nielsen. Lovely ball through from Souffet, who'd overlapped, and it wasn't quite the right ball.
I'm not gonna lie. We just finished the first half of extra time and knee rest whatsoever. You're right back on there. The lad was the Bournemouth lad was cramping up all over, rolling over the pitch, but no mercy when it comes to extra time.
Exactly. Evan Nielsen just leaning back a bit too much there. Ended up going out for a throw-in in the end, but that's a pretty golden chance for Bournemouth, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I mean, Truffet did well to overlap, to be fair. Fresh legs, and Tavernier down the same side, so fresh legs just allowed them to overload against Lewis Miley. And then, obviously, it was a poor ball across, because, like you say, it was behind Ivan Nielsen, who just dug it out of the ground, to be fair, and it's out for a throw-in off a deflection from Newcastle. Again, the throw-in there sees Voltemada just, again, clear it to the halfway line, and Bournemouth happy to go all the way back to Petrovic, who's going to go long, being chased down by, believe it or not, Tonali, who has run the metrics today. I must admit, again, the furthest forward player, the deepest player at times. He's been awesome in midfield for me today. Not always, but that's a terrible ball again from Newcastle. Botman went down too early. Jimenez into the box, fires it across. There's a deflection. And Ramsdale gets his hands to it and then gets tripped by Jimenez.
Man, we cannot do that, man. We cannot do that crap, man. That is criminally.
Free kick to Newcastle.
We're terrible at playing it out around the back. It's a good save from Ramsdale, though, by the looks of it. It might be just straight at him, but good reflexes there.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Scott just literally follows the ball, and it's that ball in from Jimenez. And I don't know why Botman goes to ground so early. He's just got to stand up. It's just awful from Botman, if I'm honest with you there. Oh, there's a chance, half a chance, I should say, for Newcastle to get in behind Bournemouth. But again, it's gone back into the Newcastle half now with Chow to Botman. Botman picks the ball up, gives it to Hall, deep in the Newcastle half, down the line to Anthony Gordon. Again, Smith just follows him through. And again, just Gordon just holds onto the ball, trying to develop a bit of play, a bit of yardage. Yeah, absolutely. Nobody coming towards him, though. Again, that's criminal from Newcastle. Ball deflected over the top of Bournemouth, but again, nobody high enough to pick that ball up. Ball driven down towards Lewis Hall, J7. Lewis Hall again up to Voltemada. Lewis Hall gets a tap on the shins and goes down. Referee allows play to continue. Voltemada and Anthony Gordon now running on the diagonal. It's blocked, but it does fall to Voltemada now, who looks really heavy-legged in the second phase of extra time. J7 inside to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall now 30 yards out. Again, looking for options. Gives it back to J7. Voltemada on the edge of the box, looking to try and develop something. Goes across to Miley. Miley now got Barnes on the corner of the box. Miley again gives him the option. Deflection. The ball comes to Tavernier. Gets it under control. And again, Newcastle don't close that space down, and it's easy to clear up towards Ivan Nielsen. He's blocked by Chow, but again, there's some fresh legs now. Here we go. Tavernier now. Look at this. Look at Cook on the left-hand side. Cook fires the first time shot.
Man,
it's great at Ramsdale.
Yeah, Bournemouth.
I'll tell you what. If you need it, listen, I'm not advocating for anybody, but if Ramsdale wasn't questioned tonight, he performed. Because he's been challenged many times.
But I don't know what the consensus has been so far. Who has not performed today?
No, I think I'm just saying because Ramsdale's always been the one that.
No. But all I'm saying is, there's one guy for me who's had an absolute stinker today, and that was another example of it.
Who is that then?
Botman.
He's
been absolute dogs.
He's
got a head in there.
Yeah, he's been good in phases, but he's been awful at the central defensive role, if you like. We've looked really dodgy.
I've never seen the phases, to be fair.
Yeah, well, go on, mate.
No, one player that I didn't like to see go out was Wissa. Wissa Walter.
No, I was.
But Gordon is in there. But what are you doing, Red? Fuck yeah, but
yeah, just put his body in front of the ball and play it.
Commentators curse, I guess. I should just shut the hell up about him.
The problem is now, you've got so many players running on steam now, and there's going to be openings. I mean, like I say, Scotty, I think he's had a good game for them as well. He's coming off. He's had opportunities to score, but they want fresh legs. Yeah. I don't know who's coming on now, if I'm honest. So we'll see in a minute. That's got to be their last. Reece Dutton. Yeah. So there you go. That's their last player to come on.
6th substitution. We've got one in the pipeline as well, but I can't see us using it, to be honest.
Yeah, well, Reece Dotton's another striker, another forward-thinking player. So again, they've seen the issues that we create our own problems. There you go with J7 falling to the ground there. Again, he's looked heavy-legged since he's come on, to be fair, J7. He's not been that free-flowing player that we saw on Wednesday night.
I thought J7's done well since he come on.
Yeah, but he's heavy-legged, Win. I didn't say he's not played well. I said, he's
not lethargic.
Yeah, he's like half-tuned, if I'm honest with you. He's half-hearted to some of the midfield battle.
One player that's amazing. I don't know if you agree, but Tonali's been amazing for the amount of work he's had to do since minute one.
Yeah, that's what I said. Tonali's work rate today, even though there's been some sloppy passing, I think his work rate overall has been outstanding.
I knew it. I knew it before the game.
But spot on. There's been some sloppy passes from, but by and large, he's been fantastic.
Yeah, I think he's definitely grew into the game second half and then in extra time as well. First half, I think we saw a lot more of those sloppy passes as you previously mentioned.
Voltemara as well. Voltemara has been unbelievably great. I mean, playing off Wissa and off Barnes, playing with each other. They were terrific tonight.
J7 there.
Barnes has been outstanding tonight as well.
Winning that ball back for Newcastle. Tonali down to Barnes now on this right-hand side. Given back simple now. Football for Newcastle.
Yeah.
And it's Chow giving it back to Tonali, who's having a breather. And then I think he needs a breather, to be fair. He's got options square if he needs it with Botman, but he goes back to Chow. Again, Newcastle concentrating on this right-hand side.
Well done,
up to Bruno. Bruno does really well there. Gets the ball to the back stick. Anthony Gordon anticipated, then dropped off, and the ball's come through to him. Anthony Gordon picks the ball up now. Again, trying to get the ball onto his right foot. Lewis Hall gets the ball into the box. Doesn't beat the first defender. And again, Bournemouth all again trying to get and break on the turn here. Ball now with Tavernier down this left-hand side.
Well done, Miley, lad.
Lewis Miley sees the danger.
And doesn't even pass back to Ramsdale.
Exactly.
Finds the ball.
Come on, give Bruno a shout. And again, Voltemara on the halfway line. We need you guys a bit further forward. Tonali now and Bruno just trying to keep hold of the ball, keep that composure, build the phases up slowly now. Hull on that left-hand side, back to Botman on the halfway line. Bruno's option on the centre circle just in front of him. Again, everybody's coming close. Movement's a bit less now up front for Newcastle. Newcastle trying to keep everything narrow.
Nice.
Ball is the option to Bruno again on the inside left position. Bruno trying to dig it out to Gordon, but again, too many blue shirts. And now Smith, who's literally struggling to even walk, has now deflected that ball. And his calf has gone.
I said, get at him. So I hate to say it, but it would go. And they've made the substitution and brought a
forward on.
He was
you could see from a mile away he was going to at least really badly cramp up. So again, get running at him.
Look at him telling him to get up here. Tell him to get up. We've only got 5 minutes to go.
So it is mandatory that you get up and walk off the beach.
Yeah, and he's gonna. He should just tell Jimenez to drop into that right back scenario because of the pace, and Smith just to go and play up front and just be a body on the field of play. If I'm honest with you, because he can't do anything. The lad is absolutely crippled at the moment. He's even throwing his
Get off the pitch then. What are you doing? Walk out, man. You can walk out that. What the hell?
Yeah, referee's told him he's got to put his shin pad in his sock.
Well, is that obligatory now, is it?
Got to wear. He's supposed to wear safety gear always. Never been told not to.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, shin pad. What are you on about, man? Shin pads.
I didn't realise they were obligatory.
Yeah, it's part of your attire.
Does Grealish wear shin pads?
Yeah, but they're like
always.
really tiny and pathetic ones that don't help him.
Don't tell.
Oh,
Don't tell Joe.
good
Don't
ball.
tell Joe
That's-
Linton
Oh,
wearing.
war ball.
Yeah, good
Don't
position.
tell Joe
this for-
Linton wearing his wife's makeup pad.
Yeah, exactly.
I
The sponges.
I don't know about makeup pads, but some sort of pad.
Dude, it's like this. It's round about this big, man. Literally.
Yeah.
It looked like one of those pads you just,
Yeah.
Is something you want to tell us, Chris?
No.
No, Chris wears a nappy.
Oh!
Hey,
Free kick
Tonali
to
needs to
Newcastle.
rock at this one. Tonali
Yeah,
needs to
come
just
on.
rock at this one, man.
Yeah, it's literally just outside the lines of the 6-yard box. If you look just
we got
outside
one
the
of these
box.
in whatever it was, 89 or something, when Gordon ended up taking got the shot on goal. But
I reckon this goes square to Tonali, who has a shot.
Oh!
Just past the post. Oof!
That was
That's what you want.
Fuck it. I'm gonna just blast this, and
But
that's
that's
arguably-
it. That's it. That's all you had to do. Man, oh man, oh my. Look at that.
Woo!
It's the
That's
best
a-
shot
that's
from
a-
outside the box I've seen a Newcastle player take in a long time.
Absolutely, mate. Just a
He's
shame it
got a
weren't
shot
on
on.
target.
He's the one that
I
should
was
be
going to
taking
say,
it.
I prefer shots on target.
No, but that's
Quickly as well.
can't wait, man.
Petrovic goes long again towards the
Well
halfway
done,
line, but again, not
J7.
to a blue shirt. J7
Oh.
picks it up. And again, Voltemada tries to feed in Tonali, who's on the overlap. And again, it's deflected back. But again, it's Newcastle who pick up the second ball. J7 on the half turn again,
Good
falls
goal.
nicely to Bruno. J7 now, they've got options left and right now. J7,
Right.
if he takes it, Gordon now to the back
Gordon
stick.
now.
Oh, get in! Hold him on to the back stick with the header down. Gets it on the inside of the post. That's what we needed. Come on!
Hey, that's my boy! That's my boy! Yeah! How the tune!
And apologies
Get
to anyone's
in!
TV sets which have just
Woo!
exploded. What?
Get in!
What?
If he wasn't man of the match before, he is now.
He cannot stop scoring.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
He is the man with the golden nugget. Look at that. I don't think he realised it had gone in at first, you know.
Was he
I
Look at that.
He got-
I didn't.
Oh, well, listen.
Headed it down inside of
Look at this.
Petrovic's post. Bang. The Archer is here again. Bails
Come
Newcastle
on.
out.
Yeah.
Fucking
Oh.
A. Get the fuck in, man. That's
No,
great.
stop going defensive, eh? Let's just not go defensive.
Just manage the
I'll
game,
hang
bro.
off
Just
with
manage the
10
game.
men
bro.
behind the ball for 2 minutes.
There
Just
is no,
hold on,
there is
please.
no chance Newcastle can bench Harvey Barnes on important games. No chance whatsoever. He's the game changer, man.
He's the
He
man.
scored on the left. He scored on the right. There you go. Plays anywhere,
And a
this
header.
lad.
And a header for the cherry on top. That was a great cross by Gordon, by the way. Fair play to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Credit to that.
A menace cross, to say the least. I don't know who was looking for him, but it
There's
was
my
a
empty
dangerous
seat.
cross.
Yeah, the only one in the ground.
Oh, that
Ball
was a
goes long
shocker.
from Bournemouth, and again it's headed clear. It's up by Anthony Gordon, who can only head it up in the air, and then Bruno decides just to clear it from the lines,
Get
get the
rid.
shade
Hoof
back. But
it.
again, Newcastle have gone into this little bit of a defensive mode again, allowing the blue shirts of Bournemouth to play in front of them.
Oh, Tonali's out though.
Yeah. Again, just dropped
Where's
over
Tonali?
this to Treffert.
Oh.
Again, Tonali on the half press. And then Voltemada on the half press with Diakite. But
Yeah.
again, now it's just hoofing it into the box to try and get Bournemouth in behind Newcastle. Barnes now on the defensive right back position with Morley
Defender.
to help him out
There
there.
you go.
And again, it's just dicked out by
nice.
Newcastle. Bruno
And
sees
Tonali's
Tonali on the
still
outside.
flat out.
Tonali
Look
again,
at that.
firing
Like a
down
horse,
this right
man.
hand side. And again, he's
He's gotta
doing
kill
what
it,
you
though.
should do as a professional, just taking it as far as he can down the line.
Wow.
No.
Gets a tap on the calf, and the referee's not going to give that one. But again, Bournemouth can only get it back to the keeper.
Man, let me tell you
Petrovic
something.
now picks it up. Go on.
Finale running like that in this at this day and age right now, at this stage in the game is unbelievable.
Yeah, his work rate's been phenomenal. Malik Chow now underneath his ball gets it under control and just hoofs it towards the halfway line.
Not too shins far. It.
Not too far though, but we are only 2 minutes of extra time to go. Keep hold of this ball. Barnes into J7. Tonali. Barnes now down this right hand side. Halfway line with Barnes. Deflects twice.
For
a Bournemouth throw-in. Bournemouth get on with it really quickly. Ball now with Diakite. Goes again square on that right hand side. Right down this. I don't know where Smith has gone, but he's certainly not involved in the game now. Well done, Botman, on that phase. But it's joking me.
Not well done, Botman. Pathetic Botman.
Oh my God. Botman gets his body in front of the player, but then he's waiting for Ramsdale to come out for him, and he does nothing. Botman does nothing. Ramsdale does nothing. Tavernier gets his toe on it, and it's in the back of the net. It's 3-3.
He's been pants all game.
Botman does well there, but then just runs out. Look, just does nothing. Just runs out of steam. He doesn't get enough across the ball.
That ball, man.
No, but Botman is upset because Ramsdale didn't come out on time or somebody, because he turned around right there and got and yelled at one of his teammates.
That's
shocking. To be honest, he should have gotten that fucking ball, man.
That is absolutely shocking. Fault, really. Yeah, Botman should have done more to try and stop the play, and he does nothing. Like I say, he gets half that space. Ramsdale stays on his line, and then when he realises he's got to come out because it's going to come to Tavernier, it's too late.
Oh, this is unbelievable, man.
Oh my God, who would be a Newcastle fan?
4-3 coming, it's fine.
Again, 3-3 at St James's Park in the 121st in injury time of extra time. Can you believe it? And we've let one in. We cannot manage games. Ball gets hoof long by Ramsdale up towards Miley. Gets a head on again. Bournemouth just can only play to Tonali. Walter in front of him. Barnes on the outside. Barnes with the ball. He's missed it again. In front of goal on the edge of the 6-yard box.
Wow.
Only got Smith to beat with him, who can't run, can't move a muscle, and he misses the ball altogether.
Idiot, man.
What a shocker.
Oh, my God. My God.
Oh, my days.
No.
Does Smith get the block on that?
No, look.
Oh,
no.
Completely.
Gordon just air shots the ball, and it's full time in extra time. 3-3. Penalties it is, boys.
What an unbelievable. Wow. He is the worst finisher to ever play this game. I swear to God.
Two.
I swear, man. It's not the first time, man. Fuck.
2 cock-ups in the last 30 seconds. Botman and Gordon.
There's 3 because Ramsdale's cocked that up as well. One of them's got to take charge. Neither of them do. And then Anthony Gordon, that is unforgivable, isn't it?
That is
great
unforgivable.
run from him.
Yeah, absolutely. He does everything right. He gets in front of Smith, but then just air shots it. It's incredible. I mean, he could have literally took a touch on that, as daft it looks, because he was in front of Smith. Smith had gone. His calf's gone. So, incredible.
My God.
Incredible.
Wow. Oh, man. This is insane.
Who would be a bloody Newcastle fan? Jesus.
Who would be anything else?
That's the right mentality there.
Love it. Love it, the mighty win. Love it.
I'm not hopeful in penalties, man.
It's a lottery now, mate.
We've won 2 in a row, though. So, beat Blackburn in the 5th round of the FA Cup.
Beat Forest.
Yeah.
Longstaff, famously.
But won 3 out of the last 5, so, you know.
Is it
4 out of the last
3 out of 5?
Lost to Burnley in the second round of the EFL Cup 21-22, and then Chelsea beat us after Mudryk.
Well, I know. We lost about 13 before that, I know that.
Oh, yeah, we were terrible.
We couldn't win a penalty shootout to save our lives till Eddie came.
One of those where I think it was 1 win in 7 or something. Scotty Parker getting, I think, the winning one 2006 against Watford. But much better since then. Just got to hope we can do it today. We've criticised Petrovic throughout the game. We've criticised Ramsdale. One of them's going to be a hero.
One of them's got to be a hero.
Who do we think's going to take them?
Well, it's going to be Gordon, Voltemada, Tonali, Bruno.
Yeah.
And Barnes.
Well, the first three presumably going to be Gordon, Voltemada, Bruno.
No, Barnes got to be third, man. Well, Barnes could be fifth, to the deciding penalty usually.
You always want one of your good takers as well, though, at anchor, don't you? Yeah. Just in case any of your favourites. It's really difficult, though, because, like I say, when it gets to this point, anybody can win at this point now. Because, like I say, even the ones that take it, as Michael's just said, keeper go just gets it the right way and gets a hand to it. It is what it is. Yeah, so even your favourites at the minute can miss one. So I always say first, third, and fifth are your important takers, and the ones that sit in between that, the pressure's off them. If you go with all your main takers at the front end, the mentality then is put onto your opposition. So if you score all your three, then they've got to score three. So there's a psychological shift whichever way you do it. But I've always gone 1, 3, and 5 when I've given the lads the penalties. But that is where Eddie Howe, he's a lot better than me.
On the score, we're gonna put
and then you've got the Shankly adage, which is no player takes 2 penalties in the same game. So Gordon shouldn't be taking this one.
Wow. So for the sake of the penalties, we're gonna obviously put 0-0 on your screen and go on like that. So
Anthony Gordon to take the first one for Newcastle, facing Petrovic from the 12-yard mark.
Gordon starts it off. Voltemada finishes it. Or maybe Bruno. Mate.
Gordon with less of a run up this time. Took the first one really good into the right-hand side. Goes again, right-hand side. Yeah. Petrovic beaten 1-0 to Newcastle. Come on.
Great pen.
Yeah, very good penalty.
Both pens been in the corners. Can't ask much more from him.
Stopping that.
But as I said at the time where he scored the first penalty, if Annie could do that for open play. But 2 great pens.
Yeah, Tavernier now coming up for Bournemouth against Ramsdale. Would you have thought about putting Pope on for the pens?
That's Tim
Krul. Tim Krul.
He probably is better, but I think you kill Ramsdale's confidence if you do it.
That's the thing.
Well, but we ain't got to worry about that right now.
Tavernier now runs up.
Oh, he almost had it,
Ramsdale. Good penalty.
He almost had it, though.
Dives the wrong way. It was an open goal, but Ramsdale. No, I said he dives the wrong way, and it's an open goal, but it at least makes the player think when you dive the right way. I always said stay tall and wait. Sometimes if they miss it or don't get it right into the corner, even if you delay your dive, you still dive in the right way. And there's always that gamble, though, isn't there? The only problem is with him, he's only 6 foot 1, isn't he? So his reach isn't there. Voltemada now with the second penalty for Newcastle. 1-1 as we speak.
Just don't try and do what you did the first time.
Top left.
Runs up again, just on the slow build. He's missed it. He's missed it. Oh. He did it. It was a really slow run up, and again, he's trying to hit the roof of the net, and it's come straight off the middle of the bar, straight back at him.
Poor. Yeah, I don't think it's a poor penalty, though. I think he just got two under
6 inches.
It's a poor penalty.
How is that?
You don't hit the target. It's a poor penalty.
Nah.
Well, anyway, let's see we'll see what happens. I mean, like I say, it's no pressure now on the Ivan Nilsson. So Ramsdale, come on,
son.
We know what Ivan Nilsson can do, striking the ball. Well done, Ramsdale! Down to his left-hand side.
Yeah.
Still 1-1.
Yeah.
Well done, Ramsdale.
Come on.
Great save.
Yeah, excellent save that is. So I said, I've always said, if you hit the target, and does he hit the target, Voltamoda? Well, yeah, he does. 6 inches lower, and it's a goal, isn't it? But you've got to make the keeper work, if you ask me.
No, he doesn't.
No. Well, he doesn't hit what rattles, it is the net.
Oh, Bruno.
On the screen, you will see the penalties now on the right side of the scoreboard. So there you go. 1-1.
Bruno now just takes the advantage. Oh, referee. He wants it in the centre, not on the edge of that circle. Referee's making everybody take it from the centre mark of the penalty spot. Bruno now just composes himself. 2 deep breaths. Staggered run up. Again, stutters. Takes a shot. And it's an awful penalty.
Fucking
and it's saved easily by Petrovic.
And I hate stuttery runs.
Yeah.
Just put your laces through it.
Did the same against Palace in a.
He did when the
too close to the keeper though. That one.
He scored 2 since, like, but
it seemed like a lot of.
I just want to blast the bastard, mate.
It just seemed like a lot of moving around, and not, I feel for him though because he doesn't.
2 misses out of 3.
Come on, buddy. Come on
now. Come on. I'm surprised he's still got the wind in his legs to take a penalty. Cookie. Oh! He does stutter. Yeah, Ramsdale went one way, realises that he was going to go the other way. He dives to his left in the end, gets a fingertip to it, but can't put out that corner. 2-1 now, Bournemouth.
Unlucky.
Woohoo! Cooey. Tonali now.
True.
Got to get this one, I think.
What's going on here? What's going on, man?
Tonali now with the 4th penalty for Newcastle. 2-1 down. This is good. Got to get this one. The 4th penalty is an important penalty.
We're all important.
Gotta get it.
Come on, Tonali. You've worked so hard.
Tonali.
Come on, Tina.
Got this, buddy.
Tonali! Oh, what a penalty that is. Into that right-hand corner. Cracking penalty.
Profile rocket.
Knee keeper saving that.
Knee keeper.
No.
Come on now. 2-2 Newcastle, but the advantage is still with Bournemouth.
I tell you, that it looked a lot stronger than on the, a lot faster on the a lot slower on the replay than it was.
Yeah.
The way, come on.
Doesn't matter now. Bournemouth have only got to score 2. So Ramsdale, come on, lad. Pressure's on them. Hoping the referee keeps everybody from that centre circle of the penalty spot. Yeah, Jimenez now has been told to put it back. It's not as far back as Bruno's was put back, though, if I'm honest. Jimenez glaring down at Ramsdale, trying to psych him out. Takes his steps back. Composed. Again, slow build up.
Get in, Ramsdale!
Get in, lad! Again, a really poor penalty. Jimenez trying to psych him out.
Calm down. Let's calm down, man.
Harvey Barnes.
Well, fucking hell. Listen. You know what I'm thinking because he's done everything. He's been perfect, and it will be just Newcastle United for him to just not score. I mean, it's insane.
Oh, it's J7.
Oh, J7. Oh, J7.
No. Hey, we are knackered for real.
He's gonna score. He's gonna blast it, and he's gonna score.
No. You know what? I'm surprised that none of these bastards in the first 5 have given him Barnes a go at getting his hat trick. J7 with a run. Come on, J7. Composure. J7 runs up. J7. Oh, it's simple. It's simple.
Prove me wrong.
Keeper dives the wrong way.
Yes, J7.
Get in. And now we're back at it. We're on top.
We're on top now. Pressure's all on them now in the 5th penalty.
No, the pressure on Harvey. But that's why I need Harvey Barnes on the 5th because the pressure for him is just for tires.
Alan Shearer at his best. He took it well there, J7.
Took it very
Where's
well.
your faith? Where's your faith? Come on.
Oh, where Rama?
Come on, Rama.
Rama Lama Ding Dong.
This is that Senesi, isn't it? It's just come on.
Yeah.
Centre back, Senesi now with a run up. Oh, it's a good penalty. Takes it into the really good penalty that from Senesi, I must admit.
Try not to, please, folks, stop spoiling because other people are watching, listening, and they don't want to be spoiled. So don't put the penalty until the commentator calls it out.
Here we go now. It's sudden death. 3 penalties apiece. Lewis Hall. Coming to take this one.
Come on, Louis.
I don't mind. I don't like that. I don't like.
Well, he might just be he might be straightforward.
I just don't like left footers taking penalties.
Oh, that's it.
Down.
Fucking
yeah.
Oh my God, that is a lot going on there. Let's look at this one, man. Ooh,
that was incredible. Oh, my stream's gone.
Yeah, mine's gone as well.
Mine's gone as well.
Oh,
I've got it, but I'm still on Bournemouth.
That's, I know what. Hold on. Give me just a second. Give me a second. I'll
So we are literally at the mercy.
Newcastle United have just tweeted that Bournemouth have scored the next one.
Yeah. So
they got the next. They got the other penalty. So fucking hell.
Fully into sudden death now.
Longer than expected.
Ooh la la! Come on,
fucker. Well, I've got Lewis Hall taking his now.
Lewis Hall.
Yeah.
I mean Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall.
Newcastle have just scored again.
I've just had Lewis Hall scoring again.
8-7 on penalties now. Miley scored the 5th one for Newcastle.
Well then, son. Where's Harvey Barnes? Lewis
Miley, you mean?
Lewis Miley, yeah.
So
we're just waiting now to see what happens with Bournemouth. See if they can equalise. Yeah, they've equalised as well. So Bournemouth now have equalised with Truffet scored in their 5th penalty. So it's 8-8 now on the scoreline.
Someone said 9-8 to Newcastle in the chat, to be fair.
All right, well, that's a good one.
On penalties.
Imagine the odds on that. Don't know who's up for this next one.
Well, Harvey Barnes is coming up for Newcastle, and this is it. I think this is it, right?
Yeah, Harvey Barnes has scored. Sorry, I can't say anything. I've just got it up on me phone now, just looking at the scores.
Yeah.
Unless you can see it, Chris.
Harvey Barnes is in. Harvey Barnes has scored for Newcastle, but that's not it, I guess, because he's not celebrating. So
no, they've still got one to go because it's sudden death now. It's the first one to miss now.
Oh shit! Not good. Well, that's even more worrying. I'm trying to work it so we can have it up, but and Smith scores as well. Apparently. So there you go.
Well, at least Harvey Barnes get his hat-trick.
I don't think.
Crikey.
Oh, shit.
What is going on? Who would have thought this would have been going to this level of anticipation and nerves jangling? From the early misses, there's been some good penalties after this, if I'm honest with you. So
quickly refresh. Refresh. Chow scores as well, so 7-6.
Get in. Yes, I'm in.
My bad.
Oof.
Just refresh, refresh.
Oh.
Let's do it again, man. Fucker. Malik Chow, that was a penalty.
Yeah, Malik Chow gets the goal. Oosh.
Roba.
proper finish that was as well. Take the keeper the wrong way.
Oh, but this is the worst way to do penalties, man. Because now it's just too much pressure right now, man.
Yeah.
I don't care what Alan Shearer says.
Pressure ain't for tires anymore. I'll tell you something there. There's been some quality, considering we missed early on with our penalty takers. There's been some great penalties after that.
There has been, yeah.
Who's this guy now?
This is Diakite for them, centre half.
Diakite.
He looks fearful at Ramsdale. Can he keep it down? Newcastle win! Get in! Ramsdale the hero. The villain for 1 minute, the hero the next. That's all we wanted.
Oh my God, man. Fucking hell, man.
Wow. Mental.
This was criminally. A game like this should be illegal, man, in all 50 states. Including
Adrian Pickett says Ramsdale Rabona to win. Listen,
coming next.
Just kick it.
You ever watched what was that Colombian goalkeeper, a famous one that does the scorpion kick?
Yeah, scorpion.
Oh man, wouldn't that have been something? Well, there you go, man. Ramsdale the hero, but wow. I mean, it's just it's insane.
Unreal.
Insane.
Well, we're through.
3 penalty shootout wins in a row. We'd never won 2 before. 2 in a row.
2 back to back. No, exactly.
And I'm just watching the Ramsdale here.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Excellent. Mackham's in the next round, then, boys.
Oh, bring it on.
Hopefully, we'll see the draw. I'm sure the draw will be soon, right?
Yeah, it's the Liverpool game after the Liverpool game. Which is tomorrow.
The Liverpool game after the Liverpool game. Okay. Yeah, that's right. They got the games tomorrow and all that.
Yeah.
Wow. I tell you what, we're gonna do a live reaction right now, instant match reaction, and join us on that one. You should be redirected. If not, select it right there. We'll be live right now, coming up with the full time. Thank you to Gary and Michael, of course, doing the live match commentary. That was
thank you all.
That was a great commentary. To be fair, great commentary.
Thanks for staying with us all the way, then, boys and girls.
Yes, it was great. All of you out there, subscribe to the channel and follow us right now to the instant match reaction.
Yeah, we had some super chats.
And have your
we had some super chats, Chris. If you want to just catch on them because we didn't quite get it.
Anthony, thank you very much for the super chats. Good morning from Buffalo. Great commentary. Mute the TV and listen to Y'all Call the Game. 100%. West Side needs to improve his portion. There you go. Q of Heart, thank you, Bournemouth, the team that Howe simply loves giving to. There you go. She says,
giving L's
thank you for the giving L's to. Anthony, once again, I have no words for whatever the hell that was. Thank you very much, Anthony. I appreciate you. I'm assuming that was, maybe the mistake, the button mistake. Anyway, we're going to get to all of that, of course. Don't forget to smash the like button and follow us right now to the instant match reaction live. See you in a minute.